Okay. I think I'm live now. Fuck me. What a fucking palaver. I never have problems with StreamYard, and tonight, problems. He got great big problems. Ugh. Also having problems, although I think I've overcome the problems now with my clarified cocktail. Man, this is pretty fucking tasty. Yay, working now. Thanks, Mega Leech. Hey, Justin. Friggin' had just a cavalcade of weird shit happen, but we're here now. And we'll gear into a Friday night and see what's what. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking over there. I'm obsessing about my cocktail. I'm clarifying. I disappear over here for a minute, but I'll keep talking and I'll trip over some cables. That would just make my fucking night. Right, so I'm going to move a few things around and see what's what. And gonna tip some of this in. Ooh, that'll do. Alright. We'll see how that goes. Things are giving me the shits tonight. I made this sort of sangria rum punch cocktail. It's really fucking good. Something's going my way, at least. Justin, I think I also saw some reference to autism in animals, but and calling bullshit might be too strong a word, but I think the issue is going to be very complex. Actually, it'll either be a simple, straightforward no, or it'll be complex and it'll take a while to work out. And you come to the big question of, it's bad enough, the tendency to over-pathologize humans, but you're going to start pathologizing animals. That's getting a bit fucking weird, quite honestly. So I guess we'll see which way it goes. It's super obviously not my area of expertise. It's just my initial impulse is, feels like someone wanting attention, as in the person doing the research. But who knows? It's a strange and mysterious universe. What's the quote? More things in heaven and earth? Now I want that quote. It's a Shakespeare quote. Yes. If I put it in more things in heaven and earth. It's Hamlet. There are more things. I didn't trust myself, but I think I did know it. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Megaleech, thank you. Working on all three now. The fuck why it was not working before, I do not know. I started off with some weird ass message from Facebook. And I tried to fix it, and then it's like 5 minutes in, and there's no one here. And wait, it's only streaming to Facebook? What the fuck? So I just had to kill the first one, do you think? Justin, interesting concept. Okay, here's the thing. The pursuit of advancing knowledge is a good thing. whether new ways of thinking are always an advancement is open for debate. And but I'm a big believer in previously held things being proven down the line to not be true is not a failing of science, it's a success, because you need to continue to be questioning. I'm just getting in one of my philosophical moods because all manner of truly horrible things have been done by people who say they were, in a quest to advance knowledge. It was for science. Like the worst things imaginable, all the various oppressions um, uh, through history, racism, sexism, homophobia, eugenics, all these things, someone said they were just doing science. And to me, it's always an interesting balancing act. I mean, we've seen morons in abundance during COVID. People who abuse the idea like, oh, you can't say the science is settled. And it's just like, if you are at all a rational person, you need to find an equilibrium. Are drug pharmaceutical companies trustworthy? No, they are not. We have an incredibly long list of fuckery they do. Are politicians of any stripe trustworthy by default? Of course not. We have examples of politicians of all persuasions do things. But you've got to come up with a baseline and go, I need to kind of accept expert views to this point unless I find something compelling to point me otherwise. Hey, Rays, what's happening? Justin, not true. In fact, particularly you look throughout history, advances in science and mathematics in the Middle Ages from Muslim scholars, the Jesuits promoted learning in Christianity, and scholarly pursuits in Judaism have always been big. Now, do we repeatedly throughout history see examples of people using religion to crush science or crush inquiry? Yes. But the broad sweeping statement, religion does not like advancement of knowledge, that's too broad. And Rays, Williamstown, am going to the event at Williamstown. We spend a lot of time, because it's a Saturday night. All the fucking accommodation in Williamstown was stupid expensive. And it made the night extremely expensive if we stayed somewhere. And I know, we looked it up. Getting a taxi home is about a quarter the cost of accommodation in Williamstown. So we're going to go and we're going to get a taxi home. So that is the plan. So, but I thank you for your tip, because I did look up the place you said. It did look nice. It was just going to cost $270 for the night. And it's like, no. So, yep, just decided to not stay overnight and actually come home. It's going to have like a half-hour cab ride home while pissed. Oh. Wild. Yeah, Rays, it's good. It's because it's a Saturday night. Like, so I think during the week, some of the prices are only half that, but it's a Saturday fucking night, and they're just like, One night, Saturday night, we're going to charge you like a wounded fucking bull. And so we decided not to do that. Justin, that makes sense. And also, I imagine certainly London would be impossible to get accommodation. Sorry, that's just promoted all manner of stupidity. So yeah, Jesus Christ, people are acting fucking weird over that. But yep, it's a thing. Dr. Abigail, it was the royal we, as in me. Actually, it was me and fucking StreamYard had a full start. Oh, Ray, he's going to get a cheap flight to the US. Yeah, I don't really. I still don't really want to travel at the moment. Who knows? Next year, things might be different. I haven't had a proper holiday in many a long year. In fact, I don't even fucking remember. Karen, you love the cheap and dangerous in America. That's funny. Are you an insomniac, by the way, Karen? Having seen you pop up a couple times lately, I do semi-regularly get friendos from, well, not just North America, but also from parts of Europe where it is an ungodly hour for them while it's evening for me. So, but particularly when someone from America's on the stream, I'm like, are you like an early riser or an insomniac? Or, are you a night shift worker? Because we had that. I remember Gecko when he was driving, and he managed to connect with his phone and gave us the tour of this huge fucking truck stop. There were like, I don't know, it was like there was 20 or 30 petrol pumps. Then we went in the hugest convenience store in there, and there was a wall of jerky. There were like 40 or 50 sorts of jerky. It was amazing. So Karen, 3 to 4 hours night, 3 or 4 hours day. Ah, okay. But if that's your body clock, that you actually break up the sleep, then well and good. At least I hope it is. I hope it works for you. My sleep for the last, year or so? I think, again, the time dilation caused by COVID is fucking ridiculous. I think I got my CPAP machine about a year ago. I don't think it was 2 years ago. I think it was about a year ago. So yeah, no, I hooked myself up with my little mask and hoses and get air forced in my nose so I don't stop breathing. And I have a little app that tells me how successful I was at during the night. Did I have it's not even a mask. It's like a little thing that goes under my nose. Did I have that on properly? How many events? Oh, they call it events. An event is you stop breathing. And yes, as I've said many times, my sleep test before I got the machine is like 37 times an hour I stopped breathing. CPAP machine reduces that by 90 to 99%. Nettie, tub of warm Nutella on the carpet. Damn it. Does that mean you were microwaving the Nutella to make it warm? That it probably actually does look like poo on the floor. Warm Nutella on the carpet. Suspiciously like someone pooed on the carpet. Okay, that was a yummy first drink for the evening. What are we? 8:20. Okay, that's not too bad. Sometimes I throw back my first drink too fast. Oh, Nettie, I also don't know what to do. My tip, which may be worthless, is like with a wet cloth, pick up most of it, and then I think I'd pour some hot water on it to try and melt it and like get it up with a sponge or something. Is it legal to temporarily import a car from the US, drive it on Australian roads with US plates? That sounds extremely unlikely to me. But again, it's falling into an area that's not my expertise, so I don't know. Oh, well, that's priorities, Karen. Lulu keeps a jar of Nutella in a room with a tiny spoon. Just for emergencies, just when you need it. I mean, it's like that old saying. Why do you have a jar of Nutella and a spoon next to your bed? Well, I'd rather have it and not need it instead of needing it and not having it. So just be there for those moments where you're going like, oh, I need some Nutella. I think McLeachy went and looked up the stream. So the sleep study was April 2021. I didn't get the CPAP machine for a couple months after that. So I'm into my second year of using the CPAP machine. Most of the time I get I'm gamified. Let's see if I show you the app called My Air, and it goes near. So I got 98 last night. I didn't have the mask sealed properly. Most nights I get 100. Occasionally I fuck up. Here's a little bar chart. I fucked up the mask the other night. See, a small one is good, and this anomalous one, I just did not have it on properly. But yes, the events range from 0.1 an hour to 4 an hour, so there's a bit of variety. But yes, so anyway, I gamify my sleep. I get a score. How good am I at sleeping? Out of 100, what score do I get for sleeping? Which is a bit weird, and I'm kind of obsessed by it. I really want to get 100 every day. It takes, I don't know, an hour or so to upload. There's a SIM card in the CPAP machine that talks to my phone, and I wait till the thing is, and I hit the button, tell me the score, and it you get the little spinny thing that it's thinking, and I'm going, come on, 100, come on, 100. And then it actually does a little speedo thing, starts at 0 and goes, to your score. And I just have these couple seconds of going, come on, 100. I'm really fucking easily amused, is what I'm saying. So, Justin, that would be an interesting one. You actually just hit the nail on the head, which makes me think you absolutely cannot drive a car on Australian roads with overseas plates, because you've got to now you've got to be registered. You've got to have at least the third party insurance and that sort of thing. So while I am more than prepared to be corrected, my gut feel is no, you cannot drive a car on Australian roads with international plates. You have to. Well, wait, is that the AIDSy monster? I think it is. Okay, so AIDS is going to come on and say hello. I will email him the link. Come on, Gmail, open up. We are sending this to AIDSy. Sending him the link. So that's done. Now to reply to him, I just have to go put emailed you the link, auto completes. So we're getting some AIDSy time tonight. Won't that be fun? Actually, when he gets here, I might let him start. Well, it's hard to not let him start talking. He just goes, and I might go over the other side for a minute and fiddle with my cocktail. I'm clarifying. It's being at least semi-successful. It's successful enough. I'm fucking dealing with it. It's fucking given me shit earlier, and I don't really know why. But say la vie. We'll just move on. I think we'll just accept that that was a thing that happened, and take it from there. Okay. Oh, God. Brit's queuing up. Jesus fuck. Ooh, okay. There's one that's going to excite Kirsten. Junipalooza coming back to Melbourne. You're both glad I added tail to the end of that sentence. I don't even remember what the sentence was. Yeah, because I'm just here talking shit. 3-day gin festival, Junipalooza. 21st to 23rd of October. That's pretty soon. Wowzers. Returning in 22 after a brief hiatus. 50 different Australian and international craft distillers, sharing well over 100 gins, which can be tasted both neat and with tonic. So they're going Hernu from Sweden, Hapusa from India, Aussie legends including Four Pillars, Archie Rose, Never Never, Poor Tom's, Little Juniper. Neat. I don't know if I'm going to do this other thing. All right, going over there to fiddle with my cocktail. Hey, the night's young. The night is young. See, that's why I was confused, because I didn't put tail on the end of a sentence, and you're both bad people. So, that's interesting. I did not get a reply from AZ, and he almost always sends unnecessary replies. And he hasn't done that. And he hasn't appeared yet. Anyway, it's Mexican Independence Day. So I might have another go at the complicated old-fashioned I was making last night with some tequila in it. Maybe I should put mezcal. Tequila, mezcal, and a whiskey and brandy, maybe. I could do that. That could be a thing that I do. All right. I got my video. I was shooting video this afternoon, and then I got kind of distracted, and I haven't finished. Might finish it tomorrow. Right. Doobie doobie doo. Tequila is there. All right. Let's get some ingredients. Gonna get some ingredients. Tequila. Actually, maybe I'll do pisco. Tequila and pisco. And which whiskey? Apple whiskey. And Death Squad. Peloton de la Muerte. And I need a sugar syrup, and I used a whole bunch of syrups today. But I still have a little bit of this one, so I'm going to make some syrups this weekend. I had so many syrups, and I just used them all up. Right, and I even have my jigger. where my jig is at. Right, a little bit of syrup. All right, we're all happening. We're all here. I'm going to put just a little bit of mezcal. Cheeky splash of mezcal to get some smoke in there. Now, now just got the wafts of that mezcal coming out. It's nice. Some pisco. Okay, and a little bit of tequila. And whiskey. Sticky toffee apple whiskey, which is a somewhat fanciful name. Whiskey that was finished in Applejack barrels. Applejack being distilled cider, essentially. Oh, and some bitters. And so it does have apple flavors, and it does have sweetness. Still a bit fanciful to call it sticky toffee apple, but, you know, marketing. That's what people like. They like to market things. Okay. Stir my drink because I want to chill it. And even dilute it a little bit because it's pretty goddamn boozy. All right, I am really wondering if something happened to AZ now. Because not only is he not here on the stream, he didn't reply to my text. I don't think he did. Going to double check. Yep. Okay. Well, that's how things go with AZ. When he says he's going to be here, that means anywhere from a minute from now to an hour from now to maybe not at all. We're going to see. We're going to see what happens. Speaking of gonna see, okay, that was the big news event, Junipalooza coming back to Melbourne. Right. You got another crash with 5 teenagers, except no one got killed in that one, I don't think. Wow. House prices tipped to fall 10%. Wow, wouldn't that be terrible? Soon anyone will be able to afford a house if that keeps happening. Hi, Jude. Oh, okay. Nettie, you did it. Well, I'm assuming did it. You mean you cleaned up the spilled Nutella? Okay, Jude, just here, I'm going to show off the entire cat shirt because he's a great trippy cat. He's like science cat making scientific cocktails. And also high as a kite. Look at those eyes. Oh, God, speaking of high as a kite, I watched the first part of a series on Netflix called How to Change Your Mind. It's about hallucinogens. And they do all these effects and stuff. It's definitely designed to be watched while you're on hallucinogens. But it also seems like just genuinely interesting subject matter. Nice, Nettie. Well, that's a win. Starting off with a stressful thing of spilling the warm Nutella, now you cleaned it. Ah, Jude. Mine's the long neck cat fast as your granny snap. These shirts are all very retro. The things I've been collecting during COVID. Oh, I haven't even counted them. What is it? Somewhere between 20 and 30 of them I have. They're very much in the very sort of 50s, 60s style. whether they be Hawaiian or bowling shirt type things. Cats are really popular. I have a couple of cat ones, but the websites that sell these shirts, so many more cat shirts on them. In fact, it's absolutely surreal the number of themed shirts they have, like mushroom shirts. They have a whole bunch of shirts themed around mushrooms. Didn't know there was a demand for mushroom shirts. Oh man. Oh wow, that's really fucking good. Yeah, the first couple I got were just retro designs. Then I realized they had cocktail themed ones, and I'm like, I could get cocktail themed ones. And so I did. And now I have a shit ton of cocktail themed ones. Some quite diverse styles in them. Should do a fashion parade video at one point. All right, I've got this ridiculous thing happening in the US. The special master appointed to review the Trump case. Federal judge has appointed a veteran New York jurist to serve as an independent arbiter who will review records seized during FBI's search of former US President Donald Trump's Florida home last month. District judge refused a request by the Justice Department to lift her temporary prohibition. Department previously said the arbiter should not be allowed to inspect the batch of records. It's expected to contest the judge's order, Federal Appeals Court. Wow, yeah, that whole thing just seems super fucking weird. So the special master was a former federal prosecutor, served as chief judge of the federal court in Brooklyn. Both the Justice Department and Mr. Trump's lawyers said they'd be satisfied with his appointment. Jesus fucking Christ. It's so strange. It's so very, very strange. But what can we say? We live in strange times. Strange days indeed. Most peculiar mama. Ugh, so that's ridiculous shit. Is there anything else interesting? Stupid shit about the Royals. Fuck that off. Technology? No, nothing interesting. iPhone 14. The only reason to see glitzy new movie. New Kate pick is a disaster for Charles. It's just like, ugh. I would just like if there was a button I could push that said, no media ever show me anything about the British royal family again. I'd be really fucking happy. I'd be really happy if I could have that. Because it's bizarrely frustrating to friggin' deal with their bullshit. Particularly the tabloids' psychosis, racist. Let's be just be honest. It's racism driving it, but their weird, fucking obsessive behavior with Meghan Markle. It's incredibly disturbing. It's just like, why are they so fucking obsessed? I mean, it's because they're racist. I mean, I keep answering my own question, but it still friggin' does my head in. And the fact that we're subjected to this so much, it's ridiculous. Anyway, important news. I'm just also noticing how long my hair is. It's fairly long. I'm going to go into the city next week. I haven't really been into the city lately. Work thing, office. I think I hope my barber's still in business because I haven't been there for months. And I'll get a trim, make sure it's healthy, shape my beard a bit. Then I'm thinking of coloring my hair for a lark. Nettie, I have no idea if I'm talking about the smirk. I assume that's in some reference to the royal stories. I've been making a practice of not fucking reading them, so I don't know what they're on about. That is a fun fact, Justin. Spain and France both had monarchs titled Charles III. How many of them were beheaded? Charles I was, or he's hanged. All right. Just nudging Aizy, just kind of checking and saying, what's happening? What's happening, big guy? Hey, Big Pat, how you doing? I love that, Nettie. Horrible Histories had a great song for Charles II. Nice. Horrible Histories could be pretty freaking good, quite honestly. Sorry, I'm going to keep doing this distracted thing because I'll show you. Clarified cocktail. So it's in there, going through there and filtering and just going here, going drip, drip, drip. It's going to take a real long time. Oh, Nettie, you want to come on camera and sing the Horrible History song? I'd be up for that. I didn't watch enough Horrible Histories to memorize any of their songs. Partying. I've literally never heard that, Justin. A movie titled Charles III predicted Harry would marry a black girl and leave the royal family, all before he met Meghan. Now I feel compelled to look that up. Movie Charles. King Charles III. 2017 future history television film. Written in blank verse, set in the future. Film focuses on the reign of Charles III. Ooh. Got 2 BAFTA nominations. Charles and family gather for a funeral. So Charles is doing bloody blah. In parallel, Harry has begun a relationship with Jessica Edwards, a working-class Republican who has made him reconsider his desire to remain a member of the royal family. Jess approaches royal press about an ex-boyfriend of hers who's threatening to leak compromising photographs. Charles and Prince William have seen the ghost of Princess Diana, promising each man he will become the greatest king of all. Oh, starring. Right. Tamara Lawrence. Right, there's no photos of her in Wikipedia. Now I want to see a photo of her. Oh, she started as a former slave, so I assume. Oh, yes, she's a black woman. There you go. That is a weird little twist. Jude, do you think we should do Horrible Histories karaoke? That could work. Yeah, so I looked it up. How's that for a twist? Harry has a black girlfriend in it. She's very different to Meghan Markle, but well, isn't it weird when funny little things like that happen? So yeah, it seems like it's at least okay to BAFTA nominations, Best Single Drama, and Best Actor. Tim Pigott-Smith is Chuckles in it, and he was nominated for Best Actor. There you go. Oh god, and he was in classic Doctor Who in the 70s too. Nice. Very familiar name, Tim Pigott-Smith. All right. And no reply from AD for my second text message. Curiouser and curiouser. All right, I'm just going to go over here and do a thing because, as I mentioned, I'm obsessing about this. I'm trying to... Oh my god, it's so sloppy. That's what she said. It's a really nice amber color. The unfiltered one is very purple, like almost opaque. Ah, yes, Judy's in the 80s version of Clash of the Titans. There you go. So, Justin, that's another prediction in it, is it? Charles will abdicate in favour of William. Well, that was a rumour for years. But one of the things with Chuckles, I believe he point blank said that wouldn't happen. Do you want to taste that one? And we'll get a glass and taste some out of that bottle. I just had some of the unfiltered one, and it's really good. Yeah, have that one. Because of all the stuff I did, there's like a lot of it, and I'm having to... Oh, you're just going for it. Dude, have it all. Can I have a taste of it, actually? I haven't tasted that one. That's really good. Yum, that's really good. Oh, well. There's lots of this. AZ. Computers, there's a clash. I'm sure it's an off thing. All right. And a bite to eat. All right. This is one of those things where AZ wanting to join doesn't happen for an hour. That's okay. Good to know. Good to know that he's still with us. Anyway, I'm going to really mix up my drinks tonight. Yum. Okay. So my complicated old-fashioned works. I think the añejo tequila was a bit much. Oh God, I don't know anyone who remembers the 80s Clash of the Titans, Harry Hamlin. There was this bizarre thing because Star Wars was so successful with the robots. And then with Yoda, there were so many movies putting something cute into them because it had worked for Star Wars and they wanted it too. And probably the most egregious one, it was Clash of the Titans, when one of the gods made, is it Perseus? Made him a clockwork owl. Oh my God, that was like friggin' embarrassing. And there was even a reference to it in the recent version with the Aussie guy in it, Sam Worthington. When he's looking at all these, he's getting weapons from it, and the Clockwork Owl's there, and he goes, "Oh, what's that?" And someone just sort of tosses away, "It's nothing, it's rubbish." It was a neat little joke. The Japanese royal family, well, now they're very ceremonial. The English royal family is largely ceremonial, although they do have a constitutional role. I don't think the Japanese royal family have any constitutional role. I think the Americans forced that on them after World War II. But mind you, there you get super fucking conservative people in Japan who want the royal family to form the basis of government again. The same people who fucking want monuments to World War II war criminals. Flies under the radar a bit here outside of Japan, just how bad the far right in Japan is. But they're pretty fucking bad. All right. Definitely got this is a hexagonal bottle, which is just cute. And it's not even completely even. You see, it's but I'm definitely keeping this bottle when I finish it because it's neat. I like different ones. So, all right, I'm going to put a few bottles back. Like, for instance, I won't keep this bottle because it's not that interesting. All right, put these back. All right. You go there. You can go there. Pisco goes up here with the other brandies. The mezcal goes down here. And the whiskey goes over here. It's actually very strong today. I got an email. My tropical drink. I got an email that the Starward Distillery had a new limited edition whiskey, and I didn't buy it because I thought, no, I have bought a bunch of whiskeys lately, and I need to not buy more. You know what? Fuck it. I got another bottle of this. This is a fun thing the Bricks Distillery do. They're a rum distillery in Sydney. We call it Citrus Got Real. You get it? Citrus Got Real? It's an Australian cane spirit with blood orange, almond, cardamom, orris root, Szechuan pepper, native pepperberry. Only made 1,000 bottles, and I got 2 of them. This one's empty now, but don't panic. I have another one because it's like 38% alcohol, but it tastes like a cocktail. Like I think they kind of recommend it, with some soda or something, but I just drink it straight from the bottle. It's yum. And I haven't had any for a little while, so. Oh man, it's really, really tasty. There's a lot going on with it. Those spices they put in, it's cardamom, pepperberry, Szechuan pepper, orris root, almond. It actually has just the tiniest bit of spice. I wouldn't call it spicy as such, but it's just got a tiny bit. Yeah, Jude, that's sorry, we're going to save that for when AIDS is here talking about an arse root. It is super tasty. If I hadn't have used up all my cream of coconut today making the thing over there, I'm going to put some of this with cream of coconut and shaken it and make it like a version of a pina colada. That would have been really fucking good, actually. Oh, well, I'm going to be in a bit of a makery mood this weekend. For the longest time, I had all these syrups in the fridge. And I thought, man, I'm never going to use them. I just use them all. I've got no syrups in there now. So I was like, oh, I actually have to make a couple of syrups this weekend. Just for, cocktail emergencies. You don't want to be without sugar syrup when making cocktails. Japanese royal family doesn't want to rule. What do you do when your God literally says they don't want to rule? Well, Japanese right wing are pretty weird. Well, being royal is certainly weird. There are all these constraints on what you do while living a life of ridiculous luxury that's had at the expense of so many oppressed and colonized people. But it is this weird setup where you don't have a lot of control over your own life. Mind you, as I said before, as much as, I don't want to go, ooh, boo-hoo, celebrities, hard off. Pretty much anyone in the public eye, anyone who's doing anything you admire. This is whether you're into sport, music, arts, acting, other thing. The celebrities, the big stars, the ones who are making shit tons of money, they don't get to have anything approaching a normal life. Like Amelia Boohoo, they're living in the lap of luxury. But I think people regularly don't acknowledge what celebrities give up. And it's all well and good to say, oh, we don't do it. But, people want them. People want their sports stars. People want their music stars. People want their actors, their celebrities, all these things. So there's quite a degree of hypocrisy in the general public, and I include myself in this. I'm not putting myself above other people because I'll fucking shit on celebrities all day, but it's very easy to gloss over the very fucked elements of their lives. Again, it's not as fucked as someone struggling to exist, not by a long shot, but yeah, that's the phrase. Jude, birds in gilded cages. Nettie reminds you of Billy Connolly saying money's compensation for fame. Being famous without money. Well, the fucking internet did that. Particularly YouTube. Like before you could make money from YouTube. But there is a whole range of social media, and it still happens, particularly, with TikTok. You get people who are internet famous, and it means there's millions of people watching the shit they put on the internet, but they're not making money. But they're stacking shelves at a supermarket. They're serving at a McDonald's or whatever. It's a really fucked up thing that the internet actually created, and also the reality TV thing the last couple of decades. It did create things where people get famous without getting any money. It's terrible. Justin, wouldn't want to be Prince Hisahito, 14-year-old Japanese prince, future of the monarchy. Imagine the pressure. Yeah, that would kind of suck. And Japan is a culture that puts a lot of pressure on young people. Oofed. Yeah. Humans, why are we so fucked? You just keep seeing examples of, wow, that's a really shitty thing that the humans have done there, and they've done it to themselves. Why did they do it to themselves? Weird, bloody humans. What's wrong with them? And I don't know, but something's wrong with the humans. Okay, They're not right. They're not right in the head, the humans. Don't know what their problem is, but they got a problem. There's I forget who came up with it, but it's like a social media meme of God saying into an angel, "There's my greatest creation. I call them humans." And the angel says, "Greatest creation. You took a perfectly good monkey and gave it anxiety." And I feel like that's us. I was going to say sometimes, but I'll actually correct that to say a lot of the time. That's us. Monkeys with anxiety. You think boredom's the problem, Jude? You may well be onto something there. We do terrible things out of boredom. The classic, hold my beer, watch this. How many humans, and this is mostly going to be young men, but their last words were, watch this. And then they died. Justin, I wouldn't be surprised if the Japanese didn't accept a princess on the throne. Although, again, I may be indulging too much in stereotypes there, but we shall see. I mean, there are a surprising number of royal families around the world. I think the one that probably shits me more than the British is the Thai king, because you can be jailed for the perception of having said something bad about the king. When I found that out, I made a video that means I can't go to Thailand because I just made a video saying the king of Thailand fucks goats. I have pictures. And a lot of people didn't get the reference. It was a Wayne's World reference when you had the big ads. This man blows goats. I have pictures. Oh god, and I mean, no one talked about it, but I watched one episode of it. Mike Myers had a series on Netflix. It's typical, like, Mike Myers playing a bunch of roles. And it was like meant to be a spoof of the Illuminati or whatever. It was fucking terrible. I mean, it was fucking awful. Like, they would make really, really, really bad jokes and repeat them 3 or 4 times just in case you didn't pick it up the first time. Like, it was fucking terrible. And there would be setups that might have been funny if they were just allowed to happen. But because it's like they were so worried people wouldn't get the joke, someone would laboriously explain the joke. That was it. The Pentaveret. I watched one episode and it was like, Jesus fucking Christ. Because it had Keegan Michael Key in it. I think he's fucking hilarious. And Jesus, it sucked. That sounds odd. I wouldn't have thought a slug would have any adverse effect on you. Your stomach acids would just kill it. Oh my God. We used to, when I was a kid, tell each other things and we'd convince ourselves it's true. Like, you can't swallow chewing gum because it go down and it will wrap around your heart and kill you. Like, there's a connection between your esophagus and your heart. It's ridiculous. Oh, was that seriously based on a throwaway line from So I Married an Axe Murderer, which is a movie I like? Ray's horror movie, His House. Oh, okay. I'll try and remember that. I rarely enjoy horror movies. And I don't mean they scare me. I just mean they don't scare me and I don't really get into them. So it's just my thing. I'm not trying to diss anyone who likes horror movies. It's just not my thing usually. The death slugs from The Expanse. Yeah, you don't want to eat them. Whew. Um, hmm. I exactly, Jude Maris. If gum can escape your digestive tract and run loose in your chest cavity, you go, well, yeah, like big fucking holes somewhere in your digestive tract. But I still remember we used to actually fucking say that and swear it was true. Jesus Christ, you come up with stupid shit when you're kids. Um, as severely flawed as the show is, one of the things I always loved about South Park is the repeated message of kids are fucking mutant, idiot, dangerous lunatics. And adults occasionally have an incredibly stupid, naive idea that kids are pure and wonderful, and they're not. Kids are deranged, demonic little monsters and stupid as fuck. It's just that some adults are equally as stupid. Some adults do not outgrow the stupid, or they develop a different sort of stupidity, particularly the stupidity that thinks kids are somehow wonderful and pure. Um, I haven't watched an episode of South Park for years, and they're still going, right? Um, which is wild. I think they're second only to The Simpsons with how many seasons they've done. Um, it's a whole wild thing. Adults are kids with bills. Yeah. Serays. Refugees in England have to go through get out of Sudan. Um, well, again, it is Australia's eternal shame, uh, the active torture of refugees and asylum seekers, the majority of whom are refugees or seeking asylum because of Australia's foreign policy or Australia's support of the foreign policy of our allies, which turned people's homes into fucking war zones. Um, and the fucking, like John Howard just mainstreamed the racist reactionary attitudes towards refugees and asylum seekers. Um, but Labor, since the Howard years, have been spineless fucking cowards who won't stand up to this shit. And so, yeah, the detention centres, the torture camps that Australia puts refugees in, literally make their life worse than the war zone they fled from. It is a fucking disgrace. It's an abomination, and it is also costs us a fortune. It's on top of just being morally repugnant. It's this huge fucking scam where Liberal Party donors rake in hundreds of millions of tax dollars to torture these people. Justin, why is The Simpsons still going? Because it makes money. Last I heard, it had the highest ad rate. And this was a couple years ago, so maybe the gloss has gone. And by a couple, I mean only about 3. But The Simpsons had the highest ad rate of any show in America. That's why it keeps running, because it keeps making a fuck ton of money. Shows get cancelled not because they're bad, but because they don't make money. Very good shows that don't make money get cancelled. Very shitty or at best pedestrian or ordinary shows run for ages because they make money. It's that straightforward. Um, Capitalism, baby. Why The Simpsons makes money? I don't know. I still think it's funny because I talk in Simpsons memes all the time, but it's always from the first 10 seasons. Like all the memes you see online uh, and whatnot, they're all from the first 10 seasons. And it's in like 35 or 38 seasons. No one does memes from the later seasons. They just don't. Which is, and there's probably been a couple of good episodes. I mean, I remember watching one a couple of years ago, and there was a couple of good laughs in the episode. But in terms of the social currency and the memes, it's all the first 10 seasons. There you go, Jude. But that's a thing. You don't have to see eye to eye with The Simpsons. Um, but yeah, nothing. Oh, what's that? Nothing's universal. And I personally am very wary because I could rattle off a bunch of shit. I either don't like or I refuse to waste time watching. But I try not to do the because I'm better than you. I don't like that. Big Bang Theory. I don't like it because I'm better than you. Do you like when I don't like it. It found an audience. It found a big audience. It made a fuck ton of money. A bunch of very angry people have done very ranty stuff about why they don't like the Big Bang Family. The Big Bang Family. That's the Pornhub version. The Big Bang Family. Oof. Incest on porn sites. What's that about? Obviously, it's about incest, but Justin, instead of putting people in detention, why not let them in and not tell them? Oh, again, it happens because John Howard weaponized racism in an election campaign, and the Liberal Party have only gotten worse. And Labor are spineless fucking cowards and won't stand up to it. They just go, oh no, we can be just as cruel and racist to these people as the Liberal Party. Vote for us. Hey, you Jim. Something's run out of puff, but good when it had puff. Yeah. Yeah, it's nothing lasts forever. Actually, okay, now here's the thing. You look at I'm thinking while we're talking about TV shows, I'm thinking like actors and even people who produce things. You kind of expect them to get better as they go along. There are variants, but it's like you get better. But music, have you ever noticed like you don't expect bands and stuff if they stick around for 20 years to be better? They just get boring. It's like rock and roll is a young person's game. AIDS shit itself. AIDS's having connectivity problems. I had a vibe he was having a difficult time. See, Jude Maris, I'd never watched Big Bang enough to know that. So proper based on who's screwing, who's upset about. It's disturbing how many of the jokes in Big Bang Theory are about rape, about getting people drunk, inebriated, affected by drugs, so you can have sex with them. That's rape. It's just some really fucking unsettling base level fuckery in that. It's kind of like the old 80s movie Revenge of the Nerds. Like, yeah, it's great. And then you realize a central thing with the hero in that is a sexual assault. And it's just like, wow. Wow, we just let shit like that slide in the 80s, didn't we? But I'm trying to think, what else do I want to shit on? Stuff that I don't watch that I want to shit on. And I have watched Big Bang Theory. I didn't watch much of it, but I have watched it. Okay, yeah, no, the Big Bang Theory was not as bad as the Mike Myers thing, the Pentaveret. That was fucking terrible. And it's like there's so much TV now. A giveaway for me is usually like if I haven't got around to watching something and I'm not sure I was watching it, I was like, have people been talking about it? Have people been talking about it? Because if people don't talk about it, it's probably not good. And because sometimes stuff that's not getting ratings or not getting high profile still has a buzz online. You'll have people talking about it. But to me, it's like, it's usually a kiss of death. If something's coming and you're going, oh, no one's talking about it, can't be good. Justin, boats never stop coming, stopped reporting them. You do that, you might as well. I don't think that's completely accurate. I believe you can actually find out how many refugee asylum seeker boats were intercepted. Again, this is one of the things I'm prepared to be proven wrong, but I don't think it's literally the case. Yes, again, that was another Liberal Party thing that John Howard pioneered. We don't divulge on water operational matters, but I believe you can find out, because I actually personally did see reports of various things. So, okay, so here we are, 1 hour in. I still don't even. I don't even feel like half Tim Smithed. Like, I definitely shouldn't get in a car and drive now. But then again, as I always say, it's because I'm a responsible individual and not a narcissistic abomination like Tim fucking Smith. The fact he seems determined to do damage to the Liberal Party on his way out in the lead up to this election, because he believes the fact that they said, no, dude, you have to resign, is a slight on him. It's funny. Just him fucking hatcheting is funny. Look at this. Someone not even bothering to fridge ninja. It's just like, screw you guys. I'm just going through in my pizza Udi and grabbing something out of the fridge. Screw you guys. Just going. Where are you getting a cider? Fair enough. He's also, that was young Mr. Angry. He's tall enough to just walk through there and his head's out of shot. Like, he's bordering on 6 inches. He's 4 to 6 inches taller than me. I don't know where the fuck that comes from, because his mum's a real shorty. Whereas young Ms. Angry is actually taller than a mum, but shorter than me. So she's the fridge ninja. She crawls under to stay out of shot. He's just tall enough to actually just walk in, and his head will stay out of shot. Well and good. Oh, yum. Okay. Oh, God. Now there's a few, because this thing I'm clarifying over here, I used up a couple of almost empty bottles on that. Ooh, that was a fun noise, wasn't it? So now there's a couple of bottles in the recycling. It's one of those weeks where I'm going to look like an alcoholic. But these are all bottles I've had for between, it took 6 months to a year, possibly longer, to empty them. But they've ended up being emptied in the same week. So, yeah, I'm going to look like an alcoholic in the recycling this week. That's interesting, Jim. Your babies have been smaller than you. Well, my daughter's smaller than me, but my son, he's quite the surprise packet, with him being like 6 foot tall. And I'm only about 5'8". So that's 4 inches, isn't it? That's not 6 inches. He's about 4 inches taller than me. Lucky I was always nice to him. Do the musical segment 1980s caveman with a bottle. I don't know. You do the. I'm trying to get the bottle thing go. It's not working. Oh, that's a bit better. Okay, that's some quality content. That is some quality content right there for the stream. Right. So that's now 3 bottles in recycling in one day. All right. Put that in there. Right. Excuse me for a second. I might go get my glass to drink some water while I consider another alcoholic beverage. But my water drinking glass I left in the other room. So, all right. I'm just going to put a bit more of this cocktail to clarify in here. Oh my God, that's just slop. All right. Still, it'll be pretty good. And the non-clarified one. Yeah, it tastes a bit more like wine. I just made it up. It's like it's a hybrid sangria. Oh, I did. I actually made it up. It's pretty straightforward. It's equal parts sweet blue, dark rum, white rum, orange juice, pineapple juice, sugar syrup, and the spices. Yeah. It's inspired by a recipe. I was thinking of curry punches. Toast slices, then put the juice in, that was inspiration. But yeah, the sangria had way more wine in it. I didn't use wine. No, I probably used proportionally more spirit. Sangria was like mostly wine. Yeah. And this was just equal parts. Pretty good. Do 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 do. Who knows the Goodies? I just remember the Goodies song. Everybody needs string. Yes, that's exactly what I was doing. Abigail. Jim, that's the product of being drunk, trying to be profound. Whereas I was just thinking of the Goodies song about string. String, 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 everybody string. String, 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 everybody string. There's something da 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 da. Hop on your vest, string is best. And that was like a weird metaphor for the oil industry in the 70s. Nice. Okay, that's what you want on a Friday night, Dr. Abigail. Getting a Coles order, including chocolate. Nice. All right, see, I'm just trying to be responsible. I'm going to drink a bit of water now. That is another class Goodie song, The Funky Given. They did a lot of Bill. I think Bill Oddie did the music for the Goodies. Was the other classic song was "A Cactus in My Y Front." I got a cactus in my Y front, a vulture in my head, just being kissed by a Tennessee miss, and I wish that I was dead. This is how often the ABC repeated that show. I have not seen it in 35, 40 years, but I saw it so many times in my early teens, preteens. I still fucking remember stuff. It's ridiculous. Absolutely. God, again, and because I grew up in a country town, we only had the ABC and one commercial channel that was an amalgam of the three metropolitan commercial channels. Yes, Kitten Kong is that. Oh my God, the Kitten Kong episode was great. The Goodies was so silly and so low budget. Yes. The Goodies. Oh, geez, Jim. Sorry, we're just going to revel in the Goodies for a wild thing. I think I love you, but I want to know for sure. Come here, hold me tight. Not quite that tight. Oh yes, I love you all right. It's probably the Goodies musical stuff's probably on YouTube. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. They're dressed up like as uptight London businessmen with the bowler hats and everything. Oh dear. Sorry, just reliving this shit from use. Hey, Carrigan Vegan. Oh, you grew up listening to How Green Is My Cactus on Triple M. God damn. See, again, I was in the country, so I didn't get those metro radio stations. And when I got to the city, I didn't listen to them. I've been fucking wanker and listening to Triple J. Actually, if I was a super wanker, I'd be listening to community radio, which I never actually did. But yeah, oh my God, radio in the country when I was a kid was fucked. So fucked. Dr. Abigail, that's your childhood as well. How green was my cactus? Yeah, yeah. No, but radio in the country was fucking awful. Like it was country music and top 40 music, and it was just fucking sucked. And then you get ABC AM. Jesus fuck. That was just like old people. Um, it is so fucked. And yeah, so like I said, we had the ABC, and the ABC in the 80s was really conservative. And one commercial channel that would pick and choose programs from the three Sydney channels. So it's really funny when I went to college, and a lot of the people there were from Sydney, and it would all be going, "Oh, I remember watching this show as a kid." And I go, "Yeah, I remember that one. Oh, I remember the show. Yeah, I remember. Does he remember this one? Never seen that." They go, "How have you seen them?" And then I explain to them, "Okay, well, we had this one commercial channel, and it would like pick and choose shows from the Sydney Metro and things. So I would see some things that you saw, but other things my local channel just never picked up, so I never saw them." Cowhacking Vegan, listen to Triple R. See, I can't even be bothered. I listen to, streaming services. I got YouTube Music. When I'm in the car, sometimes I'll listen to Triple J just to get exposed to new music. Otherwise, I'll use the streaming service to listen to stuff I already like. And then, like, I'll pick up the occasional new thing from Triple J and cool, and I'll plug that into the streaming thing, like YouTube Music. Then it does an auto playlist. You pick one song, and they'll go, "Okay, I'll now auto generate a playlist based on that song and other stuff you've listened to previously." Okay, so excuse me for a minute. I'm going to say nine eyes to this thing. No. I think, okay, so that ding was probably AIDSy as well. I better see what's happening with him. Hello, Miss Mimsy. Are you going to come over and say hello? Internet's dead. Going to ask for help. Just letting him know. Just letting you know the next stream will be on Sunday. Hey, Safa. Had a thunderstorm. We had rain, no thunderstorms, but a bit of rain's meant to set in. I know, just where we are, we've been missing all the severe rain. You up in the country areas have been getting severe rain. Some of the suburbs have been getting hail and severe rain, and it's largely missed us. We had a bit of rain, but nothing that I'd call a storm. Like, what are they saying? Boom. What are they saying for the next couple of days? Maximum of 15 tomorrow. Gonna rain. Sunday, maximum of 16. Gonna rain more on Sunday. Monday, 17. Gonna rain less on Monday. And then the rain's going to stop on Tuesday. And Wednesday. And Thursday. All right, so the rain's going to stop after a couple of days. All right, so we're not seeing AIDSy tonight. One of those things. Strictly Sega, you rent Triple R. Never listened to it myself. If the internet's dead, AIDSy's alive. Yeah, that's a good sign. You're right. NP, you absolutely can lose internet during thing. So, Jim, TV's black and white. Next door at a color TV. Sesame Street characters all different colors. Not sure. When I were a lad, my grandparents, my mum's parents, lived just across the road. They got a color TV a couple of years before we did. So I'd occasionally go over to their place to watch a show in color if they would indulge us. Wait, what does he say there? Yeah, okay, so we're not seeing AIDSy tonight. Cypher, I have no idea what AIDSy's mobile is. It's in a building, it's shared, so it's all fucked. Strictly Sega, take an hour out of your day to listen to a radio show. I like that, Safa. Your mum got a colour TV for the baby bonus you were being born. Nice. Abigail, you had the NDIS install a B-Day. Wow. You got heated seat, heated water, heated air dryer. Sorry. I feel like it's been too long since I've done a stream from Dr. Abigail's place. I'm going to try out her B-Day. Oh dear, I'm just imagining me being Crocodile Dundee trying to work out what is. Wait, I worked out what? It's to wash your bum. What you doing, Mimsy? We got takeaway tonight, and the bag of the takeaway came in. She keeps sticking her head in because it still smells like food, but there's no food in it, so she's perpetually disappointed, but she never gives up. I've seen her come in and stick her head in the bag like 10 times. That's a good point, Tricky Sega. Be tricky to stream with the bathroom maker. But no, we the times have been at Dr. Abigail's place, we streamed from the main part of the flat. I would literally be taking time out to go out and tickle my bits with a stream from the B-Day. Sorry, somebody's saying the only thing cats care about is food, not humans. There was a webcomic I saw the other day. I think I shared a thing. Actually, I think I've got it. I think I saved it on my phone because I was showing it to Mrs. Angry because I thought it was pretty funny. No, that's not it. Yeah, it's like a dog going, "I'm afraid the human may never return." And the cat says, "What human?" And the dog says, "The one who feeds us, takes care of us, shows us unconditional love." And the cat goes, "Doesn't ring a bell." It's the difference between cats and dogs. Again, it's a dumb internet cliche, but I do remember seeing a thing like difference between cats and dogs. A dog looks at humans and goes, "They feed me, they care for me, they love me, they look after my every whim. They must be gods." And a cat goes, "They feed me, they look after me, they cater for my every whim. I must be a god." Yeah, it's a fundamental difference. Jim, good night. Is that you going, or is that a reference to something else? I don't know. Jude, reminded the mask days, echoey room. Oh yes. Farting in an echoey room is always funny. Strictly Sega. Oh yeah, no, I've actually seen the Twitch streams wearing bikinis in a kiddie pool. Yeah. Yeah, stringy for a BD. Mimsy, you going to come up here and say hello? Okay, I'm going to move some stuff to make it easy for you to get up here. Because there's a few obstacles at the moment. I'm just going to get them out of the way. So you can come. Can I come up here? Where'd you go, you weird cat? Oh, you want to sit on my lap? Yes, you want to sit on my lap. Come on, come on. Yes, no, maybe. She's been sick recently. We literally thought she was going to die, but she got better. There she is. Right, I'll adjust the camera. Because the internet wants to see Mimsy. Yeah. No, she actually got really sick in the last week or so. And I'm not joking. We legit thought she was going to die. All right, she's going to get up. All right, put this back up here. Can you get on your perch, Mimsy? All right, come here. Come here. Come here, you silly thing. I'll scratch you. There we go. There we go. Full Mimsy. Yes. Yes. She wants attention, don't you? Yeah, but like Mrs. Angry was legit picking out a bit in the garden to bury her because we absolutely thought she was going to die because she was really not well. She's really old. She's really skinny and she's really frail. But it's just like she had gastro or something, and then she got over it. After 2 or 3 days, she got over it, and she's back. Why are you just showing your bum to everyone, Mimsy? Come on, sit down. That's it, sit down. Funny bloody cat. She's a ridiculous bloody thing. You probably can't see how bony she is, but I like pat her down there. All I feel are bones. It's like, oh, spinal column, hips. She's so bony. She used to be a real fatty, and now she's really bony. But Shadow, our younger cat, who's, I don't know, 5-6 years younger than Mimsy, she's a little fatty. The other day I went to, I've been so used to like picking Mimsy up, and she weighs nothing. And I agree, Safa, she kind of looks like she's doing a number 2. She sits in really weird, awkward ways. I had to pick up Shadow and get her out of the way. And because she's smaller in size than Mimsy, but much fatter, I was really surprised when I went to pick up Shadow. I was like, she's so fucking heavy. Mimsy is just bones. You are just bones, Mimsy. And Shadow's a little fatty. Yeah? Look at it. She just fucking pat me more. I demand attention. You funny bloody cat. Honestly. What a bizarre animal. And she tends to sleep on me in the bed. And when I'm wearing my CPAP machine, it's easier for me to lie on my back, although I try to go on my side sometimes, but that kind of dislodges the mask. When I'm lying on my back, Mims will get on me, and so I'll like get with my legs open so she can sleep between my legs. And lately she's taken to just kind of walking over me and walking down towards being between my legs and then stopping when she's standing on my balls and I'm not moving. And I'm like, no. She was like, get off my balls, you annoying bloody cat. Yes, it's annoying, Mimsy. I don't want you to stand on my balls. But she's a cat. That's the thing she does. Oofed. Okay. Putting that out there. And Jude, you're probably right. It isn't comfortable for her to sit on her bony bum. Yes. I don't know why you don't go in the bedroom. Mrs. Angry's in the bed and I'm not in there. So you could just fucking sit on my bit of the bed. And I won't push you off. Depends how late the stream goes. If the stream goes past midnight, I like someone had to do it. Ray's aka Mrs. Slocum. For nice pussy. Again, Rays, you may be too young to remember Are You Being Served and Mrs. Slocum, who would just continually refer to my pussy. Oh my god, it was such a ridiculous fucking show. It was, oh my god. It was just that show. fucking hell. Set in department store Grace Brothers. Absolutely, Rays. You should not pass up opportunities like that. Safra, I'm about half Tim Smithed. As I always say, half Tim Smithed is any responsible person would not get in a car. Like me, I would not get in a car because I'm half Tim Smith. Fully Tim Smithed is where you will crash into a fucking fence. Half Tim Smith is when my reactions are dull enough that I would be a menace to society on the roads. Certainly above the legal, because he was almost 4 times over the limit, I think. 3 to 4 times. Oh, Saf, why do I have a false start? StreamYard did weird fucking shit to me, and originally it wasn't streaming to YouTube. And I tried to fix it, and it didn't work. So I had to literally kill the first stream and start a new one. It was very fucking annoying. It is a good band name, Dr. Abigail. Mrs. Slocum's Pussy. If you want to watch something absolutely appalling, there was actually a Are You Being Served movie. Fuck me, it's terrible. It's just fuck. Like, the TV show was dodgy as fuck, but the movie was terrible. So, Rays, what's crazy? Learned about aging out, a rant video I did years ago. People complain about music. You said it's crap. Oh, yeah. No. And that's the thing. People who think they're just somehow keeping it real by saying today's music is shit. It was better years ago. It's like, no, you're just fucking boring. You're fucking boring and old, and fuck you. Every generation does that. Every generation thinks they're different. They go, yeah. When I was young, the old people said my music was shit, but they didn't know what. But today's music's definitely shit. It's like, fuck you. You're just old and boring. And then young people go, no, I think old music is good too. And go, well, you're fucking boring. Yes. And that the prime thing, Jude, with Are You Being Served being shot in front of a studio audience, and the movie was set with the timing and cadence of that. There's no audience. It was terrible. It was fucking terrible. Oh, Jesus. This is me desperately trying not to be completely out of touch. I do, as I said, in my car, listen to Triple J, hear the occasional new artist. So then on my phone, I listen to YouTube music. I'll put one song in and get a playlist. And sometimes I go, yeah, you know what, fuck it, I'm listening to my 80s music. And other times it's like, oh, okay, here's a new artist I heard. I'll put them in and see what comes in after that. And so I end up with this really weird auto-generated playlists because I listen to a really weird mix of stuff. And I like that. I think it's good. And yes, Justin, old people always complain about young people. It's probably if you could decipher the markings on the oldest cave in the world where there were some art markings, it would probably be someone just going like, young people today, what's wrong with them? And what about those noises they make that they say are music? It's terrible. It's just like, fuck. And every generation that does it thinks they're different. They go, yeah, no, okay, sure. When I was young, all the old people said my music sucked, but they were the ones who were wrong. But now I think young people's music suck, and I'm definitely right. It's like, no, fucking no. And yes, Carol, I say, if you think Jay's music shit, they're not exploring it very well. Every genre, whenever someone says, all country music shit, it's going, well, you know, there is a bunch of good stuff that comes under the banner of country that's good. You just know. And the jazz is bad. No, there's stuff that's good. It's just you don't know shit. Metal's bad. No, you just don't know. There is, and of course, in terms of any artistic expression, whether it be music, acting, visual arts, whatever, the experience of what is good and bad is completely subjective. But again, I'm going to throw out there, I don't think there's any genre that's completely bad or completely good. It's just going to be down to your subjective interpretation of it and how you experience it, essentially. So just try not to be too fucking boring, basically. God, now I feel like okay, we're coming up on 2 hours. I think I'm allowed to have a toilet break at this. Okay, I could put a video on, or will I just leave you with Mimsy while I have a very quick toilet break? But I have a feeling if I walk away, she might follow me. I could leave it on Mimsy Cam. Would you stay here, Mimsy, and be Mimsy Cam? Or should I put a short video? Okay, now I kind of want to, every now and then, find a really fucking weird old uh, Angry Aussie video. My videos. Jesus, I used to do really long videos. Can anyone remember a weird old video of mine? Because I did play some pretty weird ones on the stream the other day. So who are we talking about? Cow hugging vegan, 20th anniversary of Polly Serena. Sriki Saga loves it as well. It's not familiar to me. Razor. Okay, I'm trying to think of. Oh, I know the one. I know the one I should play. The one I did in public. Where I'm angry about a billboard. That's it. It's only 2 minutes. And also, that's a fun test. Can I do my pee break in 2 minutes? That's a fun test, right? Raise, what was the kidnapping video? See, I've literally done thousands of hours of videos. I don't even fucking remember. I will occasionally get a comment on a really old video, and it will be a long video, and some fucking weirdo will obsess about one thing I said in it, and they expect me to respond to their comment. And I'm like, dude, that's a 10-year-old video. I've got no fucking idea what I said. Yeah, that's what we did that. Oh my god. Okay, I've got to fucking re-edit what happened to Scat Cat on the weekend. Opposites attract in the mouth. Graph Hunter is a super fucking funny guy. Okay, Raze, you've done it. I'm going to try and find it. Kidnapping. All right. See if Graph Hunter comes up. No. Graph Hunter. I typed that wrong. Okay, that's not telling me stuff. Lunch microphone. Melbourne, the Graph Hunter at Gasworks. That's 10 minutes though. Oh god, what? Okay. No, my videos. What was oh yeah, slow motion sneezes was another ridiculous one. Trying to think. Sorry, I should get back. What was Graph Hunter's nickname. Dirt, that's right. And because this guy fucking knew the history of Melbourne graph art. Yes. Dirt's kidnapped. Okay, it's 3 minutes. All right. This is for you, Rays. Wait a sec. What am I doing? This is 3 minutes, so that's enough time for me to take a whiz. So I got to share my screen. An Edge tab. Graph exhibition and Dirt's kidnapped. Oh no! Oh god, I'm more than half Jim Smith because I'm clicking on wrong things. Okay, try again. See if I get it right this time. Dirt is kidnapped. Right. So I'm going to go away. So we'll just do that. Oh my, Jesus Christ, how fucking young do I look? Jesus, that's bad.
Okay, well, I'm here at the Grassroots Graffiti exhibition, but no sign of Dirt. So while the band's playing, I might give you a quick look around at some of the art on display and the timeline of Melbourne graffiti that Dirt set up.
Angry, Aussie. Aussie. Angry, Aussie. Angry.
Okay, look, still no sign of Dirt, so I'm just going to go home for now. I might check his channel, see if I can work out what's happening with him. Yeah, hello?
Is this the Angry Aussie?
Yeah, of course this is Angry Aussie. Who the hell is this?
I'm Carmen to get ya from the Dirt Empire. Did you know I've got Dirty here at the headquarters?
Yeah, that's right.
Shut up, Susie. I keep telling you not to grumble when I'm fucking busy dealing with people.
Yeah.
Shut up. No, she likes the gaffer tape.
What? What have you done with Dirt? Is Dirt okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I've never eaten this good in a while, that's for sure. They got a home brewery here, they got a distillery, and
Just shut up. No, that's up. And anyway, listen, we got to go, Angry. But before we do, let me tell you why we've got Dirt hostage. He's going to be making our videos.
What sort of videos do you want him to make?
Oh, privilege and the 3 C's.
What the hell are the 3 C's?
Consumerism, celebritism, and community. All right, shut up, Susie. Dirty out. Don't even think about a rescue mission, because it's not going to happen. Comprende? Dirt Empire, outie.
Yeah, you think so? We'll see about that. All right, well, now I know why Dirt wasn't at his exhibition. Some freaks got him. Well, I'm going to check out his channel and see if I can find any clues. It's that dude in the helmet. I knew he was no good. He was after Dirt all along. All right, you're going to have to help me, viewers. To hell with that idiot on the phone. I'm going to spring Dirt, but I need to know how. I need an idea, some sort of superpower powered by angriness. And I'll make it worth your while. The best suggestion in either comments or video responses, I'll send out one of those I'm Famous Online t-shirts to the best suggestion. He's my dude. I got to get him out. Help me out, viewers. How can the power of angry save the Dirt Man?
Jesus Christ, I used to make weird videos. I used to make weird fucking videos. And again, that guy, Graph Hunter Dirt, I used to randomly run into him. It's been a couple of years, but last time I ran into him, it was completely random in the CBD. It's like, bro, how you going? Like, catch up. It's very fucking weird. Heine, how you doing, man? The Graph Hunter video, that video, oh geez, what the fuck? That was from, wait, where's the thing that says when the video came out? 14 years ago, anyway. I always thought there was a thing that had the date the video was uploaded. But that's from no wonder I look so much younger. It's 14 fucking years ago. Jesus Christ. So I'm about 40. I'm about 40 when that was made. So neat. Heine, you finished the Orville. Yeah, I enjoyed the Orville. It's just occasionally I feel like the Orville is super heavy-handed when they think they're being deep and meaningful, but I broadly enjoy the Orville. So yeah, that's just how long I've been on YouTube. I started YouTube before I was 40. Okay, so the other one I was going to play, the Stupid People one, where I rant about a billboard, is from 2015. So that's only 7 years ago. Okay. So yeah, that one I just played, that's like from 14 years ago. Jesus Christ. I'm so old. There you go, Justin. You were still in high school when I was making that one. Mega Leech, it's weird. It's kind of like the Orville, the most recent season. They've given Seth like just a shit ton of money to make it. Like so much more money spent on effects. Safa, I don't even remember the upload times for those really low res videos. But it took a while. Heine. All right, like Star Trek, the original series. I just where the Orville wore thin on me, where they were basically doing something that Black Mirror had done better, but they're going like, oh, we're making a statement. Maybe social media's bad. Maybe we shouldn't judge everyone. And it's just like, okay, calm the fuck down, honestly. Yes, Jude, the tall man came back for another fucking cider. It's kind of like the other series I was recommending that Mrs. Angry and I watched recently, which I do still recommend. It's called The Outlaws. In Australia, it's on Prime. It's 2 seasons. It's very good. But there's a bit in the second season where it almost turned me off the entire thing because they had an episode with social media outrage, and they had someone coming on talking about, oh, and that thing they did, I was triggered. And because it's like written by Stephen Merchant, who's Ricky Gervais's mate, and that one thing of putting that out like it's a whole thing, I'm triggered, almost turned me off the whole series because that's so fucking hack. And in fact, that whole sequence, don't want to do any spoilers, but it's a social media outrage thing. The whole thing could have been done so much better, but it's just that was definitely a bit of Stephen Merchant showing how fucking out of touch he is. Saray's got your pizza, nice. Oh yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because we were talking about doing a series. I don't know. I kind of lost touch with Graph Hunter. Uh, dude, I've come up in the what? How many fucking years have I been on YouTube? 17 years. I've come up with so many ideas and never followed them through in that time. And yeah, Heine, yeah, uh, I really dislike people who use triggered as an insult. And it was this particular bit was a very lazy bit of writing, and just immediately made me go, "That's right, you're Ricky Gervais's mate. Ricky Gervais is a fucking soft cock loser." Um, Almost turned me off the whole thing, but it didn't. It was I still do recommend The Outlaws. It's very good. But that was, to me, that was a glaring thing. I was like, ooh, that's Stephen Merchant being super fucking out of touch. And he's not a boomer, he's Gen X. I think he's about the same age as me. But it was like, oh, that's making you seem real fucking out of touch. Just checking his age. No, okay, he's actually significantly younger than me. So Stephen Merchant's not a boomer, he's Gen X. But that particular thing about bringing in triggered just makes you look like a fucking sad fucking boomer. Oh, Jude Maris, I've been meaning to watch Resident Alien. I've kind of bookmarked it to watch it, and I haven't started yet, but I'm going to watch it at some point. Because it's got Alan Tudyk. Not sure how he actually pronounces his own name. It's one of those names where I feel compelled to put on a stupid accent when I say Tudyk. But he's pretty good. So, and I've pointed out to Mrs. Angry. So basically, it's essentially when we finish watching the things that we're watching now, I think we'll watch Resident Alien, because I haven't watched any of it, but I've heard good things about it. So, Mega Leech, Resident Alien's on Channel 9. So you can get it on the free Channel 9 streaming service. You just have to register an account. But yeah, it's free in Australia. Hey, Ruka-san. Speaking of people I've caught up with and, done hand jobs in dark alleys with, have you been in a video? I know because you live in Sydney, but you visited here a few times. I'm trying to think if we did a video when you were down here in the deep dark past. So yeah, since I found out it was actually quite easy to watch Resident Alien here, I probably have to watch ads with it, but I'm going to do it. So, okay, what are we currently doing? Like, Mrs. Angry watched Sandman with me. It was my second watch through, her first. We enjoyed that. We're watching, actually, 2 different Taika Waititi series and very different series on a streaming service. Reservation Dogs, it's not just about the young folk, it's about the adults as well on an Indian reservation in the States. It's very interesting because it's very different storytelling. And of course, What We Do in the Shadows, which is silly as fuck, and I love it. I love how silly What We Do in the Shadows is. So I'm trying to think what else we have to watch if we finish those. Oh, we haven't finished. I don't think we finished Only Murders in the Building. I don't think we have. There's 2 seasons of that, and we're towards the end of season 2, but I don't think we finished it. But I think I've talked her into we'll give Resident Alien a run. So Strictly Sega, you watch more movies. Oh yeah, no, it is the funny TV series which are just really long movies, and people will binge it. Like Ruka-san, I never said I wouldn't tell people about hand jobs in back alleys. That's just not a thing I'd promise. Oh fuck yeah! I fucking love BoJack, which again in certain circles is very unhip. But I love BoJack Horseman. I might rewatch it at some point because I really fucking enjoyed that because BoJack was just a fuck up, and that he didn't really have a redemption arc. He was just a fuck up. Justin, 10 years since both your grandfathers died within 3 weeks. That is unusual. I'm trying to think. My grandfather's died an exceptionally long time ago. My dad's dad died when I was a little, and I don't really remember him. My mum's dad, I was probably preteen when my mum's dad died. Then my dad died when I was 21, and my mum died about 10 years ago. So I'm an orphan now. Feel sorry for me. All right, I'm just watching things. Thinking like, I haven't had alcohol for a little while. I feel like I should drink alcohol because I'm fucking irresponsible. Okay, it's only 10 o'clock. Yeah, no. Dude, I will always do the reach around, is what I'm saying. Yes, Ruku-san, Orphan Gang, represent. And yeah, okay. Also, Shrikasaya, my dad, he died of cancer, which was probably brought on by two things: decades of smoking, although he had given up. And also, he was a photographer. He used to develop black and white photos in a dark room. He kind of jerried up himself, and it had no ventilation. Would not have passed any OCHL things. And developing in black and white, the chemicals have lots of heavy metals in them. So it's super fucking bad for you. Really corrosive shit with heavy metals. So yeah, he died relatively young. I think younger than I am now of cancer. I should look that up. Don't give a shit. I'm not a real family person. Safi, granddad trying to... Okay, I was going to say something really bad taste about granddad trying to ruin your birthday. My uncle, so not by blood, he married my dad's sister. His parents, 1 year apart, died on Christmas Eve. And I was just like, dude, they are trying to fuck up your enjoyment of Christmas forever. What did you do to your parents to make them want to fuck you over like that? So Jude might have sped up Leonard Nimoy's death. Doing your own photography processing is really fucking dangerous. Ruki-san, not a science guy, loudmouth bogan. It's definitely different. Oh, no, it was that he was like in a really enclosed room with no ventilation, and the photography chemicals, they're literally poison. And anyone who's done the black and white processing themselves will know when you use up a certain amount of the chemicals, the heavy metals start to come out of solution. They're toxic as fuck. And the whole area he did, it was all set up, it was corroded by the chemicals. The photo developing chemicals, corrosive as fuck. So the combination of smoking for 3 decades and being in this closed space with really dangerous fucking chemicals for 3 decades, that's what fucking killed him. Safa, color processing is normally done by machines. Slightly less dangerous. Rays, people who died came back in hospitals on Easter. if you were resuscitated on Easter, you get a shit post. Yeah. All right. So I am thinking it's time. It's time to have an alcoholic beverage. Shall we open the Bible? Yes, Death and Co. And yea, verily, he did open the book of wisdom. What can we find in the book? Pisco Sour Pina, an old pal. Oh, actually, that reminds me of a drink I saw on a website. This is all alphabetical. A Pendennis Club cocktail. Gin. Okay, that's Preakness, Port-au-Prince, Sidecar. I say, Remember the Main. Okay, this is all like classics. The PDT has more gin cocktails. I feel like... Okay. I could either mix a cocktail or I have several fucking bottle cocktails that I've been making. Christ, I think I'm just gonna have an old fashioned. I've got a batched old fashioned I've made over there, which is really fucking good. Ruki-san, what's a Dublin drop? Says the thing. Oh, that's a lovely biblical quote, Jim. My brother Esau is a hairy man. Jude, someone's going to come up with a recipe for homespun cirrhosis cures. Yeah. All right. I'm going to look. You're saying that's a cocktail. I'm going to do search on the Dublin drop cocktail. Is that a thing? Yes, it is. It's a version of a snake bite. Oh, it's a beer. Okay. Fuck beer cocktails. What I love is alcohol websites that have an age check on it. And you got to answer yes or no. And if you answer no, they send you to a kid's site. This one says you can't spell safe and responsible drinking culture without ID or else. Okay, a Dublin drop is a more polite name for an Irish car bomb, which you are an absolute cunt if you ever order that at a bar. Irish cream, whiskey, and beer. I fucking hate beer. Not doing beer. Jim, you're a smooth man? Nice. Yes. Yeah, it's a better name. A Dublin drop is a much better. I always warn people around St. Patrick's Day. If you go into an Irish bar and ask for an Irish car bomb or a black and tan, you deserve to get punched in the fucking face. I will fucking hold you down while they punch you. Because Irish car bomb is offensive for the obvious reasons. And for those who don't know, the black and tan, why is that offensive? The black and tan was a paramilitary murder squad the Brits sent into Ireland to terrorize and murder civilians. So fuck that noise. All right. I'm going to get a fresh cube of big ice. We'll put that in there. Okay. Again, yeah, Ruka-san, there's this gray area between mixed drink and cocktail. Because I can be a fucking wanker. I kind of say like a cocktail has to have 3 ingredients. If there's 2 ingredients, it's a mixed drink. But yes, people regard the screwdriver as a cocktail. Definitely. And yes, Ray's the Provos fuck the black and tans. There's that great song, "Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man." Harvey Wallbanger is a great name for a cocktail. It's a fairly shit cocktail, but it is a great name for a cocktail. I agree with you, Strictly Sega. And yes, there are definitely drinks called the Gunpowder Plot. And I actually did one. Yes. And I did do a 1 ingredient cocktail this week because it's very interesting. Yes, you're right. Oh, Christ. Dr. Abigail knows me so well. The screwdriver is my favorite. 2 favorite ingredients because vodka's bullshit. And in very broad terms, I don't like orange juice in cocktails, and a screwdriver is vodka and orange juice. Dr. Abigail knows me very well. Am I doing a stream next Wednesday? No, it's still TV night with Mrs. Angry. I'll do Thursday. I'll probably do Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Jesus Christ, I'll probably be a fucking wreck by Saturday night. The fact that I can have Thursday off and Friday off, I'll probably be a fucking wreck by Saturday night next week. Yeah, no, so I'm definitely not doing Wednesday night. A, because I enjoy TV night with Mrs. Angry. B, because I'd be fucking just arseholed by the weekend. We don't want that. What? Okay. Step the first. Fresh piece of ice. Ooh, it's the last bit from my big ice cube tray. And gonna have to try and remember to fill this up before I go to bed. Jude, you prefer virgin screwdrivers? Is that just orange juice? Kind of think I just want to do a premix. Okay, what premix do I have? I have Death and Taxes, Sangria Rum Punch I just made, and an old fashioned. I kind of feel like my bottled old fashioned, which I have over here. Also, the fuck is happening with this one over here? Oof, that is sludgy as fuck. You know what? I'm gonna do a thing. Oofed. This just fucking looks like diarrhea, quite honestly. Oh my god. You're lucky you can't see this. Alright. That's... Oh, what the fuck? It broke. It fucking broke. That's so fucking weird. Okay. You're just getting this off-camera commentary that makes no sense at all. Anyway, my old-fashioned is over here. I was tempted to make a fruity gin old-fashioned. I think I'll just do this. Whiskey old-fashioned I made. If I'm still in the mood for another beverage, I might make a fruity gin old-fashioned later, because that's a fun taste. Jesus, that's fucking weird. Why the fuck did this thing just do a really fucking weird thing to me? No context angry. Second best angry. The brown trots. No, seriously, it fuck. Okay, look. Look at this. Fucking looks like it looks like who's had a baby? It looks like baby diarrhea. Seriously. But it looks better when it goes through the filter. Ah, fuck. I can see what I'm going to have to do there. Sorry, I'm going to have to fuck around with that in a bit. But in the meantime, I'll just enjoy my old-fashioned. Because I'm fancy. What's this one? Man, that smells so fucking good. So this is like a barrel-aged whiskey old-fashioned. I forget how many whiskeys there are, 3 or 4 or 5 whiskeys and a few different sweeteners to make it interesting. I guess, yeah, Jude, you couldn't see how sludgy it is because that's, I've put it in milk so it's separated into curds and whey. So there's actually this semi-solid goopy bit. It's like baby diarrhea, basically. Safa, it's up to you if you want to get Tim Smithed. it's 10:20. Okay, I'm still feeling pretty good. I'm only half Jim Smith. I had water in the last half hour. I feel fucking responsible, quite honestly. I am a fucking role model. Oh god fucking damn, that's good. Jesus. Was having this discussion on Discord today. I've got a Discord where other YouTube bartenders are on there, people who make cocktails on YouTube channels. There's a bunch of us, and we'll have converse back and forth. And one of the guys was saying, like, I think it was on Instagram, he'd put a short video up making a video with cognac, and he had 2 different comments from these fucking wankers going, "Dad, you can't do that with cognac. You shouldn't even put the cognac on ice. You just have it on room temperature." And it's just like, and he was just laughing, I was like, man, I would have gone them like, you fucking soft cocks. It's just like these losers who think they're special because they drink cognac, and you should only just drink cognac at room temperature. It's like, get fucked, you fucking loser. It's an ingredient like anything else. Fucking dorks. Ruka-san, I genuinely had a big fucking glass of water. Like, I didn't fill it up. It's like a pint glass, but I had half a pint of water. I'm fucking responsible, man. Kids everywhere should look up to me and say, he's the great man. He's the great man. He's a model of responsibility and restraint. Oh, I swear to fucking God, though, this is fucking awesome. Oh, it's just, what are those flavors? I'm really bad at identifying what the flavor is. But it's like, it's not even whiskey. It's almost like plum. It's like some stone fruit or something. It's like your nana has made a really fucking boozy Christmas pudding, and you've just gone, thanks, Nana, I'll have a scoop of that and some ice cream. And then you get pulled over by the cops on the way home, and you're over the legal limit. It's the fruit and spices in a plum pudding that has a fuck ton of booze in it. It's really good. Yes. Yet another reason kids should look up to me, Ruga-san. I have a minimum of 2 supercuts of me yelling, "Shut the fuck up." I did at least 2. I don't remember if there's more than 2, but I know I did at least 2 supercuts of variations of me saying, "Shut the fuck up." So, Jude, apropos Stephen King quote, scariest moments just before you start. Neat. I mean, I haven't done an outcut video for ages. What was that noise? It's the fucking clarifying. Sorry, I have to do something with this. Ugh. It did something weird, but then it calmed down. I'm gonna do that. And I'm gonna do that. You don't know what any of that means. But I also have to rinse this bottle because it's got some impurities in it. And much like my political beliefs, where I cannot abide by racial impurities, don't want impurities in this bottle. Yes, I said it. I'm all about the ethnic cleansing and racial purity. It's a real thing. People who can't get irony and jokes and want to take me out of context, I don't care. It has happened. I hate people who say anything about cancel culture because it's not fucking real. It's just like the idea that people might have to take some responsibility for their heinous behavior and may, God forbid, in very rare circumstances, pay some sort of price for their fuckery. Like, comedians are all so fucking paranoid. They all band together. I was watching a video of from a podcast from a comedian I like, and because I watched some of their videos on YouTube, I get other ones recommended, and they'd had a couple recently where they had Louis C.K. on, and I fucking refused to indulge Louis C.K., fucking serial sexual harasser. But it was like the heading of one of the videos was Louis C.K. reflects on being socially shamed. And I was like, get absolutely fucked. The heading of the video should be Louis C.K. reflects on paying some price for being a serial sexual offender. It's just like, he's not being shamed. It's like, oh my God, you're a fucking gross, hideous creep, you piece of shit, exploiting your position to sexually manipulate women, you fucking garbage pile. Oh God, what's that reference? I get that reference, wanting to marry a carrot. Is that Lisa Simpson? I am somewhat inebriated. I'm still pleased at my ability to not slur too much and be vaguely coherent. I feel like that's a Lisa Simpson reference. And this is really yummy. There's the other thing I always say. I feel vaguely embarrassed when I want to talk up my own drinks. Like, I make a drink and every time I sip it, I'm like, this is fucking awesome. It's like a big noting myself, but I just genuinely like it. I did see some weird thing about ACT in New South Wales and borders. Fuck was that about? News based on my interests. What are my interests? Google, tell me what my interests are. Cryptocurrency? Melbourne? Neil Mitchell. Suck my balls, Neil Mitchell. Gin. Yes, that's me. Fraught with danger. Alarm raised over opposition's 125 million 000. Yeah, the Victorian opposition, they're just going to get fucking buried in the next election. Okay, what does the ABC say about it? Further overhaul of the state's 000 call service. Police response on, yeah, we don't want the police to be doing shit. Shadow Minister said, sustainable funding model. Oh, God. Opposition is committed to making police response times public. Oh, God. Just the Victorian Liberal Party are just fucking clown show. They're fucking ridiculous. Jude, you think we're mentally conditioned to appreciate our own creations more if someone else made the same thing? Okay. I kind of feel the opposite. I feel slightly guilty getting really into something I made. Whereas I'm less worried about being into something that someone else made. it just reminded me there's something in the fridge someone else made that I might do. Government says Triple O is already being addressed. Oh, sorry. I hold out hope that the Victorian Liberal Party get absolutely fucking humiliated in the next state election, which is going to be towards the end of November. I mean, anything can happen, and I'm very cautious about predicting anything. But I would just eat it up if they got absolutely humiliated at the next election. Sydney tenants are calling out landlords for hiking up rental prices. The whole rental thing seems really fucked at the moment. Oh yeah, that's right. We got the last Jodie Whittaker Doctor Who coming up in a month or so. And then next year, different people running Doctor Who, and Shooty, what's his name? Playing the Doctor. Young, sexy guy playing the Doctor. That'll be fun. It'd be interesting to see if they play him camp as well, because Shooty's most famous for playing a really camp gay guy on the Sex Education series. So it will be interesting. We probably won't see Shooty as the Doctor till second half of next year. Who knows? But could be interesting. Justin, I agree. It will be really funny if the Republicans get fucked at the midterms, because all the conventional wisdom is they should do really well, but particularly because with their anti-abortion shit, which a significant majority of the American public disagrees with, why they would give that to the Democrats, I don't know. But also, the flip side is if the Democrats don't capitalize on what psychotic motherfuckers the Republicans are being, then they're just major fucking losers. So I guess we'll see. It's a funny old world, as they say. So Alexi Sale had a series, I think it was in the 90s. It was just called Stuff. Now I'm going to do, because we're on the internet, I'm going to search it. Alexei Sale Stuff. 3 seasons, 88. So it was 88 to 90. Okay, it's actually older than I thought. It was very funny and anarchic. I was quite the fan of Alexi Sale's Stuff. And he's talking. So I'm just remembering one where he's like, your name used to be about the job you had. Like, you were called Smith if you were the blacksmith. You were called Cooper if you made barrels. You were called Thatcher if you made people sick. It was just, and oh God, I've actually got in my music collection 12-inch singles. I've got a Low John Got New Motor, but also his much more obscure single that not as many people got into. Didn't you kill my brother? That's right. I was trying to think. What was the thing? It's like it didn't do as well as Hello John got new motor. Didn't you kill my brother? Cow hugging vegan. I agree. Opinion polls are regularly absolutely fucking useless, but the media class have to say something. They have to talk about something. So the opinion polls are virtually invented stories for the media class to talk about. It's ridiculous, honestly. And certainly the last 6 to 8 years, opinion polls have been repeatedly super fucking wrong. And then the media class come up with all these explanations as to, hence why. And it's like, and they're tying themselves in knots. And it's like, well, the real answer is maybe because you are just making shit up to fill up airtime. Because, like, since the 90s, the advent of CNN and 24-hour news, you fucking Goombas just feel compelled to keep fucking talking 24 hours a day, so you fucking make shit up. And Jude, that's a pretty good point too. Gives politicians talking points, things to attack their opposition on. It's just, but in terms of realness, and no. Yeah, no, cow hugging vegan. They're literally, there's a thing the media invents to keep people talking, and it's just like, fuck. Okay, really? That's a thing. Okay, cool, fucking cool. Whatever. Jesus, it's ridiculous, is what I'm saying. Oh, goddamn. Okay, just throwing it out there. My batched old fashioned is fucking awesome. Oh, geez, yeah. See, Megaleech, there are so many potential complications for fucking COVID. It's fucking terrifying. Just could Biden could get re-elected? Would he die in office? Yeah, honestly, better than average. Ray sticking to paid subscriptions. Yeah, I do not watch news. I don't watch news. I read where stuff's done with a bit more detail and, dare I say, nuance than in the broadcast area. I do not watch broadcast news at all. I watch entertainment. I read to try and, expand my mind and stay informed and keep thinking and whatnot. But I just go like, I am going to, when I watch stuff, it's for entertainment. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I guess, Justin, the Democrats are saying Kamala Harris is their next pick for president, whether it's from Biden dying or whatever. Again, Biden could fucking die at any second. Although I think they've got him pumped up on amphetamine because he's looking pretty sharp lately and he's looking pretty inspired lately. So God knows what fucking drug cocktail they're putting into him, because certainly at least since JFK, the Democrats in particular have been pumping up their presidents full of fucking drugs to keep him going. So fuck knows what they've got Biden on. His heart could explode at any moment. And same fucking deal. Trump could die at any moment. Trump is old and in really fucking bad shape. He could die at any second with no warning. Or he could live for another 20 years. Who fucking knows? Karaking Vegan, there are some really fucking good podcasts out there. And you can choose the stuff, telling you the stuff you want. Jim, I have no fucking idea if Kamala Harris is unpopular. I don't know. The whole popularity thing is just like, fuck off. Oofed. So, I did not. I was thinking, did I save? Oh, wait. Maybe it's here. Did I save? I did save a video. Okay. Cool. Thinking of, I don't think I need another toilet break just yet, but I've got something keyed up if I do. All right. Should I drink? I think I should drink a little bit more water. I'm kind of leaning towards doing I don't think I can be bothered fucking... I'm just feeling at the moment if I tried to shake a cocktail, I'd just be like... and I don't want to do that. I might make a fruity gin old-fashioned, but I might drink some water first. All right. Where's my glass for drinking water? It's just over here. Let's go to grab it. And I'm just going to do this thing. I mean, I might even do this. Look at this. It didn't clarify that well, but it's pretty good. I'm going to show you the comparison. This is sort of a cross between sangria and rum punch. So this is the base drink. You can see it's almost black. With a bit more light, it's a bit purple, but it's almost black. And clarified, it looks like that. So it's quite different. And a responsible household member wants water. So I'm going. I was just there to get water myself, but gonna be responsible. Drink some water. Some peeing ASMR. So, all right. It does not dispense water particularly fast, this fridge, but you know, it's doing its best. All right, we're working on it. That's probably not. There you go. Some water. I might get a bit of water for myself. Dude, you've been up for 22 hours. You've just realized, holy shit. How much water is still in the reservoir? A little bit. I need to top up the water reservoir. I'm going to pour myself a bit of water in my pint glass. And then I'm going to top up the reservoir. Right. But still, I kind of like the whole clarification process. This is my sangria rum punch, and this is my clarified sangria rum punch. You see the different color. It's quite interesting. So we'll do that. Put that over there. Put this back in the fridge. You go in there. Now I'm gonna. Oh, I've got my Brita filter over here with water. I'm gonna put that in the water reservoir. And then I'm going to run some more water out through my Brita filter. All right, we're doing it. I'm going to put the water in here. Because the reservoir is almost empty. Oh, there we go. All right, I've got a lot of bottled waters, like soda water, tonic, ginger ale. Oof, I've got that yummy ginger ale. I should make something with that. All right, I'm gonna fill this up with water because the reservoir is still only half full. All right, so I'm going to. Here's. Oh God, where's the stopper for this bottle? You know what? going to put this one in the fridge too. Christ, then I've got a couple of litres. Come on, get in there, motherfucker. Now I've got a couple of litres of fucking gin punch. Rum punch, not gin punch, rum punch. Half of it's clarified and half of it's not clarified. What's this thing someone bought and didn't do? Oh, here it is. What is this? Aloe yogurt flavored drink, mango. I have to talk to the offspring if they're going to have that. I've got cherry juice, pomegranate juice. I should make some syrups out of those. Ugh, and drink some water and then have a pee. Drink some water. Stay hydrated. Mix up the alcohol with some water, because that's what, and that way I won't have a hangover. I will. Okay, here's the thing. I don't know. I've probably had a hangover at some point. Yeah, I think where you feel sick and fucked for a day, but I usually don't. Like people say, drink so much. It's an illusion. I never have hangovers. Usually, the worst I get is and this is normally after a Friday night, because Friday night streams are where I usually go for it. Sometimes on Saturday, I'm a bit tired. My tummy's a bit funny, but I don't have like a banging headache. I don't feel like I'm dying. It's just like the next day I'm just going, not quite there. Just like, you know, and that's the worst I feel. But that's the whole thing. You got to hydrate. Because that's the worst thing alcohol does. No, it's not the worst thing. The worst thing alcohol does is poison your vital organs and kill you. I am thoroughly aware of, alcohol being a poison and all those things. But the whole hangover thing is one of the prime things that does it is usually being really dehydrated. So drink a bit of water so you're less dehydrated. Then I have to. That just means I have to get up in the middle of the night to pee, but that's okay. So I'm going. I won't be doing a stream tomorrow night. Going out with Mrs. Angry, a place we've been to once before. That was really fucking good. And we ended up having a really good chat with the quite young chap who was one of the owners of the place. And he made us a special drink. So fuck me, if he's there tomorrow night, I'm just going to say, oh, yeah, we stay here tonight, and you made us a special drink. I'm literally just going to say to him, we just want to order off menu all night, okay? Because last time we were here, we ordered a couple drinks from the menu, and then you sat down with us and we had a talk and you made us some special off-menu drinks. Like, fuck it, dude. We just want off-menu. Because we trust you. You actually know your shit. Make us some fucking drinks, man. So, tomorrow night will actually only be the second time we've been to this particular venue, but it was pretty good. Both good food, good drinks. We just have to get on a tram to get there and then walk. So, Christ, I hope it's not fucking raining tomorrow night. Better than average. Yes. Oh, God. And I do feel bad about missing out on that, Dr. Abigail. It's completely on me. You're having a ladies' night with Nettie and Kirsten, and I'm jealous that you're missing out. But I made other commitments. And Saf, a good point. Dr. Abigail, are you feeling better? Because the spicy cough has certainly been knocking you around for a couple of weeks, which is to suck sores. So I am quite hopeful that you're feeling better. I am going to try and catch up with Kirsten this weekend, maybe on Sunday, because we were going to do a bottle swap. The alcohol. Kirsten might have something interesting to swap with me because I have a couple of bottles of stuff that she doesn't have. And Kirsten is just going to have a shit ton of stuff that I don't have. Yeah, no, that makes sense, Dr. Ogar. Feeling better, super tired at the drop of the hat. That makes perfect sense. Because my COVID was super fucking mild, but I was amazed at how tired I was. Like, even to the point where I wasn't even realizing that I was tired. But that week I isolated in the bedroom. When it's like every now and then I'd go, because I'd be singing this, and I'd lie on the bed, and as soon as I lay down, I went, "Oh yeah, this is what I should be doing. This is fucking great. Lying down is awesome." It was this whole thing of, oh yeah, okay, I didn't actually realize how tired I was. The answer to how tired am I is fucking. I am fucking tired. So what's that? Raise lungs a week occasionally. Yeah, no, it can fucking get you, man. So what's that? Jews? Did you do everything in slow motion? Yeah. Yeah, Safra, I think your COVID was more mild than mine. Mine was definitely more mild than Dr. Abigail. Sounds like mine was milder than yours, Rays, actually. I was just kind of tired for the week I was in isolation. But again, it would surprise me because I had my work laptop. Like I was not officially off work that week because I was still contracting. And I'd be on my work laptop and I'd be working away. And at certain points during the day, I'd just be like, ugh, I'm bored. I can't, I'm going to lie down. And it would be a couple steps from where I had a little portable desk. I have this little desk on wheels that my laptop was on. And I'm just going to go away. It's a couple steps and I'm going to lie down, and I would lie on the bed. And the instant I lay down, I was just like, oh my God. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Lying down fucking rocks. Dr. Abigail, getting some food? Oh, no. Okay, if you want to do Angry Bunch, I'll wait. Because I can go either way. I'm feeling fine at the moment. So if you want to get some food, I'll stay on and we'll Angry Bunch it in our, I don't know, 15, 30 minutes, whatever. I'm fine. I'm fine. I am somewhat inebriated at the moment, but I can keep going. I'm fine. Carrigan Vegan, you alternated between sleeping and showering. Best to just sleep. Well, I am very lucky in the current house. My bedroom has an ensuite, so I could just go in the sleep. It was really funny. I guess there's 2.5 bathrooms in this place. There's an ensuite off our master bedroom. There's another bathroom that has a bath, and then there's a little thing that has a shower. So I think that counts as 2.5 bathrooms. So when initially young Mr. Angry tested positive, and so we said to the house, okay, so we're going to say that's his bathroom. He's going to get. So I was saying to young Mr. Angry, you should use our ensuite. We'll negotiate. You can come into the ensuite. And then a day after young Mr. Angry tested positive, I tested positive. So, okay, the rules have now changed there. I'm isolating in my bedroom. Young Mr. Angry is isolating his. When he wants the bathroom, he's going to come in and use the ensuite. So the other bathroom is young Ms. Angry and Mrs. Angry and Mrs. Angry's lad. And in fact, I think Mrs. Angry's lad avoided the house for that week. And it worked out. Again, it does my head in. That sort of isolation fucking worked. Me and young Mr. Angry had the spicy cough, but young Ms. Angry and Mrs. Angry never got it because we fucking isolated. So, bleh. So things like masks and isolating fucking work. when you hear people like the New South Wales Premier Berritet saying, "Yeah, no, we shouldn't have isolation rules," it's like, dude, the fucking population would be ravaged if people with COVID didn't isolate. You fucking idiot. Fuck, I hate politicians. Oh, yeah. But again, just the example in my house of you can isolate within a house and it actually protects other people in the house. Counts double for broader society. Anyway, so I hope I don't get COVID again because, of course, multiple people have had COVID multiple times. The risk of complications, what evidence we have is the risk of complications goes up each time you have it. And I mean, I'm not super old, I'm not young, and I'm not exactly a picture of fucking health. Mr. Fat Bastard here. I'd rather not get COVID again, quite honestly. No, Rays, the evidence for masks is pretty conclusive. It makes a really fucking big difference. Cowing vegan. We're all connected by the virus. Yeah, way over half the population has that connection now. It's pretty fucking ridiculous, quite honestly. It's a whole thing. Oh God, and I think I said this on a recent stream, but if you think about what the world would be like if we didn't develop a vaccine, it would, oh my God, the death toll would be fucking nightmarish. And the destruction wreaked across civilization just would be fucking terrible. Oh, nice, Dr. Abigail, you got some food. Let me know if you want the link. You may want to consume the food before coming on. But let me know when you wanted the link, and I'll organize it. And it will be a thing. It will be a thing that we do. I just kind of thought, so I was looking up other stuff. I clicked on the Google News has reorganized, which is probably going to confuse me. Sorry, I think this is a weird crypto story. Craig White claims to have destroyed hard drive with Satoshi wallet keys. Oh, that's right. Okay, so an Australian guy claimed he was the person who invented Bitcoin. Oh no, that's dumb, stupid, fucking nerd shit, and I'm not interested, honestly. Oh, Dr. Abigail, no one's been super jumping up like, let me join. So I'll leave it till someone says, I want to join. So let you consume some food. If anyone jumps up and says, hey, I want to join, then we'll start sharing links. So, but sometime between now and later, I will share a link for people to Angry Bunch it. In the meantime, drinking water because I'm a responsible motherfucker. Oofda. So what I might actually do, I'm just feeling, okay, I'm feeling it. I've got a video keyed up, me carrying on and swearing at a billboard. And that's like 2 minutes. That's just enough for me to run out and go wee-wees. So I'm going to drink the rest of this water. And then I think I will have a wee-wee break, which means playing a 2-minute video. And someone might want to join the stream. And it'll be a whole thing. It'll be a whole thing. So real good. And then I think I will make a fruity gin old fashioned because that's a thing I like to do. So a little bit more water. All right, soldiering on. Drank water. I am super fucking responsible. Oh, oofed. Okay, share. I'm going to have a toilet break and play this video of me ranting in public. Stupid people. I hate everything about them. All right, what does this look at? Oh, yeah, no, that's good. That's, I'm off. So we'll just do that. I'll switch mic off. Hopefully it won't echo. This is just 2 minutes. I can do a wee in that time.
G'day viewers. You know, often when I make loud, shouty, sweary videos, people say to me, you should do that out in public. And I always say, don't be stupid. I don't want to get arrested. But today, I'm making an exception for this stupid fucking billboard I passed. In case you can't read it, it says, smart may have the brains, but stupid has the balls. Be stupid, it says down the bottom. Man, fuck everything about that billboard. Fuck the coke-addled morons in an ad agency who came up with it. Fuck their stupid, greedy bosses who signed off on it. Fuck the morons in the gin company who agreed to it and paid for it. And fuck anyone who had anything to do with it, actually. Oh, and fuck anyone who wants to say something like, oh, it's just a joke, man. Lighten up. It's not a joke. It's discernible from a joke in the key fact that it's not fucking funny. You know why it's not fucking funny? Because the world is full of stupid fucking morons who think that being stupid is the way to go. Anti-intellectual, shit for brains, science-denying, educating, mocking fucking morons. You know what? Fuck them. Fuck every stupid fucking moron on the fucking planet. And fuck this billboard. And I swear, it's for diesel jeans. I commit now, if I see anyone as I'm walking down the street wearing diesel jeans, I will fucking set fire to them. Don't say I didn't warn you. Fuck everything about stupid people. Man, I am getting some funny looks from traffic. There is a lot of traffic around me here, and I am attracting a little bit of attention. Fuck them if they're too stupid to work out that I'm doing a community service.
I did literally get a guy stop. He pulled his car over and said, "Oh, dude, what are you doing?" And I explained it. He went, "Oh, that fucking rocks." That was Paul. That was pretty funny. Someone who felt compelled, who's just saw me holding a thing and shouting and swearing, and he actually wanted to stop and say, "Dude, what are you doing?" All right. So I just made it back from my wee break from that short video. Do I still have those glasses? Well, no, I don't think they were prescription glasses. Actually, maybe they were. Sorry, I'm just going back and oh yeah, I think they were prescription glasses actually. So I maybe still do have them. They were these weird little things where the arms on them were these super flexible things. But those were permanent sunglasses. These ones are like the transition ones. So for quite a while, when I've got a new glasses, they've always been transitions ones. So they turn into sunglasses if you're in bright light. I think those ones were permanently sunglasses though. I'm not 100% sure. Hellion, hello, Kirsten. And Dr. Abigail is ready for linkies. Copy to clipboard. Trying to think if I had anything interesting to tell you, Kirsten, but maybe not. I don't know. Did we say? Oh, okay, so Kirsten, I just wanted to double check with you when we're talking about, because in my barrels over there, one of them has the new make spirits in it, moonshine in it. Did we say about 6 months would be a good time for that? I am actually super pleased to hear that you are in Melbourne, Kirsten. That is excellent. And here's Dr. Abigail. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
It's PAX is actually on soon, isn't it?
3 weeks.
Because two folk, young Mr. Angry and Mrs. Angry's lad, both got their PAX passes in the mail this week.
Cool.
So
I
they're
will be
both going.
volunteering. Well, working, because I get paid for it now.
Nice.
I'll be working there again.
Okay.
And
So
tonight, I'm drinking apple juice
nice.
because
Good.
I A, don't have any mixes, and B, I'm afraid if I drink alcohol at the moment, I may just.
Oh yeah. No, you've been off. I tried to be pretty responsible in my week of COVID isolation, but I will admit to it, like when I was doing a stream and realizing everyone else had gone to bed, I snuck out of the bedroom and got some alcohol and had 1 or 2 drinks. But I was only having like 1 or 2 drinks, and because it's
Yeah.
potentially better. Okay, so Kirsten, so you,
But
I'm
I am
deferring to Kirsten.
going to have at least one cocktail tomorrow night.
Nice. So Kirsten, you said to check my moonshine at 2 or 3 months. Okay, so I only put him in at the start of this month. I think it's only been in for a couple of weeks. Although, of the things that are in there at the moment, there's a Manhattan. Sorry, and I'm sure I wrote the date down for the Manhattan. I was thinking of tasting that on Sunday because it might be ready. So then I'll have yet another batched cocktail sitting out. So I probably have to fucking tone that down. Although I always do that as like, I think I'm going to make a batched cocktail. So I'll go over to my, the drinks carts over here and just go, okay, there's a couple bottles that only have a little bit in it. And if I use them up and make a batch cocktail, then there's more space on the shelf. And that's an excuse to buy another bottle of something. I did
Funny
that.
thing about that is it's a false economy. It doesn't actually save room on your drinks cart at all.
It kind of does if I empty 2 or 3 bottles to make 1 bottle in a batch cocktail. That
I
actually
guess,
saves shelf
yeah.
space. Yeah. So,
I guess.
yeah, and I did it again today. And again, because Kirsten will know this, Kirsten works at Archie Rose. I got an email from them recently saying, we're going to release 4 rums in the next couple months. And I was like, I can't buy 4 rums in the next couple months. I don't drink that much rum. But because of the thing I made today, I emptied a couple of bottles and I'm like, well, fuck me. I was going to say I'd limit myself to 1 of those rums that Archie Rose is putting out, but maybe I can now justify 2 of them. I don't know. And again, Kirsten, I'm looking to you to tell me which of the ones I should go for. If out of the 4 I'm doing 1 or 2, I have to admit I was kind of leaning towards, because they were teasing one of them was going to be Navy strength, and I'm like, oh yeah, a rum that's twice as strong as all the other rums I have. It's like,
So Kirsten would be in Melbourne.
She's in Melbourne
then.
now, yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
And it's going to be. Are you ready for ladies' night, Kirsten? Because that's what it's going to be.
Yeah, I'm kind of,
And I'm not saying that we're all going to end up at someone's house naked in a pile of 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 women together, but I'm not saying it. You know,
also,
you know,
I'm just saying, Dr. Abigail has also woken up with me in her bed, going, "How the fuck did he get here?"
I remember how you got there.
Yeah, actually,
It
you
was
were
you
looking
who
after
didn't
me.
remember.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
I should actually switch that around. I don't remember how I got there.
Yeah.
But I was dragged and said, like, "You idiot," and it was like,
Yeah, that was an amusing evening, to say
it
the
was pretty fun.
least.
And as I have said another time, again, people might God, it was a little while ago. It was a couple months ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was my birthday, so
yeah. So we had a big night at Dr. Abigail's, and then I did the whole, I'm going home, but I'm going to stop at a bar in the city. And Dr. Abigail goes, "Oh, why not?" And
what
then
could go wrong?
there was the whole thing. We stopped at the Gin Palace. I remember the first drink, and it was really good. And then apparently I had a martini, which I don't remember, and I just fell asleep, and they humored the fact that I was asleep there.
Do you remember falling over onto the couches?
Vaguely. I remember we were like throwing shade at the people at the next table or whatever. But they think
Well,
they're better than
yeah,
us. And it's just like, what's the... I
the
don't,
the
but
the people on the date.
yeah, they were on a date. But I made up for it because I was super annoyed at myself going, "Why did you get that pissed? You ordered a martini. I bet they make really good martinis there. And you don't even fucking remember the martini you had there." So a while later, my sister and her husband were visiting town. So me and Mrs. Angry
Yes.
took them there. And I'm like, "Okay, I'm going to get a martini because I bet you guys make really good martinis." And I got a dry martini with a lemon twist, and Mrs. Angry what they called their wet and dirty martini, which were two very different martinis. And then we spent a while really enjoying taking a sip of each other's martini intermittently. The mix of the two of them was really good. So although I don't remember the martini I had when I was with you, I had another one another time, and it was good. It was definitely good.
Yeah,
So
fair enough.
it's a good venue. They're nice people. Was it? They let us have food and water, and we
Yeah.
were shrewd enough to not ask for another alcoholic beverage because they
Oh,
would have said,
they had cut us off.
yeah.
Like
There was an
I just said, look,
unspoken,
you got to cut us off. Yeah.
there was an unspoken, "We're not giving you any more alcohol." But it was nice they didn't throw us out. They let us sit on the
Yeah,
comfy
yeah.
chair.
They let us like have some food and some water, and yeah, it was very nice of them.
I love that Kirsten's saying, "I'm not the only person whose Gin Palace stories start with, I remember the first drink." Oh my God. The one from my last visit where I was much more sober, that I remember that I'm probably going to make a video for my YouTube channel where I try and recreate it. They have a version of an old fashioned that's built around Geneva, which is sort of like a pre-gin from Holland. It's based around a more, so it's kind of halfway between gin and whiskey. And
Fair
I
enough.
tried to recreate the drink I had at the Gin Palace, because the drink at the Gin Palace was fucking awesome. And I did a reasonable job of recreating it at home. So I'm going to make that a video. I think they called it a sunrise or something. I'm just going to call it a Geneva old fashioned, where I'd come up with my version of it. But super nice. Yeah, I think Kirsten knows a bunch of bars in Melbourne. There's probably about 6 bars in Melbourne that I super want to go to that I've never been to. And it's just because there are so many good ones, and because I don't go out much. It's COVID. I drink at home. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
well, it's the times.
Yeah. But
Times
and
be
because
scary. Like,
I've got a couple of my favorites, and I like to go them occasionally. But then there's like easily another half dozen just in the CBD. There's like, I bet I would really like that place if I went to it, and I've just never been there. And in your neighborhood, Dr. Abigail, there are so many places that are probably definitely really good cocktail bars, and it's just like, ugh.
it's those probably definitely good places.
Yeah, we're so spoiled at the moment. It's really funny because I've only gotten into cocktails in about the last 5 years, but now I read stuff online. Like, the cocktail renaissance happened about 20 years ago, because certainly the 70s, 80s, and into the early 90s was the dark ages of cocktails. Just really fucking dodgy stuff was happening. And then people started reinventing classics in the second half of the 90s and getting back into fresh things. And I read stuff and it's like, in the 90s and early 2000s, trying to get any sort of interesting ingredients for cocktails was really difficult. There was a very limited number of things you could buy. And then because really innovative bars started up in the late 90s, early 2000s, then more and more ingredients became available. So more and more interesting cocktails started becoming available. And it was like a positive feedback cycle. It's like, oh, people started researching the old recipes and they found the ingredients, and then the ingredients became more available, and then more interesting cocktails became available, then more interesting ingredients became available. And we are so much better off now than anyone who wanted to get into cocktails in as recently as the 90s. It was kind of shit compared to what you could get now. Which is, well,
Yeah.
okay, cool. I'm glad I wasn't trying to get into cocktails in the 90s, because apparently it sucked. And now it's great. You're just fucking spoiled for boutique distillers, boutique cocktail bars, particularly in Australia. I think, there's literally hundreds of distillers across Australia, whereas 30 years ago, Bill Lark reinvented distilling in Australia, created the first whiskey distillery in Tasmania 30 years ago. And there were just no independent distillers in Australia at that point.
Damn, really?
Yeah, no, there was Bundaberg rum was being made in Queensland.
Yeah.
And I think there was another distillery in Queensland, and there was one distillery that was making the Voc liqueurs. And then,
Yep.
Bill Lark literally went, hey, why aren't we making whiskey? And he found out there were weird laws that made it technically illegal. And he got the laws changed. And then other people went, that sounds cool. And now we went from, in the early 90s, there were, I don't know, 6 distilleries across all of Australia. And now there are hundreds, and they keep popping up. And
are you complaining?
no, it fucking rocks. I mean, for fuck's sake, literally I haven't even gone to all the distilleries that are in Metro Melbourne, let alone fucking spread out. And it's just, my God, we just get such good stuff. And I try to, because I'm doing the YouTube thing, and I'm talking to people who are most of them are in North America, but some of them are in Europe. And I'm just trying to explain to them, oh my God, the number of fucking distilleries we have here. And they're not shit distilleries. They're good. and it's proven because they keep winning awards on the global scale. And it's like we are just spoiled. And in the last couple of years, it's morphed when Mrs. Angry and I think, let's have a weekend away. Let's find somewhere that's got a cool distillery, and we'll
And you're
go there
spoiled
for the
choice.
weekend. Yeah, and you're literally spoiled for choice. You can go out like Geelong, Great Ocean Road, and there's a bunch of distilleries there. You can go up to the Yarra Valley, and there are distilleries there. You can go to the Mornington Peninsula, there's distilleries there. You go to the fucking high country, and there's distilleries. They're fucking, and that's just Victoria. But they're fucking everywhere. Like last time we went to Tassie, we were just doing a sort of camping road trip. If and when I go to Tassie again, it'll be let's go to all the distilleries. And yes, Kirsten, take your bow, because at the start of COVID, I was getting pretty seriously into cocktails, but I had hardly any Australian product on my shelf. And now, thanks to you and pointing me to, no, you should look at the Australian stuff, somewhere in the region of half to three quarters of what I've got's Australian. And it's and I wouldn't have it any other way now. It's just it's kind of like, like 3/4 of the whiskeys, half the rums, half the liqueurs, and all of the gins are Australian. That's the one. Actually, the gins, Australian gins, are so good. I don't even understand the idea of getting gins from somewhere that's not Australia. So, like whiskeys, you go, okay, I want a bourbon, I want an American bourbon, and maybe an American rye, and a Scotch, and an Irish whiskey, and rums, because you get Caribbean rums. I've got a Cuban rum, and I've got various rums from South America, Nicaragua, and places like that. But I've got a bunch of Australian ones as well. But gins, it's just like, I'm sorry, no, Australian gins is so much better than anywhere else. I'm not even.
It's no contest.
No contest. And no, Megaleech, for 100%. If and when I get to Tassie again, we'll absolutely catch up with you.
Are you in Tasmania, Megaleech?
Oh, did you not know he was a Tassie?
No.
He's a Taswegian. Yes.
A Tasmaniac.
Yes. Yeah, it's quite a long time ago I was in Tasmania, but it's fucking beautiful little part of the world. But yeah, we did not do distilleries at all. We just like sort of did sightseeing and camping. But now we would absolutely the whole trip would be, okay, I've now pegged these distilleries we're going to go to. Because that's what we do here.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's if we go to this part, we'll go to these places. If we go here, we'll go here. The most recent one was going to Four Pillars in Yarra Valley. They'd done their really over-the-top redevelopment of their distillery, which was awesome. But then when we were there, we just sort of searched and we found out, there's a couple of other smaller distilleries that we can visit as well, and that was fun. But it's just they're freaking everywhere. I'd love to do is a road trip that went through South Australia and into Western Australia, because beautiful sort of sites, but also shit ton of distilleries. You've got your thing up.
Because I was coughing.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, then a plane back, because that's a hell of a trip.
Oh yeah. No.
Yeah.
Maybe a rental car that you could dump at the far end, and then just go,
Yeah.
I'm done. I can't drive anymore.
Oh.
I'll fly back.
Good night, Kirsten. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, big day, Kirsten. Yeah, Kirsten's done with South Australia. I've definitely also, because I've got a couple of friends in South Australia, definitely got to do South Australia.
Yeah. I've been to Mount Gambier. That was nice. I think there's probably a distillery now around there. I have to help this cat out before she explodes.
You do that.
I'll be back in a
Yeah.
sec.
We definitely got to like go to South Australia and hang out with Salumi. But I've got some friends I made through YouTube who are actually, to be fair, pretty fucking rich. And I think if I set up a trip with me who's angry and reached out to them and said, I want to catch up. You know what we should do? We should go to a couple distilleries together. So I'm just looking at Kirsten's thing for a road trip. No, you take the plane there and you drive back because by the time you get back, your car's full of booze.
Nah, that's fair. That's smart.
I'm picking
Yep.
up what you're laying down.
That's smart.
Oh yeah, no, that's good thinking. No, but I was just saying when you had your headphone off, Dr. Abigail, I want to go to South Australia, catch up with Salumi, but also I have some friends I made
Indeed.
through YouTube back in the day who, to be fair, they're pretty rich and they have a boat and stuff. And I think if I went there and said, we should catch up, and they're also my vintage, and say we should, and I'd list off we should go to these distilleries because there are several distilleries in South Australia I want to visit, and they would be bang up for it. They would fucking love it, and I think we'd have a very good time going to like Applewood and Never Never and a couple of other places in South Australia.
I'll drink to that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Speaking of drink to that, this is just a big bit of ice. I think I'm
all of a sudden, after eating that food, I am tired. Oh,
but that's good. Okay.
Recovery.
Yeah, that's your body just metabolizing the food. So you should definitely chill out. Yeah. So I think it's like Mrs. Angry had a cold in the last week, which was making her run down. So she did 2 rats and they both came back negative. And then she was calling for sick day. And her like team leader was saying, yeah, you should get a PCR just to be sure. And she got a PCR that came back negative as well. So it was a cold, but she has been feeling run down and tired for most of the week. So she took most of the week off work.
Fair enough.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's funny, the days we live in, it's like, I've got a scratchy throat. Oh, I'm going to have to test for the spicy cough.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's,
and I've had my mother, like, constantly worried, as mothers do.
Thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think my parents have gotten it, which is good. Because they live out in the country. So
they're not getting exposed to as many people, maybe.
Yeah. But also, like, they're old.
Yeah, they're at risk, yeah.
Yeah. It is called the Boomer Doomer.
Yeah, no, it fucking killed a whole bunch of boomers, that's for sure. Like 90% of the people who died were over 70, but it's it's good. So I always equated people with saying like, oh, it's got such a low mortality rate if you're, under 50 and don't have a existing condition. And I was going like, you know what? If you are at all rational and you contract it, it will suddenly occur to you 1% is actually not that low a number. When it's even if it's a point because of your age and health or whatever, if it's 0.1 of 1% chance of the worst possible outcome, that's a sobering sort of thing.
It's a lot of people. It's still a lot of people.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Like, people say, "Oh, it's 0.1 of 1%." And it's like, you realize, like in the continental United States, if you say that, you're talking about tens of millions of people. That's why I always laugh when people point
Ugh.
out about people having like forget about illness, but people having stupid beliefs, and they say like something like, "Well, only 2% of the population believe that thing," and go, "You know, in the continental United States, that means 10
That's
million
4
people."
million people.
And it's depending what number they go, it's like several million people believe this
Mhm.
utterly deranged, unhinged. That's terrifying that there are millions of people,
Yeah.
millions of people who believe this absolutely unhinged thing. Jesus. It's just like, my God.
Yup.
It's ugh. It's
It's
ugh.
fucking scary, is what it is.
It's terrifying. It's terrifying. All right, I'm getting. Oh, which bottle am I getting?
Gone to fiddle with your cocktails again.
Passion fruit. Where's the strawberries
Oh.
and cream gin?
Oh,
Oh,
fiddling with
there
a
it is.
passion
Sorry.
fruit cocktail.
Yes.
Are we?
No. I'm getting. Brogan's Way strawberries and cream gin. This stuff's fucking awesome. Gotta make myself fruity old fashioned gin old fashioned. So this we went to Brogan's Way together, didn't we, Dr. Abigail? Got that barrel roll cocktail?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that was a really good cocktail.
It was really good. This is their
Yeah,
most recent limited edition gin, strawberries and cream. Oh my God, it's so fucking good. I'm just going to have a little bit of it straight. I'm going to pour it over the ice and just have a little sip of it straight, because I haven't had this for a little. You can see there's only a tiny. I probably have to go. It's an excuse to go visit Brogan's Way and get another bottle of it. Also, because Ben, who works there, is always so nice to me because he actually knows me from YouTube, and
yeah.
he always like, "Oh, try this." Besides ordering something, he goes, "Oh, and you should also try this," and he'll give me something. And it's like, yeah. Oh, I know some people. When you tell them about gin, they're thinking, because juniper can be a bit medicinal almost. It sometimes I really like juniper forward gins and whatnot, but this one, it's just like it's just like a fruity dessert flavor. So that's really nice. Like, I don't usually drink gin straight. Anyway, I'm going to use it to make a fruity gin old fashioned. Because what are we? Oh man, it's 11:30. All right. Look, it's nearly gone. There you go. Sorry, part of me is like, just pour it all in. No, that would be too much. that would be too much. Let's be a little demure. But it's very hard to resist. Occasionally, just go, "Oh, there's only a little bit left. Why not?" No. That's another
Settle
two.
down.
That's another
Settle
two
down.
standard drinks. Calm down.
Cool your jets.
Yeah, cool your jets, and we'll do a little bit of fruity sugar syrup because we're making an old fashioned. And now I need my cranberry bitters, just like a pink gin, a red sugar syrup, and a red bitters, and you get this nice red fruity offers. Where's my cranberry bitters? There they are. All right. Oofed. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cranberry bitters. Okie dokie. Give that a little stir in the glass. Get the clanky ice ASMR. See, look how red that is. That's just like that's a sexy drink now. Still a classic old-fashioned spirit, sugar, and bitters, but it's a pink gin, a cherry sugar syrup, and cranberry bitters. So you end up with this really red drink. Very, very visually appealing. Oh God, fuck yeah, that's good. Oh. All right, what are we at? 11:30. Okay. We'll see how I travel. That may or may not be my last alcoholic beverage for the evening. I'm still on top of things, and it's like I'll have that. I'll be on top of things, but I like to be responsible enough to go. Yeah, you know what? One more after this might be bad decision time, and it's like, oh my God, that's really fucking good though. It doesn't. Okay, not that I dislike gin, because I don't. I like gin. That doesn't even taste like gin. It's just the combination of the fact it's a fruity gin, and I've used a fruity sugar syrup and a fruity bitters, and it's just like, no, that's just a treat. And because I do like gin, like my freezer martini is very dry, very sort of juniper forward gin martini. As I don't know if Nettie's still watching, but as Nettie can vouch, she found my freezer martini a bit hardcore when I poured one, so I had to add some sweet vermouth, and then she liked it.
Has Nettie been on?
She was on earlier. I don't know what she's doing now. Because the other thing where she spilled some warm Nutella on a rug and she was mortified.
Oh, no.
But she did apparently successfully clean it. So, that's a plus.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. That's a good thing. Ugh. So, yeah, we maybe, I'm thinking, I was looking at the whole COVID thing now. I might be more into the idea of going out now. Like, I was floored to see, the death rate is the lowest that's been since March 2020. And I was like, well, that's a turnaround. Because the first half of this year was fucking nightmarish.
It was, yeah.
It was worse than the previous 2 years combined. But now it's like we've turned a corner. It's like the World Health Organization cautiously saying, okay, we kind of feel like we can maybe see the end now. There's a bunch of stuff we still have to do, but the fact that the death rate has dipped, and we are maybe on the cusp of having Omicron-specific vaccines widespread. I swear to fucking God, as soon as Tagi says, yeah, these people should definitely get this Omicron-specific booster, I'll be like, yep, signing the fuck up.
Yeah, because Omicron is the worst. Omicron kicked my ass.
It fucking sucks. I was reading an article for certainly the first year and a half, there are various people studying like, hey, there are various cohorts of people who seem to have a natural resistance to it because they are in environments where they should have contracted it and they didn't. They're either working in health and they're surrounded by sick people, or they're literally cohabiting with someone who got serious illness and they got nothing. And so all around the world, there are all these studies being done on people who maybe had a genetic immunity to it. And they're like, oh, we're getting interesting data. And then Omicron came along and 90% of the people who had appeared to be immune got Omicron. And they're like, well, fuck you, Omicron. What the fuck? And it was so much more virulent than the previous strains. But it still opens the door that we may end up with they may actually be able to develop something based on the genetic profile that's a really effective. We don't know. It might come to nothing. It might produce a really effective treatment. Who the fuck knows? But it was, if you have a dark sense of humor, it was kind of funny that they were like, oh, we've got all these people and it's looking interesting, and fuck me, what's this Omicron shit that just wiped out 90% of our test base? It was like,
Yep.
fucking hell, that shit's serious. I don't think I had Omicron. I think you had Omicron.
I am convinced I had Omicron
I think
based
you did.
on the symptoms that I've read about,
And how fucking sick you were. Yeah.
and the sweating.
Oh, the sweat.
Just
See, I didn't have
the
that
sweating.
at all. Yeah.
I sweated more than I've ever sweated in my life.
Anyone who's
Like,
watching
it
the
was-
streams, there was a
Oh.
week of you coming on going, I can't stop sweating.
Yeah, it was insane how much I had cold sweats at night, and
Yeah.
then I was like day sweating, like with the window open because I was overheating. But
Yeah.
then like at night I was like overheating and shivering. I was shivering cold and hot at the same time. It was nuts. And I had a fan going, but I couldn't go under a blanket because I was overheating. It was just fucked. And
very-
I was washing sheets every day because I would wake up absolutely drenched. It was,
I was trying to think.
do not recommend.
No,
0 out of 10.
0 stars, would not recommend to a friend.
Yeah.
I think because there was a swine flu variant, stomach flu, that I got. It was 4 or 5 years ago at VidCon, and I was so fucking sick for about 2 days. And then it took me about a week to recover from how fucked I was for those 2 days.
Oh no.
It was just like shooting out both ends. And
Yep. Swine
but-
flu was
oof,
just one of a long list of fucked up things that
yeah,
people lived through
yeah.
until
As I was
COVID.
explaining to people, the first 24 hours was being pretty sure I was going to die, and the next 24 hours was like lying around going, why aren't I dead?
Yep.
And then it was like about a week to recover from it because I was so fucking knocked about. And I've told this story before, but this was literally, it was VidCon. It was the last day of VidCon, and I was with some people, and we were going to go out drinking, and I was just kind of like, you're all kind of okay, and yeah, but you know what? I'm just going home. And I didn't know why. I just want to go home. And I went home, and that night was, and when I recovered, I was like, holy fucking shit. If I'd have gone out drinking, if this had kicked in when I was drunk, and I would have just been falling over in the street, vomiting and shitting myself, unable to get, and I was just like, oh, that was the luckiest thing that ever happened to me my whole life, that I decided to go home. Because if I'd have gone out drinking, that would have been, without doubt,
That would have been
the
it.
worst experience of my life.
Yep.
It was pretty bad as it was, but at least I was at home and sober. The idea of this illness kicking in while I was not at home and drunk is because everyone would have blamed it on me being drunk. If I was just falling over, vomiting, shitting myself, they would just have been going, oh, look at that pathetic drunk loser. And I'd be like, no, I'm very sick.
I'm actually sick.
But it was just like, oh, that was, I dodged a bullet. And again, it was a really fucked couple of days, but it's so much better than if I had been drunk. And it was just like, Jesus. Oh, I still quite regularly think about that and go, oh my God, that would have been the fucking worst.
Damn.
And to get worse, I have to go right back to my college days when I got glandular fever. Glandular fever, not great. You don't want to get glandular fever. And because the way I realized I was sick, I had a girlfriend at the time, we were living together, and we were lying in bed, and I was lying in bed, and I was bathed in sweat and shivering, and she
Mhm.
wasn't. And I'm going, okay, this is clearly not the weather. Why am I like this? Because you're lying there feeling normal, and I'm lying here just bathed in sweat. So I went and saw a doctor, and they went, sounds like glandular fever. And they got a blood test, and I went, yep, it's glandular fever.
I think
And ugh.
glandular fever is why I got chronic fatigue.
It can have that complication, definitely.
Mm.
I was pretty
So I
lucky.
remember Will had glandular fever
Yeah,
at one point, and I probably caught it as well.
yeah. Well, yeah, and the other thing I got when I had it the first time, and they did a blood test and said, you got glandular fever. And I said, so what do you do now? And they said, oh, nothing. There's no treatment. I was going, what the fuck did I have to have a blood test? And they said, oh, because trust me, it could have been something way worse. And I'm like, what? Oh, it could have been cancer. It could have been like leukemia that was killing you. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, good that it was glandular fever then. And then they also warned me, said, but if you get sick in like the next year or even 2 years, and they do a blood test, you'll test positive for glandular fever again. But you probably don't have it. It's still in your system, so you'll test positive for it. And yeah, and so a year later, I got sick, and the doctor ordered a blood test, and he goes, and it was a different doctor. He was like the campus doctor, but it was a different one. And he goes, oh, we got the results back. And I just rolled my eyes and went, glandular fever. And he went, okay, weird reaction. And I said, oh, no, sorry. Sorry, I had glandular fever a year ago. And the doctor said, if I get sick in the next year or two, a test will say you've got glandular fever, but you don't. It's just still in your system. And he went, oh, okay, that explains a lot. Yeah, okay, cool. But yeah, when I actually had it, I was fucked. There's that whole thing of uncontrollable sweating and shivering at the same time is some serious bullshit.
Okay, so if I had glandular fever, I didn't get any of those symptoms at all.
It can probably vary from person to person. But like literally, the reason I knew I was sick is because I was living with my girlfriend and I was lying in bed and just fuck. And I think it was spring or early summer. So when I was just pouring with sweat, I was just going, must have been a hot night. And then my girlfriend's going, the fuck is wrong with you? And I went, aren't you sweating like this? And she goes, no, that's not normal. What the fuck? And maybe I should see a doctor. It's just ridiculous.
Maybe,
absolutely ridiculous. Also, I fucking hate blood tests, and they have to test you for it with a blood test. I fucking hate
blood tests.
And I swear to God, the dude taking my blood was apparently a doctor, not a nurse, but he looked like he was 16. Scrubs he was wearing were oversized.
Fucking doctors are actually the worst at taking blood.
Absolutely. You want nurses to do it, not doctors.
Nurses, 100%. And doctors, specialists, GPs, nurses, phlebotomists, right at the top.
Yeah. Oh,
they do it for a living.
People. Yeah. Yeah, but this fucking doctor who did this thing for me, no bedside manner, because I think it was just a psychological thing when I'm getting the bloody jams in it, and it's going, and I started to feel faint, and I was going, oh, this is weird. And I'm saying to this guy, okay, it kind of feels like my brain's being sucked out through that thing in my arm. Is that normal? and he's just fucking ignoring me. And I was this close to going, bedside manner, cunt. What the fuck? Because I wanted to say, like,
Yeah.
I am feeling distressed and you are ignoring me, you fucking wanker.
Yep. Hey, remember, speaking of bedside manner, remember a while back I was regaling everyone with a tale about a fucked up doctor at the Royal Women's
Yes.
and a bad experience I had?
Yeah.
Well, I managed to get back onto someone at the Royal Women's, and that doctor is no longer there. He did not last long at all.
Lots of people said he was
he
shit.
he apparently was kind of awful, and they got rid of him.
And
and
there you go. Wasn't your
and
imagination. Yeah.
no, it wasn't, and other people complained as well. So
Yeah.
yeah, there you go.
Ugh. Yeah,
So
it's
I have another appointment there now.
yeah.
Woo.
It's a delicate balancing act. There's a tension. It's like a thing I've seen on social media, and this is particularly for people with chronic illnesses. You get a thing where doctors will say, don't mistake your 5 minutes of searching symptoms on Google with my 4 years of medical college. And you get people with chronic illness like, don't mistake my entire life of living with this with your
Yep.
2 lectures talking about this while you're at the, and it is there is
Yeah.
a constant tension. Some patients are really shitty patients and they talk shit and do whatnot. Some doctors, some nurses are really shitty healthcare providers and have opinions and whatnot. And I feel like there's a constant tension between a patient who is legitimately recommending their thing. Sorry, Mega, if that Farazon of Numenor is Last Man's Bridge.
Wow.
I will actually let you exist for a few seconds if that's Grasshopper who has come up with
Is that what? How? Last
Grasshopper has
Man's
created
Bridge.
a new YouTube account
It's Grasshopper.
as Lars Mansbridge.
And why are we calling them Farazon of Numenor?
I don't know. Megaleech
Who's
said
the bad guy? And
check my
check your
messages.
messages.
Oh God. Okay. Fuck. Let me see.
He's on a different PC,
Radio.
therefore has to log in as someone else, apparently.
That's fair. Oh. Oh no, I get it. Sorry.
Yes, we do
Megaleech.
want you to get a webcam. We want you to prove it. Spoilers. Spoilers for a 20, 30-year-old story.
Yeah. Do I think when I think of Hugo Weaving? Oh, that's an excellent question, Bum Fungus. If we think of Hugo Weaving,
Oh
what
God,
movie do we think of?
Priscilla.
I honestly probably think of Matrix.
The Matrix,
Even
yeah,
though
of
that was
course.
quite
And
late.
yeah,
Jesus, Hugo Weaving has done
there are
so much.
three movies I think of with Hugo Weaving: Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, Lord of the Rings, and The Matrix.
Yeah, he's
That
done. Those are all great. He's done so much good stuff. There's a lesser known one called The Interview, and it's this really tense cop thing where Hugo Weaving has been brought in by some cops to be interrogated. And at the same time, apparently, the cops in this precinct are kind of dodgy. So they're being monitored by like a police ethics community. And
Yep.
Hugo Weaving in this may be innocent or he might actually be a serial killer, and the cops might be doing the
Okay.
right thing, or they might be sort of gross, corrupt, overreaching cops, and you're just watching how the interview develops. It's a really good movie because there's a bunch of weird shit happening. It's just called The Interview. It's about 20 years old.
Okay.
It's quite old, but it's worth watching. Like I said, because there's this tension. Hugo Weaving is the person being interviewed by cops. He might be innocent or he might be a serial killer, and the cops might be doing the right thing or they might be corrupt authoritarian cops overreaching their thing. And you've got to watch the whole movie through to kind of work out what's going on. Bum Fungus, for you think of Lord of the Rings. I probably go Matrix first.
I go
Oh my
giant
god, how
cat.
fucking big is that cat now? Jesus Christ.
He's a long boy.
He's a long boy. That is a long boy
Yeah.
right there.
Oh, look at that tubby. He is
That is a big
so
fucking
big.
cat. That is a
Oh,
big fucking cat. Oof.
kid.
So Hugo Weaving,
he's
I always remember
very
because
big,
the first
very
time
chunk.
I saw The Matrix, I knew Hugo Weaving was Australian, so I found his American accent very weird and off-putting. But then
Yep.
I subsequently found out Americans didn't find it off-putting. They just assumed he was an American actor. They didn't know. They were very surprised to learn he was Australian. But it's like, yeah, subsequent viewings, I really enjoyed it. Just like Hugo Weaving going, Mr. Anderson.
Yep.
Hugo Weaving fucking rocks, basically. He's very
Was
good.
he in BMX Bandits?
Oh, holy shit. I don't know. I don't think I ever saw BMX Bandits. For people who don't know, that was Nicole Kidman
I was
breakthrough role as a
just
teenager.
the right age. I was at just the right age for BMX Bandits.
Yep. I don't think I've ever actually watched BMX Bandits.
I watched it a few times. 1983.
Famous for two things: Nicole Kidman's first major role, and the male lead was named Angelo D'Angelo.
Angelo D'Angelo. Yep.
A lot of people find that funny that the dude in it was named Angelo D'Angelo.
Yep.
So Megaleech is now worried. He thinks he's alone in thinking Grasshopper looks like the actor playing Farazan in Rings of Power. I'm with you. I'm actually with you, Megaleech.
My eyes are not working for me to see that username.
Oh dear. That's the whole thing.
No, he was not in BMX Bandits.
No, he wasn't. Okay. He was in one of Russell Crowe's early films. It's called Proof, an exceptionally good Australian film from either the late 80s or early 90s, where Hugo Weaving's character is blind. Russell Crowe's character is just a buffhead who works in a fucking cafe. And look,
there he is.
There he is.
The artist formerly known as Grasshopper, now known as Lars. Abigail, nice to see you, my darling. How you doing?
I'm recovering from COVID.
Oh, yeah, no, 0 out of 10. Would not recommend.
Oh, it was fucked. I had Omicron, and it was just a sweat fest.
2 weeks of being really fucked.
Oh, it was the worst.
Not good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I'm still like, I just get exhausted at the drop of a hat still.
Yeah,
and
Eleanor and I both had our dose, and she's still suffering the fatigue after COVID type thing.
The fatigue's real.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah, oh yeah. It's
Um,
fucked.
Oh yeah, no. Like I said, 0 out of 10 would not recommend.
Yeah.
All right. This computer
Still have
is
cough from it.
absolute
You,
crap.
you,
What the hell?
you get that pain rating scale in hospitals. Like, how would you rate your pain? And they mean from 0 to 10. There was a great sort of social media meme where someone said they were at a hospital, and someone at the hospital says, "How would you rate your pain?" And they said 0 stars. And the hospital people goes, "What?" He goes, "Would not recommend."
I still love the meme that I saw was on a scale of 1 to stepping on a Lego. How much pain are you in right now?
Oh, and there was also I don't know, she hasn't, to the best of my knowledge, published anything for a while, but there was a really good blog. She's like a cartoonist and a humorist writer, and she had an alternative pain scale from 1 to 10, and it's because she had an experience where she had some quite bad infection, and she went to the hospital, and they're showing her a pain scale, and it was with these different sort of from a frowny face to a smiley face, and she came up with this alternate pain scale, and it went up to about 12, and about at 8 it's like, my eyes are bleeding, and it was like, when you get up to 10 it was like, I definitely have Ebola.
Oh,
Oh no.
Hyperbole and a Half, that was the name.
I love that comic.
Hyperbole and a Half had some fucking kick-ass shit. She also had some really quite extreme mental health issues over the years. I feel like she hasn't published anything in ages. Now we're on the internet. Now I feel like looking her up. So you'll keep talking. I'm going to look up high.
Talking. I am talking. Look
What you're playing at the
me
moment, Abigail?
looking.
And
Sorry?
I said it looks like you're playing something. What you playing?
Astroneer.
I don't know that one. I have to be honest.
It's a survival / base building / exploration game, but it's very low key. It's got a cartoony art style. It's survival light. Like it's cute and fun, and the emphasis is on fun and multiplayer. And you could I played single player, of course, because I'm antisocial. But
yeah, fuck other people.
but
Honestly,
yeah,
fuck
it's not hardcore survival. It's just kind of like you only have to track oxygen, like that's it. And yeah, you can. Yeah, there's lots to explore, and you can. It's very 3D. And it's got a cute cartoony art style, and I highly recommend it. It's quite addictive.
I got your message earlier, Mega Leech. I personally don't see the similarities. Mega Leech believes that I look something like a person called Farazon or Farzon
from
from.
the
Farazon
Rings of Power.
from the second age of Middle Earth. Well, not even Middle Earth. He's from Numenor.
Oh,
which
I've
is not.
never read Lord of the Rings, so I don't know.
It's not part of Lord of the Rings. It's part of the
It sounds like it.
Silmarillion.
Silmarillion.
But the Rings of Power don't have the rights to the Silmarillion. All they've got is what's in Lord of the Rings and the appendices.
It's fanfic.
It's
I
fan
love it.
fiction. They did get they're getting the broad strokes
Yeah.
decently correct, but they're making a lot of shit up as well.
Yeah.
It's so fan fictiony, it's ridiculous.
Hang on.
But
I'm
don't
still
regard
watching
that as
it.
an insult.
Sorry,
I don't regard fanfic as an insult either. It's like, some great fanfic out there.
I call it what it is. It's fan
It's
fiction,
fanfic. It's
and
fanfic.
make that what you will. Make of that what you will. Yes, the first chapter of the Silmarillion, the Idolundale, reads like epic poetry. I love it. It's the music of creation and the creation of Ada and the
But yeah, Mega Leach is listening to the Audible audiobook, which is read by Martin Shaw, and Martin Shaw has the best. Oh my god, he's fucking great. And that's the guy. He was from the fucking cop show from the 80s, The Professionals. And so he's okay. Now I feel like looking
there's a
him up.
version. There's a copy on YouTube that I've heard that sometimes I'll put on if I just want to relax, but I prefer to read it myself. I don't
Yeah.
like audiobooks. I've had this problem in the past. I've tried to get into audiobooks and it just like I find them way too distracting.
Yeah.
The only audiobooks that I've ever been able to tolerate listening to was Corey Taylor reading his books because I'm a huge simp for Corey Taylor. But other than that, I've never been able to do audiobooks. I've always preferred to read them myself.
Yeah, and you should go with what works for you. Absolutely. Just look at Martin Shaw's in his 70s, so he's in his 70s when he's read the Silmarillion, and he's just got this beautifully sculpted. I think he is a very good. He's almost like, because I think if someone's going to read the Silmarillion, they need to sound kind of like a vicar giving a sermon from a pulpit as they read it. And Martin Shaw does that. He kind of sounds like a vicar giving a sermon from a pulpit.
The only one that I'm thinking of that, like, there's a couple of books that I would love to hear read from different people. Like some of them just because it wouldn't fit, and others because it would just be hilarious. Like the book "Shut the Fuck Up and Go to Sleep." I'd love to hear that read by Betty White.
That would be good. I've heard it read by Sam Jackson, and that's pretty good.
Yeah, maybe you could ask her for 101st birthday.
Yeah.
Outlive the Queen.
Yeah. You know, she did. She lived longer than the Queen. 97 as opposed to 98. Sorry, 99 as opposed to 98.
99, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and just very quickly in regards to the whole Queen thing, anybody watching this, if you tell an Indigenous person that they need to show respect to the passing of the Queen, fuck you. And everything you've ever stood for.
It was hilarious the number of people who didn't understand why colonized people were kind of saying fuck you. I found that hilarious. It was just like, wow. And like the video of the Irish football crowd chanting Lizzie's in a box, that was Jesus Christ.
See, I've never cared a jot about the whole royal family thing. It's never been an interest of mine. But I understood that I understand, I should say, that their entire family history, their ancestors, all of that is, colonization and genocide and torture and rape and horrible bloody things that they have never fucking owned up to. And the idea that the indigenous peoples of any country that they fucking colonized need to show respect to the passing of the Queen, I'm like, fuck no. Absolutely fucking not.
Have you seen the swearing in of the Indigenous Green Senator here in Australia?
I have not.
Because she has all Bumfungus is just getting the joke I made about Betty White and 101st birthday. I forget her name, but she's Indigenous. She's a Green Senator.
She's a Green
federal.
Senator. Yeah.
And,
I know who you're talking about.
all members of Parliament have to swear loyalty to the Queen.
Yes.
Or the King now, I guess. And she, on her first attempt, swore loyalty to the colonizer Queen Elizabeth II. To which the president of the Senate,
the Senate said you can't say that.
Said no, you're gonna have to do that again, and she begrudgingly did that again.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's fucked. That's man.
Oh my
See, that's the
god.
thing.
Imagine,
Like, every time that
imagine
somebody
having to,
Lydia
like
Thorpe.
being
That would have been
Indigenous and
Lydia
having to
Thorpe.
do that.
I can't
Lydia
imagine.
Thorpe, that's the one. Yep.
Yeah, no. There was a guy on TikTok that had quite a bit of a following for quite a while by the name of Modern Warrior, and he kind of popularized the term of colonizer on TikTok, and people called him. He's Native American, to be clear,
Right.
and people were trying to say that he was being racist by calling white people colonizers. And I remember responding to one of those videos saying, I don't like being called colonizer for the same reason that I don't like being called fat. It's because I can't fucking deny it. But that being said,
Yeah.
unfortunately, Modern Warrior, he let too much of it go to his fucking head. He made a video with his girlfriend not long ago saying, if you look white or you are white passing, you are white. Basically saying that those who are, partial Indigenous heritage over here because of stolen generation, who could pass as white, shouldn't be claiming to be Indigenous and stuff like that. And it's like, kind of fuck you on that one.
Yeah.
To be clear, I've got no Indigenous bloodlines in my family at
Neither
all.
do I. Yeah.
But on that same token, stolen generation is a fucking thing, and
It
it
is.
also happened with the Native Americans as well as the Inuit
Well,
and Canada and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
So
no.
it's
Colonizers did that around the world to try and destroy indigenous. Also, just in the chat,
Does the angry
Constantinos.
phone still
No, I have
operate?
not had the angry phone for a long time. It was fun for several years, but it's just like it just wasn't worth keeping at a certain point.
Yeah, and to be clear, if you do actually get Angry Aussie as a contact on your phone, be aware he sends a lot of dick pics. It's a
Yeah.
thing.
And they're
Oh,
just like the weirdest dick pics I've ever seen as
Yeah,
well.
that's
But
the
you
thing.
keep
Yeah,
doing it.
no,
Like no one wants to see your small ass shriveled.
no. It's normally pictures of interesting mushrooms I found at the supermarket.
That's what you call it. Oh, okay, right.
Mushrooms.
Particularly with the new iPhone with the wide angle thing, where you can you can make it look real impressive, is what I'm saying.
They still don't have a telephoto lens powerful enough to see mine yet. So
Yeah.
when that happens, I'll be sure to reciprocate.
And I'll often send people dick pics, which is a sort of small sort of antelope.
I've seen them,
that
yeah.
is indigenous to South Africa. The dick pic.
No, a friend of mine, she's got a picture of a naked mole rat on her phone that she keeps.
Yeah.
And every time that somebody sends her an unsolicited dick pic, she just sends that straight back to them going, this is all I see, right?
Yeah. I did see a thing where someone to freak guys out, because guys who send unsolicited dick pics are fucking units, basically. And when they sent one, she just messaged them back saying, "Oh my god, why did you send me a picture of a child's penis? I'm reporting you for child pornography now." And freaking these guys out.
Oh man, I remember back in the days of IRC, multiplayer Notepad, basically.
Yeah.
The constant thing in IRC was that A/S/L.
ASL.
Yeah,
Yes.
age, sex, location.
Yep.
And if you ever made the mistake of saying female on that thing, all of a sudden your screen would just blow up from all of these guys bloody messaging
Yep.
you. Then the whole sending pictures over IRC thing started. And a friend of mine by the name of Anna, she found a weird Photoshop picture of somebody in a bikini, but they look like 14 female Cali.
Bum fungus nose. Bum fungus nose.
She found a picture of, it's like they're gorillaed. They look like a gorilla, but in a two-piece bikini. And every time that somebody had asked her for a pic of herself, she'd always send that through just to fuck with people.
Yeah.
But oh man.
No, I found out back in the 90s on IRC because okay, full disclosure, I actually met the mother of my children on IRC in the mid 90s. So, and I've thrown this out before. Young Ms. Angry has a very real claim to being the first internet baby in the entire world. And my definition of that is a baby who's born of people who met through the internet when they were in different cities and they would never have met if the internet didn't exist. She actually has a very legit claim to possibly being the world's first internet baby.
That's kinda
Anyway,
cool.
it is pretty cool. And she, if I ever say that, she's like, shut the fuck up. Because she's 25 now. So the world's first internet baby is now 25. So
Did
yeah.
I try James Webb? Thank you, Mega Leech. If I
It's
had
my
access to
behemoth.
James Webb, I would be taking more photos of Jupiter. If you saw the photo that it took of Jupiter, was just fucking fantastic. I would be pointing it at things like that rather than my penis again.
Yeah.
Wait, again? At
But
all.
mind you, did you see, and this is going to get bit better, but James Webb had an actual photo of an exoplanet in
It
another
did,
thing.
yes.
And
Yes.
it's just a couple of bright pixels, but they're basically saying, no, give us time and we will have a literal photo of a planet
Damn.
in another galaxy. And it's just like, fucking
I've
hell.
been
Another
I've been
galaxy or
waiting.
another solar
No,
system?
sorry, solar system, not galaxy,
Yeah.
solar system.
No, I've been waiting with bated breath for James Webb for forever and a day. And I remember when it finally launched, because it was one of those things. It was always a year away because launches kept on
Yeah.
getting scrubbed all of the damn
Yes.
time.
Yes.
And then when it finally launched, me and all of my astronomy nerd friends were all like, "Oh my god, it finally
Oh,
launched!"
I watched it live.
Same.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah. And the first photos that it released of basically it warming itself the fuck up. And
Yeah.
it was just
The
like,
test
holy
photos.
shit,
Ah!
yeah.
Yeah.
And
The
man, it's
calibration photos.
yeah,
Yeah.
it has just been non-stop nerdwood from that thing, like from day dot.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of astronomers that I subscribe to, both in newsletter, one on TikTok and one on YouTube, and all of them are absolutely, oh my god, James Webb just did this whole thing, and I'm like, yes, I know, give it to me, give it all to me.
Yeah.
It was sort of like the last photos of Pluto that was taken from the last satellite that just went past it. I
Oh
forget the
yeah,
name of it.
where you saw the heart on it. Yeah.
Yeah, Juno,
Yep.
that's the one. Yeah, and it was like when I heard that those photos were going to get released, I was like, oh my god, give it to me. And yeah, no, I'm really excited about what else James Webb is going to give to us. It's absolutely breathtaking. I love it, every second of it.
But yeah, that's the whole thing with James Webb. 100 things could have gone wrong, so it never fucking
Mhm.
worked. And the whole thing with the launch, and everyone was like, "I'm so fucking nervous because this might fuck up." And then it was like, "Oh, now I'm nervous because this might fuck up." And holy shit, it just fucking worked. It
Yeah.
got out, and it
And
just
the launch
fucking worked.
the launch not only worked, but the launch went better than expected. They
Yeah.
managed to save the launch was so efficient that they added like an extra how many years did they add to the lifespan of the telescope?
I think
Like-
it was something like 6 to 10 years.
Yeah, which is
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's I'm all here for it. I am just
Yeah.
all completely here for it. I pulled out my telescope the other night because it was like beautiful bloody viewing for Jupiter the other night.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yes, finally, get out the telescope, view Jupiter. And then all of the fucking clouds came over. I'm like, son of a. And then James Webb released its photos of Jupiter. I'm like, okay, I'm good.
I think there's a guy, I haven't been there for ages, but there was a guy who set up on St Kilda Beach here in Melbourne, and he had a pretty good telescope, just an optical telescope, and he would set up, and I think he was an astronomy nerd, so he'd find nights when you were going to get a good sighting of various planets or whatever, and he'd have the thing set up. And you know, he would actually take donations if you were grateful. But yeah, the times I went there and looked in his little telescope and went and got this incredible view of Saturn or Jupiter, and it was just like, yeah, no, this is fucking magic. It's just it's a tube about 2 meters long, and it's got a couple lenses on it. And I look in this little bit here, and I see this magical thing that's millions of kilometers away from me, and it's just like, oh fuck, yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'll throw you a couple dollars, dude, definitely.
I remember I had a telescope many years ago that was like a little cheap shitty telescope, but on a particularly good night with that telescope you could just pick up Saturn with it. It was very redshifted, it was very blurry, but it was Saturn, and
Yeah.
it was really awesome, and that's kind of what birthed my whole like astronomy nerd bone in my body. Getting the
Yeah.
telescope that I've got now, I remember the first night that I got it successfully calibrated, the first thing that I did was swung it straight towards Saturn. And being able to see, like with my telescope, I can actually see the Cassini-Huygens divisions in the rings. I get that much resolution
Oh,
with my
wow.
current telescope. And yeah,
Nice.
for me, I don't care about anybody else. I don't give a shit what anybody thinks of me. It literally brought tears to my eyes. It was one of the most beautiful fucking things I'd ever seen. Mainly because I managed to set up my telescope, I managed to get the damn thing aligned, and I made that happen, you know?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Because to be clear, aligning a telescope in the southern hemisphere sucks. It's so easy to do in the northern hemisphere, but in the southern hemisphere, it's a pain in the ass. But yeah, no, it's the thing that I love saying to people: if you ever meet a flat earther, here is the one thing that you can tell them that debunks all flat Earth bullshit permanently. In the northern hemisphere, you can align a telescope by using Polaris, the North Star. If you live in the southern hemisphere, you cannot fucking see the North Star. Flat Earth debunked. End of fucking list.
Yeah. Yes. With the asterisk, it's pointless talking to anyone who says the Earth is flat
Valid.
because evidence and reality has no influence on them.
Oh, well, 1000%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Not that
absolutely valid.
not that you're bitter or anything, or
Look, just a
burnt
little.
by it.
Okay,
Or...
just a little. Just a little. It turns out that there's a different type of telescope that I could have bought that automatically aligns itself no matter where the fuck on the globe that it is. I didn't
Oh.
know that telescope existed before I bought my existing telescope, and I am still
one
kind
with
of
an
pissed that
untwistable stomach.
Yes.
Oh.
And yeah, no, I'm still just a bit bitter that to get one of those is like double the cost of my existing telescope, and I can't justify that amount of money. I really can't. I want to, but I can't. Like, if I were to pull that amount of money out of our savings in order to buy a telescope, I think I would get divorced pretty freaking quickly after that. And at that point, she'd have to live with you full time, Abigail, and I'm just not ready to deal with that right now. Like,
No,
I just
not ready to keep that up. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's hard
It's
enough to
okay
keep
every
her
now
out of
and
your bloody
then.
clutches.
Yeah.
It's hard enough to keep her out of your clutches in the first place, Abigail. The cryosail things work by being slightly divergent from each other, fanning out from the center of the edge. They're about 10 meters by 20 meters and have to diverge by millimeters, according to Heine. And Megalich says,
yep.
also the moon will be one way in the northern hemisphere and upside down in the southern hemisphere. Also not compatible
All
with
right.
flat
Yes,
Earth, only
because we're
globe
seeing
Earth.
it differently. Yeah.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
but of course, I debunked the flat Earth thing with if the Earth was flat, cats would have pushed everything off the edge
Off the
by
side.
now.
Yep, yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
Valid.
No,
Yeah.
it's I don't know, like flat earthers, 9/11 truthers, fucking moon landing
Moon
conspiracy
landing.
theorists, all of them are just no, like you said earlier, reality and evidence just they don't care about either.
Yeah. It's no. there is no value in engaging with them because everything they say is absolutely disconnected from reality, and it's just like it's kind of like you get the those right-wing pundits in the US like Ben fucking what's his name. They say something that's so stupid. You go, oh my god, okay, to debunk what you just said, I have to go back to first principles and then build
like
up
grade
15
school
minutes
physics.
of explanation as to why you're wrong. Or I could just say, shut the fuck up, you fucking weirdo, and punch you in the face. And it's just like, again, because he's famous for saying the line, facts don't care about your feelings. But
Isn't
then
that
you just look at him and
Shapiro?
go, Ben,
That's
buddy,
Shapiro, yeah.
Ben Shapiro, everything you say is emotional. It's nothing you say
Mhm.
is grounded in science or objectively testable and verifiable facts. It is your emotional feeling about things, and then he'll do that weird squeaky voice of his and freak out. It's kind of like where he says like, "Ow, they left. They're just so rude. They're so angry and whatnot." And he'll cite a thing where he was on some TV panel where he was deliberately and maliciously misgendering a woman who
remember
then
that.
just said to him, "Sonny, call me sir once more and I'll break your fucking neck and send you home in an ambulance." And he's going,
Yeah.
"I was just being calm and rational and debatable." Like, no, you were saying the most hateful, spiteful thing you could think of, and this person called you on it and said they were going to fuck you up if you don't shut the fuck up. And you sit there and lie and say you were being polite and reasonable and go, no, you were being hateful and spiteful. But just because you were doing it in a level tone of voice, you lie and say you were being calm and rational. You weren't being calm and rational. You were being spiteful and hateful. And this person just called you out and said, "You're being spiteful and hateful. If you don't shut the fuck up, I will fuck you up." And it's just like everything that fucking loser says is emotional and superstitious and counterfactual and not based in science. He just says the dumbest shit.
There's one thing that Ben Shapiro once said that I completely agree with, and it's the
Yeah.
only one thing, and that is the time that he, for all intents and purposes, admitted that he had never given a woman an orgasm in his life.
Is that funny stuff he said about that wet ass pussy song where he's
Yeah.
just talking about
Oh, his poor,
if your
poor
pussy's
wife.
really wet, it's a medical thing. And the whole world is like, Ben, way to tell the world
Yep.
you've never sexually aroused a woman.
Yeah, pretty
Wow.
much. Yeah,
Self
like,
burn. Those are
yeah.
rare.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the worst part is though he's so fucking stupid he doesn't understand the self-ownage. He really
But that's
doesn't.
the thing. When he was a teenager, he got picked up by these rich white. Try that again. Rich right-wing fuckheads, the Koch brothers, and they said, "We are going to give you lots of money to be a young person who says stupid, unhinged right-wing shit." Because if old white men say it, everyone ignores it. But if a young person says it, maybe you'll swing some stuff. And he just started to believe his own press. Like the Koch brothers paid him money to say dumb shit. And so in his brain, over a period of about several years, now he's in his 30s, but it's just like over a period of several years, it morphed to, well, the only possible reason these rich old white men are giving me money is because I'm right. And it's like, No, they're giving you money to be a sock puppet, actually.
Yeah, no, he's like,
Um,
one of the things that he said once was that we should be making all political decisions based in logic and facts, and yet he's the one that come out and said that we need to base all of our moral decisions based on religion, and it's like,
Yeah.
yeah,
No,
you,
everything about him is emotion and whatnot. And I will always come back to the fucking YouTuber Harry H Bomber guy with his video when he was just, and this is from quite a few years ago, when he's going about
I
Ben
remember the
Shapiro
video.
makes no sense, and it's Ben Shapiro, and when Ben Shapiro is being a global warming denier, and he's saying like the ocean's not going to rise, but he's going, but even if it did, what if it raised 6 inches, 12 inches, and it's going to make the coast areas uninhabitable? It's not a problem because people will just sell their houses. And then there's this thing with Harry in his set smashing through a fibro wall with an axe, and it goes on for about 15 seconds of him just hacking through a wall with an axe till he makes a hole big enough to put his face through, and he sticks his face through and goes, "Sell the houses, Ben. To who? Fucking Aquaman." And again, but it was a joke, but it was like, Ben Shapiro thinks he is being smart by saying it doesn't matter if the coasts flood because people with houses on the coast will just sell their houses. And I was like Harry was making a joke, but who are they selling the houses to, Ben? As the houses literally sink into the sea, who are they selling them to? And this is like, Ben Shapiro is convinced he's smart. He says stuff as stupid as that all the fucking time.
the thing
And
is though,
yet
like,
he's convinced he's smart.
if it was like rare for dickheads like that to get the kind of press that they do, that'd be one thing. But you've got people like fucking what's that fucking waste of Tucker Carlson. The sorts of shit
White
that he
supremacist
says.
on Fox News,
Yeah,
yeah.
like he fucking Bill O'Reilly faded off into obscurity where he fucking
Oh,
belongs.
because they
And
paid off one too many sexual harassment suits for Bill
yeah,
O'Reilly.
but yeah,
It's
no.
like, dude, you are
As soon as
costing us too much. You're gone.
Yeah, no, but as soon as he was out of the fucking public spotlight, that's it. He's faded into obscurity where he belongs. And
Hmm.
fucking Tucker Carlson decided to come out and take a page from his book and go pro. Um, it's just fucking ridiculous. And there was a guy. He's the grandson of this really racist piece of shit who made like the earliest white supremacist website on the internet, Stormfront or something, I think it's called. And it's still being run to this day. This guy's full on fucking Nazi white supremacist scumbag. And it was his
It's not
son or
Steve
his
Bannon,
grandson.
is it?
I honestly don't remember his name.
Hmm.
But he said that what they do in like with these small like clusters of the white supremacist groups is they sit around, they watch and tape the Tucker Carlson show. They watch it once for entertainment, and then they watch it again for information
Yeah.
because he is a fucking white supremacist.
Yeah. Tucker Carlson repeats all the white supremacist talking points, and then on the various very fringe right wing websites, they go, "There you go. Tucker's based. He's saying he's doing the great replacement.
Mm.
He's telling the mainstream our Nazi ideology." And,
Yeah. When you have
uh,
those fucking assholes over in America marching down the street with the tiki torches saying Jews
yeah,
will not replace us.
Jews will not replace
Yeah.
us.
And he
Yeah,
tried to say that they didn't say Jews will not replace us. He said they were chanting, "You will not replace us."
yeah.
And it's seriously, you're honestly trying to get like the worst part is people fucking believed him.
Yeah. And this is also because Ben Shapiro is Jewish and
Yeah.
he repeats all these things. And he was always like, because all the Tucker Carlson types, they refer to Judeo Christian morality and whatnot. And Ben Shapiro repeats it. I just feel like pulling Ben aside. Ben, you know they don't mean the Judeo part of that, right? It's just to cover up their Nazi shit. Dude, they will literally put you on the train carriage to the camps, right?
Yeah,
That's what they will do.
and he'll be the first to fucking go as well, because
Yeah,
he's a
no.
successful Jew, and that's
Yeah,
the worst.
yeah.
You know,
And
it'd be him and Bernie Sanders are being the first fucking cars out of there.
yeah. What's weird is because again, people are the cliche to actually bring up like the actual Hitler Nazis, but in the early days of the rise of the Nazi Party, they pointed to their diversity. Like you get the Proud Boys and the whatnot in the US who have non-white people very front and center, and it's going, yeah, useful idiots. That's a thing that's always happened.
Yeah.
The original leader of the brown shirts, Hitler's violent youth street gangs, was gay. They did murder him a couple years later because once they had power and they didn't need any pretense, and this guy was outside their ideology, they fucking murdered him. But that was the thing. The literal Nazis, Hitler Nazis, did this whole thing about no. Look, this person, he's gay. This person, he's Jewish and whatnot. And then they seized power and they murdered everyone who was outside there. It's just like, yeah, Ben, buddy, if you help these people into power, you'll be in a fucking camp, brother.
Also, but speaking of evil pieces of shit and getting their comeuppance,
Yeah.
Russia is currently getting its fucking ass kicked by Ukraine, who have now
Oh
gone
my
on
God.
counteroffensive.
How long can Putin hold on when he's suffering
Oh,
these humiliating defeats? Like
oh,
that, his whole thing, that was
there's
supposed to be over in a couple of weeks. We're now 6 months
there's this
down the line.
there's this guy on Reddit who is making a list of all the Putin allies and how they're dying, and it's like
The guy
suicide.
who fell out the
Suicide.
window. The guy who fell out the window.
Fell out the window, fell off a boat, murder suicide, murder suicide. Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
No,
they
it's
certainly aren't careful around windows and on boats in Russia.
They do not have great occupational health and safety standards, is what I'm saying about.
No, they do not.
They make mistakes.
Megaleech says, not racist, but number one with racists. I believe
That
he's
was
referring to Ben
The
Tucker
Simpsons.
Carlson and whatnot.
No, the one opening thing of The Simpsons had a Fox News helicopter, and the slogan on the side said, "Not racist, but number one with racists."
Oh wow!
And
I did not see
and
that.
because
That's fucking beautiful.
The Simpsons is technically on the Fox network, that created a lot of waves.
Yeah, no, Matt Groening, he was the first person to actually negotiate a contract with Fox that meant that he was allowed to make fun of Fox even though they were being aired on Fox.
Yeah.
And yeah, as a result, The Simpsons is always fucking stuck it to Fox.
But they did also do some funny stuff where Rupert Murdoch literally voiced himself on the Super Bowl episode. Was
Yeah.
kind of funny. They had Rupert Murdoch was voicing Rupert Murdoch, and they were just making him like a mad tyrant when they were all there. And they Homer and the gang had invaded the private box that was Rupert, and Rupert came in with these sort of stormtrooper characters, and he's just like, seize them. So they just had Rupert Murdoch being this malevolent, psychopathic dictator, and Murdoch's just gone, oh yeah, I'm going to be on The Simpsons. Okay, yeah, no, I'll read that. That's fine.
Yeah.
Because Murdoch, he doesn't give a shit. It's like, oh, people are going to say I'm bad. Sorry, I'll just I'll wipe my tears away with the $100 bills, and
I was going to say with the $1 million checks, but yeah, 100%. Oh my god! Like, it's one of those things. Like, when we finally hear about Putin having an accident and falling over, through a window or over a boat side or something like that,
Yeah.
no tears will be shed. But the day that Rupert Murdoch dies, I'm having a fucking party. I don't give a shit how distasteful that is, but I'm having a fucking party.
Nah, I'm with you. I'm there with you.
How the
There's
fuck is
certain
he not
people in
dead
this
already?
world. There are certain people in this world whose death, like, I wouldn't kill anyone, but there are certain people's obituaries whom I would smile a lot
Yeah,
at.
it's going to get framed and put up on the fucking wall, 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've got a moral. Oh, we've got Lee. Hey, Lee.
Hey, Lee.
Long time no see, buddy. How you doing?
Yeah, really good.
Yeah.
That's good, mate.
Well,
That's good.
It was kind of like when Pauline Hanson had COVID because she was old and unvaccinated. I was going, look, I don't wish death on anyone, even Pauline Hanson. In all sincerity, I don't wish death on her. But if she died from COVID, it would be fucking funny. It would just be funny.
As I said to
Yeah.
everybody when she got COVID, I said, I hope that she doesn't die from it, but I hope that she gets every single one of the worst possible non-fatal symptoms that COVID can give a person.
Yeah, I wanted to have long COVID for about 5 years. But that's what I said at the time. Like,
Yeah.
when I was saying it on social media, I was not just trying to protect myself from being kicked off social media. I literally, genuinely don't wish death on her. I think that's a negative, fucked up thing, and you're hurting yourself by having that negative outlook. I don't wish death on her, but fuck me, it would be funny if she died of COVID. It would just be funny.
I've got a moral compass that dictates that I can't wish like literal death upon another person. But on that same token, like, you know, if she died from COVID, would I be upset? Would I mourn? No. Would I celebrate? Look, it's you know, I'm not going to say that I'd be having a full-on party, but to say that I wouldn't be raising a glass and going, "Sucks to be you," you know.
I'm sincere. I wouldn't laugh. Sorry, no, I wouldn't celebrate. I would fucking laugh though, because just the irony of a COVID denier, of a vaccine conspiracist, and all this shit dying of COVID, that would just be fucking funny. No two ways about it.
The problem was there was so many of them that did. Like not Pauline Hanson, but all of these other fucking idiots that were anti-vax and saying that COVID wasn't a real thing, who then get COVID.
Ben Carson was the highest profile one in the US.
Yes,
the
he
big
was.
Trump reporter,
shucky ducky.
holding rallies and proudly talking about how there'd been no masks and whatnot, and then a month later he was dead, and it was just like, well, okay, fuck, okay, dude.
Yeah, it was like there was a guy in the UK, and he had rallies about no masks and COVID was a lie and vaccines are dangerous and all that bullshit. And at one of the rallies, it turned into a super spreader event. Go fucking figure. He gets COVID, and he dies. And his family was like, be respectful about his death. And it's like, no, I won't be respectful about his death. I will fucking hold his death up, like with a gigantic neon sign going, don't listen to these fuckwits. This could be the outcome.
Yeah. I always, because like on Twitter, you get in trouble if you say, I'm glad they're dead. So every time an anti-vaxxer died, I would just post a link to the news stories about how they were a prominent anti-vaxxer and now they're dead. And I would just post the link with, well, that's a damn shame. If only we could have done something to stop it.
Yeah. No, well, it's there are certain countries that if you attempt to travel to them, you will get a warning saying that polio still exists in those countries and that your polio vaccination status had better be up to date. They just had to re-add a country back to that, America.
Yeah. Anti-vaxxers are just fucking killing people.
Yeah.
And I think there's actually a couple cases in Australia at the moment.
It's been 1,000% contained. The two cases that they found, one was in Tasmania, the other one was in South Australia. Both of them have been completely contained. But from my understanding, although to be clear, these are all rumors. None of this is confirmed. The rumors are that friends of the family of the one in South Australia are like, no, they're not anti-vaxxers, none of that. If he didn't have his vaccination for polio, it was most likely just an honest oversight by the doctor, by the parents, by whomever, but they're not anti-vaxxers. So I kind of hope that they're telling the truth where that's concerned, because I feel bad for anybody that gets polio, of course, don't get me wrong.
Oh, definitely. Yeah,
but I would prefer it to happen through pure fucking accident rather than complete fucking ignorance.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The biggest one that the anti-vaxxers have been responsible for is measles, because measles can have horrific complications. Like
and
again,
is the most fucking contagious virus on the face of
Yeah.
the planet.
the overwhelming number of measles cases, it's itchy and whatnot, and it goes away. But the complications from measles that a certain percentage of people get are pretty fucking bad.
Sorry, Megaleech just says, come to Tassie for the beauty, stay for the polio. Sorry, what were you trying to say there, Lee? We kind of cut you off there, mate.
I'm trying to say is someone said to me, "Oh, you got autism because you got vaccination for polio." I'm like, dude, I'd rather have autism than polio.
Again,
fucking day
what
of the
the
week,
fuck
yeah.
is wrong with autism? Polio fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Autism,
Yeah.
why worry? It's just like,
Yeah.
Jesus.
No, it's
Yeah, and then when I had my
no,
vaccination against COVID,
Yeah.
someone's like, "Oh, it'll kill you. You'll be dead in a few days because you had your Pfizer vaccination." It's like,
Yeah.
what on earth?
yeah, no, I'm
Oh,
still
look,
upset
my-
because I had my COVID vaccine, and according to all of the conspiracy theorists out there, I should be dead right now.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
it
did you
hasn't
Yeah.
fucking happened. I'm kind of annoyed.
Yeah. It's
So-
like
so
literally
Will's
one
mum-
in a million. 1 in a million
Will-
cases have complications.
which is not insignificant. That's
No,
a-
it's
that's a
real,
fair chunk
but
of people.
1 in 100 COVID cases die.
So Will's mum is a QAnon believing anti-vaxxer.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Yeah,
And-
Will told me when he was growing up. That's fucking frightening.
Yeah.
Mm.
Will is largely inoculated from her bullshit now, which is good because between me and his two sisters, who are atheist, science believing legends, we all kind of just like help Will out a bit with that. But there was a time when Will would come home just like shitting bricks about, oh, they're eating babies and they're
sorry
shit like
to you off, but the whole
oh,
the whole
and
eating
he
babies
for
thing.
the longest time refused to get any vaccination whatsoever, but he's now fully vaxxed. I had to bribe the shit out of him. Cost me
good on you for
ton of
bribing.
money.
That's it.
Oh, yeah, it was ridiculous. But
on the
his mum legitimately thought that if he got vaccinated for COVID, that in 12 months he would be dead.
Yeah.
2 years later, still not dead.
Yeah, no, your dating choices notwithstanding there, Abigail, it's because you actually accept facts, reality, and make good decisions. Dating choices notwithstanding. You dated Will's mum. Like, do I need any more evidence?
At the time, she was nowhere near that rabbit hole.
But
okay.
that's a kind of last 5 years thing. People getting sucked into really extreme, and it accelerated with COVID.
Oh yeah,
and when I was dating her, like anytime she would like say anything stupid, I would fact check her, and I was really gentle about it, more or less. Way more gentle than I am now about it. More or less.
It is amazing how much less tolerance and how much more rapidly I get fucked with conspiracy theorists now post COVID lockdowns. Notice that I don't say post COVID because COVID is still a fucking thing, people. Stop acting like
well,
it's
I just
not.
had it.
I'm not talking to you, darling. I'm talking to the other people who may ever watch this stream.
I know, but I literally just got over COVID.
Yeah,
it's still a thing.
I'm still amazed that you're
and
not
if I
patient
wasn't
zero,
vaccinated,
Abigail.
Sorry?
I'm still amazed that you're not patient zero where it's concerned, Abigail.
What do you mean?
Well, you heard that it was a thing that would decimate all mankind, and you're a woman, therefore you want to kill all men, don't you? That's the way it works, isn't it?
Oh, I'm a man-hating feminist, obviously.
Obviously,
A
obviously.
man-hating lesbian feminist. Yeah, of course, kill all men. Dodoy.
The toy.
Angry, should we be scared right about now? Like it's.
I don't know, man. It's just like I'm gonna. I'm
Well,
just gonna
okay,
die from
so
my own dumb decisions.
Angry is already red, and I'm pretty sure you've had the snip.
Did you have a vasectomy? Did you, Angry?
No, I don't have to. I'm old.
No, I
and,
asked
know-
if you had one.
Old, your swimmers are just not.
No,
really...
no. It's not that. It's just partner being menopausal and whatnot. It's just like fucking raw dogging
Okay.
it, man. It's just like
Well, so I'm not worried about Angry having kids, and
good.
like with Grasshopper's wife, she's here most of the time anyway, so I don't need to worry about that. So I'm not worried.
Oh dear.
The joke that keeps on giving.
I'm
Indeed.
just
Who the
topping up
fuck is
my
messaging me
freezer
now? What the hell?
martini. Gonna put some. Oh, okay.
One here.
This be interesting. Ugh. Gonna top up my freezer martini. Gotta put a bit of water in here now to simulate the stirring on ice.
I've got a friend of mine's son staying with me for a few weeks, and I dropped him over at his girlfriend's earlier tonight, and he just sent me a message saying, "I'm not coming home. My girlfriend and I are really drunk."
Oh, okay. Okay.
Look, he's
Angry.
17, she's 17, so like, the first
That
time
reminds me of. Oh, go. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say the first time I ever got drunk, I was 15, so I ain't judging. Like,
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I texted Will, asking if he was coming home tonight, and he was making excuses he couldn't come over. He's at a friend's place and they're having a bad time. And next thing you know, I get a call from Will. So I pick it up, and it's his friend asking if I could send him money for some food. And I'm like, I guess, but why didn't he call? And they just said, "Oh, he's really drunk."
Cheeky fuckers.
Yeah. So
No.
so he was looking after a friend, and he's really drunk. 17.
All right.
I got to tell you the story about the first time I got drunk. You go first, Angry, but then I'll tell that story.
No, it's just a very short story. Tonight, I got takeaway for everyone. First night, young Mr. Angry's fucking been home all week. He's working. He's working in a bar. He's either working or just fucking going out with friends. But we were all home tonight. I got ramen tonight.
Ramen's always a good go.
Fucking rocks.
You need
We are
students
spoiled in
like
this area
ramen
for really
too.
good ramen places.
Yeah, no, big ramen fan myself. Yeah, no, the first time that I ever got drunk, a friend of mine by the name of Bradley, who occasionally has watched this stream. So Bradley, if you're watching this, I still hate you for this. Bradley managed to score like a whole metric fuck ton of bottles of Passion Pop. I have no idea where the fuck he got them from.
Oh my god.
Passion Pop.
Oh, Jesus.
Better than a fat little lamb.
So all of us,
little fat lamb. Oh my god.
Fat lamb, that's the one.
That's that's sweat off the devil's balls. Little fat lamb.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we so here's a bunch of little 14, 15-year-old boys and girls out at a park in Macquarie Fields drinking Passion Pop and getting completely fucking blottoed. And my first time ever being drunk, I thought that I was carrying off the sober thing really, really well. So I thought that it was fine if I would go home, because if my dad was still awake, I could play the sober thing off really, really well. It would be perfectly fine, I thought. So I've gone home, and sure enough, Dad was awake. and I've walked through the front door. I've clear memories of this, of walking through the front door and going, "Hey, Dad, how's it going? I'm good. How are you? I'm all right. I'm really tired. I'm just going to go to bed. I'll see you in the morning." Yep, no worries at all, son. And I remember walking up the hallway towards my bedroom thinking to myself, I got away with it. He has no idea. I'm perfectly in the clear. 5:15 the next morning, Dad comes in with pots and pans. Clang, clang, clang. Time to get up, Shannon. What the fuck? Come on. Sun's coming up. Time for you to get up. Oh, he then made me mow lawns and fucking scrub the bath and just do all of these. Because apparently, when I walked through the front door, it wasn't "Hi, Dad, how's it going?" I almost tripped through the front door and went, "Hey, Dad, I'm fine. I'm just really tired. I just need to get some sleep." I thought I'd carried off the sober thing perfectly fucking well.
Oh my
But Dad thought, Dad was, may he forever rest in peace, not speaking ill of the dead, but he ruled with a bit of an iron fist. If you fucked up, you would get a walloping from my dad faster than you could fucking blink. And I thought for sure that I'd gotten away with it because there was no walloping. But Dad thought that it was that fucking funny to wake me up the next morning with the clanging of pots and pans that he let me get away without a walloping on that one. Fuck me, I just went to cook some pasta, and when I get back, Andrew's dying of laughter and 3 extra people are here. Raze, how the fuck long does it take you to cook pasta?
I don't know. He's got to get his shit together. But yes, I
Oh,
am
yeah.
after. All right, I am literally. I'm gonna take a wee break. So you'll keep talking.
All right.
And I'll be back.
Lee, give me just 1 second. I'm just gonna go actually grab my drink. I'll be right back.
Oh God! Sorry, we're all gonna leave. You go and leave. You go and leave, Grasshopper.
I'm gonna stay here.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go grab my drink. I'm really thirsty.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Andrew.
Yes, Lee.
Someone I made friends with recently, I said to him, he's like talking about YouTubers, and I'm like, look up Angry Aussie, and he's just like, which Angry Aussie? I'm like, the Angry Aussie. I'm good friends with him. He's just like, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Did it freak him out when they went and saw my videos here? Why the fuck are you friends with this weirdo? And it's
Not really.
because
He was
Lee and I
like
have been
pretty
friends for I
astounded.
don't know 10 years or something. I don't know. It's just very fucking weird. So okay, Raze is saying took 15 minutes to cook pasta, 40 to contemplate if it was worth getting up and cooking. So Raze has been off having an existential crisis about whether it's worth cooking pasta or not. I like that. Sorry, I love the idea of having a 40-minute existential crisis about pasta. And yes, Justin, I don't hang out with people who aren't weirdos, honestly. It's like kind of if people aren't weirdos, I'm not going to spend a lot of time with them. But it's fucking fun. What are we recording? Okay, it's coming up on 1 a.m. and I still feel quite awake and coherent. I just had a martini, which was very yummy. And then when we were talking, I topped up my freezer martini. So it's going to be a whole different flavor next time I do it. I emptied another bottle of gin. So it's like, now there's 4 bottles in my recycling thing. So I super look like an alcoholic because there's 4 bottles of spirits. Just literally today, I've emptied 4 bottles. So it's like, yep, okay, that guy's an alcoholic, definitely.
Oh, that's really good.
What is that?
My first ever attempt at making mango iced tea.
Nice.
Oh, that is
Nice.
really good. It's really good.
Justin, okay, to be absolutely serious, Justin, about me being tested for autism or ADHD, I don't know that I'd show up on the autistic spectrum. I have almost zero doubt I would show up as having ADHD. When I look at how I have functioned as a child and an adult and various things, I kind of have no doubt if I was tested, they would say, "Oh yeah, you've got ADHD. Did you know that?" And I went, "Well, I kind of sort of knew it." Um, uh, okay, because this was an hilarious thing. Okay, so my boss gave me a job a couple of weeks ago, and I said to Mrs. Angry, like, the boss has said I need to have this by, the third week of September, and it would literally take me. What if someone put me under pressure? I could have this done in one day, and my boss has literally given me 3 or 4 weeks to do this. And if someone if someone come out and said fucking do it, I could do it in one day. But because I actually have a bunch of other stuff I have to do as well, I'm just going to pace myself. And I was working on it and did it. And yesterday, my boss goes, "You have to actually present this next week. Have you done it?" And I went, and on Thursday, she goes, "Have you done it?" And I went, "I've mostly done it. I can give it to you tomorrow," which is today. And and I went, "Okay, fuck it." Stuff I'd been just generally doing for a while, I needed to do, and I went bang, 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 and it took me about 2 hours to finish it, 2 hours of focus to finish it. And I was like, "Okay, done." And I sent it to the boss, and she gave me some feedback, and we had a couple back and forth today, and I finished it today. And Mrs. Angry was just kind of laughing because literally like 3 or 4 weeks ago, when my boss said you need to do this, and I said to Mrs. Angry, if someone pushed me, I could do this in about a day. But because I've got 6 other things I have to do as well, I'm just going to gradually work on it. And honestly, the time had kind of got away from me. And so yesterday, when my boss said, "Have you done that yet?" I went, "Well, I've been working on it. I can give it to you tomorrow." And she goes, "Yeah, you can do it tomorrow." And so I went bang, 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 bang. Oh, okay. Fuck. I always thought I could do this in about 2 hours. And I did it. And it was
Sorry,
a whole thing.
sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I just got a message from my friend's son. Could you pretty please come and pick me up? Everybody here is really drunk and mean, and I don't want to be here anymore. Oh, the poor kid.
No, that's the thing you got to do. That's the thing you
Yeah.
got to do.
So
So
they're
Before you
about 10
go,
minutes away.
that's
So
a cat bus call, basically. So
yeah, no,
that's
they're asking for help. I can't say no.
no,
I'll
absolutely. No, oh, bro,
if you
I'm
guys are still
1
going when I
million
get
percent.
back, then I'll jump back in. Okay.
Oh yeah, we might still be here. Who knows? But you
No worries.
do
All right. Love
you
yous.
do what
Bye.
you do.
oh yeah,
That's what I call a cat bus call, and that's I don't know if people who don't know Studio Ghibli, a very old, as I think it's at least 20 years old, Studio Ghibli film, My Neighbor Totoro, and Dr. Abigail, have you never watched My Neighbor Totoro? Do you watch any of the Studio Ghibli anime? Okay, I
Nope.
love them, and it's fine if it's not your
I've
thing.
heard they're good. I've heard they're good. They're just not for
But
me.
yeah, no, and that's a fine thing. But it taps into the thing which a lot of people outside of Japan don't understand. It is actually a really mainstream thing in Japan to believe in ghosts, the supernatural, and spirits and whatnot. Heine agrees everyone should watch Totoro. It is beautiful, and it is touching and whatnot. But there's a thing in it where it's basically a family moved to the countryside. The mother is in hospital with a very serious illness, and the dad moves to the countryside with 2 very young daughters. And the house they move to happens to have a bunch of spirits in it, which again it's a super mainstream belief in Japan to believe in these spirits and whatnot. And it was always fun watching Studio Ghibli films with my kids, and they're very supernatural and weird and trippy. And I would actually explain to them, this is actually a thing that people in Japan literally believe in, these animistic spirits that are running things. That you could be in a house somewhere and there could be spirits in it. And my kids are going, oh, okay, I thought this was all make believe. And I went, it's kind of sort of make believe, and it's also kind of sort of a thing that is a very mainstream belief. But yeah, My Neighbor Totoro is beautiful. And there's a little moment where the youngest girl in this family is missing and she might be dead and everyone's searching for her. And there's this moment where it's like, it really makes you believe, Jesus fucking Christ, is she dead? Am I watching a thing where I'm just going to believe this like 4-year-old's dead now? What the fuck? I wasn't expecting this. and I personally, I experienced that thing where it's like my heart being ripped out of my chest. Like, what is this? Is this fucking toddler dead? I don't want to watch a movie where a toddler's dead. What the fuck? But again, the kids end up communing with these forest spirits, and it's cute and beautiful and whatnot. But it's very well done. So, Ray's, what are you saying? Japanese ghost stories make Ghostbusters quit the business. Okay. Here's a real one. I worked for Lonely Planet 20 years ago. It's a long time ago. No, it's not quite 20 years ago, because it was back when I first met Mrs. Angry. So it was like 17 years ago. And it's when the internet didn't totally dominate travel stuff. Lonely Planet's printed guides were still a big thing. And it was a very interesting time to work for Lonely Planet. But I was reading some of the stories people who wrote, who worked for Lonely Planet, and it was I don't remember if the guy was Australian or European, but it was a white guy, and he'd moved to Japan and he was writing all this stuff for Lonely Planet. And there was this really funny story where he'd moved to this old house in a rural area outside of Tokyo. And so it was a wooden house. It was old. And he didn't completely understand the degree to which Japanese people completely believed ghost stories. And he's a white guy and he's there. And he also had a friend there who was very gothy. And but she was wearing like this ethereal white stuff. And they were in this old wooden house and there were spiders in it. And his Japanese friends from Tokyo showed up, and this woman, and she's wearing very gothy makeup and was wearing all white, and she had teased down this spider from the veranda of this house. And so these Japanese guys from Tokyo showed up to this spooky fucking wooden building in the countryside, and there was this freaky white woman wearing all white teasing spiders down from the roof of the house. And he said they just rocked up in a car and they got out and they saw this woman wearing gothy gear, but it was all white, and she was teasing spiders down from the roof. And they got out and they looked and they went, "Get fucked!" And they got back in the car and drove straight back to Tokyo. It was so funny because he was like, he thought he'd been immersed in it, but he did not understand how mainstream the belief in ghosts and spirits was in Japan. And he was like, his friends from Tokyo showed up and they saw, and she was like a 6-foot white woman, and she was wearing gothy makeup and wearing white clothes and teasing this. And these guys came from Tokyo and they just saw her and they went, "Get fucked." And they got back in their car and went straight back to Tokyo. It was
So they
so
thought she
funny.
was a ghost.
No, they thought she was a fucking witch. They thought she was a demon. They just went. They walked up and they got to the car, and this 6-foot white woman in gothy white outfits teasing spiders from this old wooden building, and they just went, "Get fucked." And they just got back in their car and drove straight back to Tokyo. And this guy was going, what's going on? It was so fucking funny. It
Yeah.
was just a Westerner not understanding the degree to which
Yeah.
Japanese people believed ghost stories. It's just...
Well,
And
That's funny.
the other fun one was in China. If anyone's familiar, Chinese people call Caucasian Europeans guilo, which literally translates as pale ghost. And a bunch of Europeans think that's a euphemism, but for certain older superstitious Chinese people, it's literally what they're saying. No, that's a fucking ghost. Why are you talking to them? And there was, again, this was another Lonely Planet one I heard. It was actually a younger Chinese person who had a friend who was European who came in, and this old woman in the building grabbed him and berated him and said, "Why the fuck are you talking to the ghost? The ghost won't leave if you talk to it. It will stay and think it's welcome." And the young person's going, "It's just a dude from England. What the fuck?" But this old person was, when they said guilo, when they said pale ghost, they literally went, "No, that's a fucking ghost. That's not a real person. That does not look like a real person to me because they're really pale and they have a weird face and whatnot. They're a ghost." And they accosted the young person and said, "Stop talking to the fucking ghost, because the ghost won't leave if you talk to it." And the young Chinese person was super confused and went, What are you? They're just from Europe. What the fuck are you talking about?" And it took even the young Chinese person, it took them a while to process. "Oh, fuck, you literally think that person's a fucking ghost. Oh, what the fuck?" It's just like, oh, Jesus. Okay, cool.
yeah, I'm still not as weird as when John Safran tried to talk me into Pastafarianism. I told a rabbi about that.
Okay.
Told a rabbi about John Safran trying to convince me of that, and then the rabbi's like, "Don't worry, Lee. John Safran will be something different in 2 weeks' time."
I still think the
Yeah.
funniest thing Safran ever did, I forget which series it was he did for SBS, but he's in Southeast Asia and he's talking to people who were doing like the ladyboy stuff. I don't know if he was in Thailand
Race relations.
or whatever. But they did the whole makeup thing on him, so he's like a ladyboy. And then they got him super fucking drunk, and he was staggering around the streets of the city. And he was really annoyed at the people who were trying, back in Melbourne, who were trying to get him to be an ultra Orthodox Jew. And when he was drunk and it was being recorded, he said, like, "My children aren't going to be Jews. They're going to be human." And it's just like, because he was like so drunk, he didn't get that there was a vibe. He was saying Jewish people are, and that's, he didn't mean, clearly, because he's Jewish, he didn't mean Jewish people aren't human. He was trying to say, yes, I'm from a Jewish family. I was raised Jewish, but I'm atheist. So I don't see people as Jewish or non-Jewish. I see people as human. But he was super drunk, dressed in drag, staggering around the streets of somewhere in Southeast Asia going, "My children aren't going to be Jewish. They're going to be human." And he wonders why all these friends were pissed off at him. Everyone he went to Jewish, it's just like, "Yeah, John, Honestly, the
Yeah, the
way
rat
you
I spoke
turn
to
your
went to the
whole
same
life
college as he
into
did.
yeah, no, it's like the way you turn your whole life into content for consumption. What that ends up happening is anyone who's in your life gets drawn into this creation of content, whether they want to or not, and they become content, and they're not always completely on board with that. And yeah, John Safran's done heaps of dodgy shit over the years. I also think he's done very interesting stuff that challenges whatnot, but it's like, oof, I'm kind of glad I'm not a close friend of John Safran because he does
Chewy
weird
big content.
shit.
I haven't spoken to him in years, so I'm kind of glad about that.
I gotta say, because sorry, I've been over here in fucking where do I live? Caulfield. Sorry, I literally forgot. So okay, it's the running joke. How Tim Smith am I? Okay, I'm Tim Smith to the point I forgot where I live for a moment. I live in Caulfield. So I used to live in East St Kilda, which is where John Safran lived. I would occasionally see him in the
It's on
supermarket.
Carlisle Street.
Yeah, Carlisle Street. Yeah. I used to go to the shops in Carlisle Street. So I would every now and then run into John Safran down there. And I'm slightly further out into the suburbs now. Not slightly, I'm several suburbs further out into the suburbs in Caulfield. But yeah, I used to live in East St Kilda, so I'd run into John Safran occasionally down Carlisle Street, which is that his song Dewtown. That's about that area. It's actually pretty. I think you can find it on YouTube. It was originally on one of his SBS shows, but the music video of I'm going down to Dewtown, which was literally about you got this eastern suburbs of Melbourne from St Kilda through Caulfield out to Brighton. It's the highest concentration of Jewish people in Australia. Yeah, fucking all my neighbors are Jew. And again, not so much since I've stopped dyeing my hair and I'm grey, but when I used to dye my hair and it was dark, particularly around Passover and whatnot, if I was walking around, various proselytizing Jewish guys would try and recruit me because they assumed I was Jewish because of the neighborhood I'm in and having a dark hair and a dark beard. And they'd try and recruit me to come in. And I'm going, thanks, bro. I'm not actually Jewish. And they're going, do you want to be? And I'm like, no, not really. But, and again, Mrs. Angry always laughed these guys, and because they were from an extremely conservative Jewish sect, they would ignore her and try and recruit me because we'd be walking together. And I don't know, they'd get a vibe that I might be Jewish, and they were trying to get me to come to their group. I don't know. I've had various people explain it to me. I have a friend, Dave Blumenstein, saying, like, particularly when I was just walking around, because I like wearing a Kubra hat, and a Kubra hat is not 100 miles removed from the Jewish hat. You know, Orthodox Jewish guys wear like almost uniforms, and the hat they wear is not super different to an Akubra, and I like Akubra hats. And so I'd have guys coming up to me saying like, "Oh, are you Jewish?" And I'd say no, and they are no friendly. And my friend is like a mutual friend of AIDS of mine, Dave Blumenstein. He's going, "No, oh god, they want to invite you over for Shabbat, and it's a whole thing that increases your standing in the community if you have people joining you for Shabbat and whatnot." And so they kind of thought you might be Jewish, so they're trying to get you to come over for Shabbat and bring you. It's like, it's cool.
Yeah. I still
It's
remember when on one of his shows, he's like, "How difficult is it to get to UK Sharia Court to place a fatwa on someone?" And he tried to get a fatwa on Rove McManus.
Yeah. So
And then
also,
he's like,
yeah.
I've been
Raised
to Shabbat before.
Yeah.
The fish was nice.
Oh,
You
again,
know,
I love the whole thing of family and a ceremony around dinner and whatnot.
yeah.
It's cool. It's cool. The whole thing is cool. But it was always really funny. I don't know, there's something about people like, oh, he could be Jewish. We should invite him over to Shabbat. That would be a mitzvah. And it was like, and I go like, no, sorry, dude, no, not.
And then he's just
But
like,
Ray's got my
that one
number.
mission
Yeah,
almost
wearing
over,
the
almost.
Akubra, channeling my Peter Garrett Midnight Oil thing. Wearing
Mm.
oh look, now I'm going to get it. It's just in the next room. Now I feel I'm going to get my Akubra. I'm just going to go get it.
Yeah, and then he had a photo of Ray Martin going, my that one mission is almost over, almost.
Also, okay, here I come back. Also, this is from City Hatters, okay? Because I have a stupid big head. And that's a genetic thing in my family. Okay, so this is a 64-inch hat. The average human is somewhere in the mid-50s for the size hat they wear. This hat has been an eternal source of mirth to me. The average person, the average friend, if they put this on, it kind of falls down to about here on them because they have a normal sized head, not the ridiculous oversized head I have. But again, I put this one on. Can you tell why people think I'm Jewish if I walk around the neighborhood wearing this hat?
Yes.
You can see why it happens, right? You can see I don't hold it against them. If I'm walking around the neighborhood wearing this hat, you can see why they think I'm Jewish if I wear this hat. But I love that fucking hat.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Ray's, how do I sleep when my bed is burning?
Yeah, and what made me laugh was when he was like, my fatwa mission's almost over, almost complete. Almost, when he had a photo of Ray Martin. I'm like, huh?
Sorry, they had a fatwa on Ray Martin?
No, he said almost complete, but he had a photo of Ray Martin implying he was going to do that.
Yeah.
He got into a punch on with Ray Martin, and that's what got him
Where's-
fired from the ABC.
Sorry, now we've started talking about this. Now I feel like we've already passed Passover, but I wanna double check. When is Passover? Yeah, I think we've already passed it in 2022. Oh Christ, it was in April? Sorry, the Jewish
We
calendar.
have passed it.
The Jewish calendar is fucking wild because literally sometimes Passover coincides with Christmas and sometimes it coincides with Ramadan. This year it was in April. How the fuck how does that fucking work? I don't even get how it works. Ray, also, dude, I don't have the locks, but I do occasionally wear big overcoats. So that is when the Akubra and a big overcoat, and the fact that I'm living in the most concentrated Jewish population in Australia can make people think I'm Jewish. But yeah, it's a whole thing. Oh, nice, Heine. You think I look like Liz Claypool? Nice. Liz Claypool from Primus. But yeah, it's Jesus. It's a whole fucking thing. And it's also weird. I've also had over the years freakazoid bigots on YouTube say something about me being Jewish or whatnot. I was like, dude, okay, it's not an insult, okay? I'm not upset that someone might say it. It's not actually true. It's not actually accurate. It's also not an insult. So it's the same as, someone saying you must be gay because you like the gays. I go, well, no, but it's also not an insult. I'm not upset that you say something. You must be gay. It's like you can't upset me by saying that because I don't feel like it's a negative thing. It's just not actually real, and it's like I don't care what your particular sort of phobias and uptight shit is. It doesn't actually really mean much to me. And sorry, now I just feel like I haven't worn this hat. I'm going to wear this hat for several live streams in a row now. And
Yeah. People
just
say to
talk
me,
like
"Oh, you're a
fucking
Christian." I'm like,
clowns
"Yeah,
back.
but I still treat people with respect."
Yeah. Yes. And broadly, and that's kind of like when Justin was saying earlier about religion is anti-knowledge, and I'm going, well, no, all the major religions have pursued knowledge over the years, and yes, in by the same token, all the major religions have had people who tried to suppress knowledge as well. But by the same token, you spend a bit of time on the internet and you find out people who declare that they're outside of religion still try to push counterfactual ideas, whether that's about politics or, gender or sexuality or whatever. It's like, someone being religious doesn't mean they're not smart, doesn't mean they're not trying to advance knowledge. Someone being anti-religious doesn't mean they're smart and perfect and pure. There are a shit ton of atheists who are fucking morons. There are a lot of religious people who are very intelligent and advanced knowledge. There are a bunch of religious people who are, by most measures, smarter than me. And there are a bunch of atheists who are complete fucking morons. It's but you get these double things. And do what do I think of religion? I absolutely reject all religions. I think all religions are wrong. I think all religious belief is incorrect. That doesn't mean religious people are bad people. That doesn't mean religious people are unintelligent people. That doesn't mean religious people don't advance humanity. And it doesn't mean atheists are all good. It's just like fucking, oh, Grasshopper's back. Let's put him back. There he is.
I return.
He's back again.
Welcome.
Thank you, Lee. Yeah, no, and speak for yourself, Ozzy. As an atheist, I am the fucking personification of perfection, I'll have you know.
Oh, yeah. No. But again, my personal view as an atheist, yeah. No. A lot of atheists are super smart. But again, just watching dickheads on the internet going, because I said I'm an atheist, I am automatically smarter than everyone, and I am right in everything I say. And it's like, dude. Just,
Yeah.
no.
I mean,
No.
I'm never going to say I'm always right because that's
Look,
far from reality. For
I would never.
anyone.
I would never say that I'm always right, but I would always say that if people were reasonable, they just do it my way. No.
Yeah.
Luckily
that-
for me, I'm always right. So
Oh,
Yeah.
typical
that
woman.
going for me.
Oh.
Yeah.
I couldn't help
I'm
it.
literally just trying to make. I'm just literally trying to make everyone else feel okay by saying that maybe I'm not always right. I mean, I am. I'm always right. I'm just trying to make everyone else feel okay that maybe they're right occasionally. It's just It's just,
No, bloody hell! It's one of those things. Like, there was some studies that were done a few about 10 or so years ago now, in regards to where do you find the higher concentration of atheists versus religious people, and you do find higher concentrations of atheists in academic circles than what you do religious people.
You do. The
Um,
more educated people are, the more likely they are to lean towards atheism. That's
Yeah.
pretty consistent.
But saying that just because I'm an atheist, it automatically means that I'm smarter than a religious person, yeah, that is just completely fucking wrong on so many fucking
Yeah.
levels.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's one thing to be religious, I guess, but it's an entirely different thing to be one of those conman type religious guys like your Kent Hovens and your
Yeah.
fucking
Oh,
No,
fuck Ken Hovind.
the evangelists and
Oh.
whatnot. Fuck,
yeah, no,
man.
like the young
Ken
Earth
Hovind is
creationists
a
and
fucking dickhead
yeah,
asshole.
yeah, him and Ken Ham
Oh
and
my god.
that fucking
Ken Ham's just embarrassing. But
yeah,
yeah.
no, the fact that he came from Australia.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
no,
a Queenslander.
yeah, he was, yeah. And it's
Well,
just
there's
like
your problem.
Pretty much. He moved
Yeah.
to Florida. The only people who are fucking
Oh,
dumber
God.
than the only people who are
Although-
more
Yeah.
gullible than Queensland.
Although the fucking chef's kiss of irony was the insurance claim that they had to put against the ark that they built for damage from flooding.
Oh yeah, the Noah's Ark theme park that got destroyed by flooding.
It got partially damaged by flooding. It's just
That's
that's
irony.
just chef's kiss of
That was
irony. It's just
hilarious.
beautiful.
That was definitely very funny.
Oh yeah.
Jesus.
You know, like I said, it's one thing to be religious. It's an entirely different thing to be one of those conmen. And
Yeah,
I think it's those conmen that give more of a bad name to religion. Like before they were there, it was those who actually knew what religion stood for, what it was guilty of in the past, and that were kind of sitting around going, "Yeah, no, religion is fucking evil." I think these guys have just made it more mainstream that religion is evil.
Yeah.
But you know, I was into religion being evil before it was cool because you know.
Yeah.
Well,
I've always appreciated. I think it's sort of a social media post. Someone saying like a religious person saying, "Oh, because of my religious beliefs, I can't do the following things," and I go, "That's cool." But when someone says, "Because of my religious beliefs, you can't do the following things," and it's like, "Suck my dick." Okay.
Yeah.
Just
Absolutely.
fuck right off. At
I
the
remember
point where you say, because of your weird beliefs, I can't do particular things, fuck you.
I remember getting into an argument with a friend of mine's sister years ago when she found out that I was an atheist. She was like, "So you're telling me that there is no God?" And I said to her, any self-respecting person who says that they're an atheist will never say point blank that there is no God. What we will always say is that there is no evidence of a God, and you also can't prove a negative. So if I'm saying that there is no God, I can't prove that there is no God. But on that same token, there is no proof that God does exist.
Yeah.
You know, and she's like, "Oh, so by that right, then you're agnostic." It's like, no, that's not the way that fucking works.
Yeah. No, I'm reasonably convinced that there is no God because there is no evidence whatsoever to support the existence of a God. And I will also say there is overwhelming evidence that every single religion in the world and through all of history is wrong, because the best possible score is 99.99% of religions are wrong. Because that's how many of them disagree with each other. And it's going, okay, yeah, sure. Maybe you're, out of all of human history, you're the 0.01% who's actually right. Sure, maybe that's what's happening. But there are, and again, as much as I hate invoking Ricky Gervais because he's a fucking garbage person, he did throw the thing. He says the thing where he's talking Christians. He's going, you're almost as atheist as me. I don't believe in any God. You don't believe in 99.99% of gods.
Exactly.
So we are this close to being.
He just
as
went one
atheist
God
as one
further.
It's like, because even modern, if you just even limit yourself to modern Christianity, with all the splinters among modern Christianity,
Exactly. Yeah.
99.99% of Christians disagree with each other about
That they
what's
do.
happening. They might have
Well,
some big picture agreements, but it gets down to detail. They absolutely disagree with one another about what it means.
as I've always said since my journey into atheism, is if there is a God, let's just say for the sake of argument that, I keel over tomorrow and I find myself talking to whatever deity it may be of a
Yeah.
God. If that thing exists, it is so far removed from anything that we could ever possibly begin to even get the basics of understanding. The idea that this thing could pull its hand out and be dripping with fucking physics gives a shit whether or not you touch yourself at night. Like,
Yeah.
no. No, if
Yeah.
there is a God, they're not going to give a shit whether or not you fucking believed in them. Like, it couldn't matter to them. It
Yeah.
just
Agreed.
faith is a
What
curious
kind of a
phenomenon.
what
One
what
that may
what
argue.
kind of
Sorry.
what kind of like creepy like super powerful being cares if I masturbate or not?
Yeah.
Look,
Like,
I
if you're
don't know about a powerful being or not, but the webcam that I installed in your room, I certainly care. But that's beside.
No, but we're being kind of jokey about that by focusing on whacking off. But when you look at it, the major religions, the way they try to explain a supreme being, the way they explain it, that supreme being has all the failings of a mortal human. And I'm like, I'm fucking sorry. If there was a supreme being that created everything, the concept that they would be shallow and venal enough to care if the talking monkeys on this little blue dot worship them or not, that is a ridiculously human conceit that an all-powerful being would care what we're doing. I think they maybe might go, wow, I hope these things that I put in place don't fucking suck. I hope they I hope they're generally okay and treat each other reasonably. But the idea that a supreme being would fucking demand that the talking monkeys on this little blue rock worship them. That's fucking ridiculous.
But I mean, on
That is
top of that,
absolutely fucking ridiculous.
see, the other thing is though that Christians, Catholics, and Christians and Muslims especially, those are the three main ones. They try to tell us that God is perfect.
the Hindus are over in the corner going, "Oh, come on, guys."
Well, they're not really like for
There
this
are a
for this
few
particular
billion of
point.
us.
Yeah, no, for this particular point, they're not really there. But they're trying to tell
Thinking
us.
of that episode of The Simpsons.
The Simpsons, yes,
Reverend
there are
Lovejoy
1.6 billion of us.
Christian, Jewish, and miscellaneous. And Apu's like, "You Hindus, there are a billion of us." And Reverend Lovejoy said, "That's just super."
Yeah.
What I find intriguing about The Simpsons is when Paul McCartney was on The Simpsons, he basically he said to them, well, look, as long as Lisa Simpson stays vegetarian, oh, come on.
Yep, they had the rooftop garden on Apu's fucking Quickie Mart. That
Yeah.
was brilliant. Sorry, I'm going
No,
wee-wees. I'll be back in a sec.
No, you're right. No, they keep on trying to say
Yeah,
that.
but does your toilet have its own like cleaning mechanism?
You made him turn around and come back now.
My toilet has a cleaning mechanism. It's called a brush and some.
Yeah,
blue
but
liquid.
does yours have a jet that cleans your asshole for you?
Oh, that's right.
No.
Oh my god, I forgot what you were saying. No, that back to you. I want to go over to your place and get my butt cleaned by your toilet.
Do you have a bidet,
Yeah.
Abigail?
I have a bidet now. It's so good. It's got a heated seat, and the you can control how heated it is and how heated the water
What
is,
the hell?
and like where it's pointing, and it's got a special mode for like number 1 and number 2, and it's got a number 3 mode, which the plumber who installed it said, "Well, that's for Europeans, they like to douche," and I'm okay. And it's got an air dryer, and you can control the temperature of that, and it's got a UV light that cleanses the
The
toilet
fuck,
as
man?
well.
What the hell? That's
And my
insanely cool
NDIS
and
paid for it.
ridiculous.
My
That's
NDIS
insane.
paid for it.
Go NDIS. That's insanely cool and ridiculous in equal measure. Like I'm
I'm not
I know,
eligible
right?
for NDIS
curious.
because TAC paid for everything.
We're still trying to get my brother on the fucking NDIS. It's
Look, it took me
speaking of Simon
3
recently
attempts and two appeals. So
it
it does
recently
have a
Simon
vibrating mode, Mega Leech. It has a massaging pulse mode. The seat doesn't vibrate, but the water jet will do a pulsing thing.
that's okay. No, my brother
It's
recently
right
got
up into your lady bits.
my brother recently got diagnosed with leukemia, unfortunately.
Oh no.
Mm.
And he needs to have a stem cell transplant in the hopes of curing this fucking thing. And in the meantime, he's pretty fucking sick, and it's no fun. On top of that,
Yeah,
he's also
okay.
got the frontal lobe brain damage, and he gets turned down for
Ooh.
the NDIS. Way to go, guys!
Got frontal lobe
Wow.
brain damage, and NDIS are like the Transport Accident Commission cover all your medical stuff, so you're not eligible for us, so go away.
See, when the NDIS was first thought of and dreamt up by Kevin Rudd and Julia Gillard, it was a completely different beast to what it is now. But then when fucking
That's the
Abbott,
Liberal Party.
yeah, when fucking Abbott and Turnbull and fucking Scummo came in and got their fucking filthy mitts on it, they're the ones, like the NBN and like almost fucking everything else, they fucked it. They completely fucked it. The guy whose son who's staying here with us right now, he lost a leg to a blood clot. So he had an amputation above his fucking knee on his right leg, and he got turned down for the disability support pension.
Oh, I had to get hit by a car for disability support pension.
Yeah, like he can't even get a prosthetic leg yet. It is still that fucking fresh, and he still gets turned down for the disability support pension. Like to say that Abbott and Turnbull and that fucked it is the understatement of the fucking century. They are directly fucking guilty of manslaughter because that whole fucking robo debt scheme fucking thing caused suicides. So that is fucking on them.
I can't wait for the Royal Commission into Robodebt and to
Oh,
how many
fucking
people they
amen to
fucking
that.
killed with that.
Yeah, fucking amen.
They,
But on
oh
top
my god, they fucking suck. They deserve to be dragged out into the public square. At the bare minimum, put in the stocks so we can throw rotten vegetables at their fucking heads. I mean, if we go a bit further, I don't know, if someone starts trotting about guillotines or whatnot, maybe that's the voice of the people. I don't want to stand in the way of the
Not going to
voice of the
say
people.
no.
that's
Not
it.
going to say no to that.
Hey, it's freedom of speech, and it is a democratic society, and isn't that what they're all about?
Mm,
Yeah, no, they.
yeah,
Yeah, the Liberal Party's meant to be about freedom of speech and whatnot. So if what the people
as
want to
long as they
speak
agree with it.
is you motherfuckers should pay the ultimate price for what you fucking did, I don't want. I
Yeah,
don't
but
want to get.
they only agree to freedom of speech when they
It
get to
agrees
be
with them.
racist.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Abigail, are you trying to tell me that conservatives argue in bad faith? Oh my god! Oh my god!
I am shocked. Yeah, exactly.
I
Fucking
still remember
stupid.
when Julia Gillard did that misogyny speech, man, but the guy still got in as Prime
Fucking
Minister.
brilliant speech. Absolutely
I
fucking
agree.
brilliant speech.
And what
Every
was
now and
funny
then,
about-
when I want a bit of a pick me up, I put on the misogyny speech.
yeah, what was funny about that is Labor were playing political games when they put Peter Slipper in as the speaker. It guaranteed them the seats and whatnot. But when because again, Peter Slipper was a dodgy dude, but again, 50 to 75% of Parliament are dodgy. And so when Abbott tried to say, like, no, that's misogynist to have him in there, and Gillard just came out with both fucking barrels. And what I love, the speech itself was really good, but when you watch the video and Abbott's just sitting there in his seat on the opposition side,
and he looks like the
can't say
bad kid
anything,
that just got scolded. Yeah.
and she is just fucking eviscerating him, and it's just like what and the pictures of I just there were pictures of him just looking so bad. I think I was captioning one on social media like, the mean lady made me feel sad.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
he just fucking destroyed him. And it's like, yeah, honestly, Labour were playing some fucking political games with putting Peter Slipper in as the speaker because he'd been dumped by the Liberal Party and hated him. And Peter Slipper was a dodgy kind of guy. But honestly, they're all fucking dodgy. So what the
Yeah.
fuck?
Watchness. Yep.
Oh
But
yeah,
yeah,
apparently
when she
thanks
did
to
that line, like, I will not be lectured by this man on misogyny. And just like, hell to the fucking yes. I
What
mean,
were you trying to say there?
Jesus
Sorry, Lee?
Christ.
apparently thanks to Gillard, because she asked for a pay rise, the Australian Prime Minister now gets paid more money than the US President, apparently. You can look it up if you want. But
No,
I'm like,
the
oh,
Australian Prime Minister has been paid more than the US President for a long time, which is fucking weird, which is honestly fucking weird.
Yeah. Oh God, I've forgotten what I was going to say about Giller. I honestly believe that history will remember her as one of our fucking best PMs.
The fact that she led a minority government and got more things
More legislation
passed.
through than and
She got
yeah.
more legislation passed in a minority government than
Mm.
Tony Abbott did in a majority government, because the Senate fucking hated him and said, "No, fuck you, guy."
I mean, that's the thing. It's the love affair that you've got, like, with that fucking wanker. What's his Friendly Geordies? That's him. His fucking hard on for Kevin Rudd is just so fucking tiresome.
Just the way he fucking simps for the. Okay,
Laura.
I feel like politically, me and Friendly Geordies agree on somewhere between 75 and 90% of issues, but the way he fucking simps for the Labour Party is just like, oh, dude, what the
problem with
fuck?
him? The problem with Friendly Geordies is that he is politically progressive but socially conservative. And
yeah, no, he loves Jordan Peterson. He's a fucking a fucking buffhead. He is a fucking buffhead.
Yeah, no, I watched some of the a couple of my friends went to his live show, and they were like, "Oh, you should come along to his live show with us." And I'm like, "I don't want to give that fuckwit any of my money. Fuck no, absolutely fucking not." And they were like, "No, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great."
When he was still alive.
Well, they went out and they saw him when he was in Sydney, and the overwhelming response from them afterwards was, he thought that he was way funnier than he actually is.
Like the sound of his own voice.
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Look, it's some of the stuff that he has done, this is the only fucking props that I'll give this guy. Some of the stuff that he done with his investigative journalism, he was more of an investigative journalist than what we have had in Australia for a long fucking time. With the shit that he pulled up about Barilaro and the fucking Murray-Darling Basin and all of that sort of shit. Like,
oh yeah, the really obvious corruption he was bringing.
Yeah, and that shit's not being brought up anywhere else. Like, he was doing the bare basics of actual fucking journalism, and I give him full credit on that one. But the problem is, people keep on putting him up on this fucking pedestal. He is a fucking misogynist of the highest of fucking orders.
Absolutely.
Fucking has continuously made fun of trans and people of fucking color.
Yes. He the way he mocks the concept of intersectional politics is like,
Yeah.
yeah, bro, do you know why non-cishet white people don't trust cishet white people who say they're progressive? Because non-cishet white people have been fucked over so many times, repeatedly, by cishet white people who say they're progressive.
Exactly.
And it's just like, if you can't see that, you are the fucking problem. You're the
Mhm.
fucking problem right
Yeah,
there.
Yeah.
all I think of is "Give Me Some Truth" by John Lennon. It's like I've no son of Sugar D's gonna Mother Hubbard soap me with a pocket full of soap.
Sorry, and I know you're a Beatles fan, but all I think about John Lennon is when he was having the protest sleep in with Yoko Ono in a
Give Pete a
hotel
chance.
bed when like non-white hotel staff were cleaning up after them while they had their little protest in a high-end hotel room. Again, I actually like John Lennon and Yoko Ono, but you can look at some of the stuff they did and went, oh,
I have never been able to fucking stand Yoko Ono. John, yeah, to a certain degree, but I can't fucking stand Yoko. She is the quintessential artistic wanker.
Hmm.
Again, yeah, and I get where you're coming from because she has said and done some super fucking weird shit over the years. I'm also I'm slightly cautious about how the media represent her as well. But yeah, no, the one that really kicked me is the two of them having their sort of lie-in, sitting in bed, where sitting here until there's world peace, and there's like non-white hotel staff cleaning up around them as they talk to the media, and I was like, oh, that's a bit on the nose there, gang. I feel like you are not seeing what's actually happening around you.
That was the point that I knew that Bono, the lead singer of U2, the moment that I knew that he was a wanker beyond fucking reproach was
Yeah.
when he was talking to a journalist about the plight of the people in color, and the people of color rather, and he was like, "Yeah,
Yeah.
no, me and the band were up in the penthouse suite of this hotel in Africa, looking down at all of these people on the street. We just felt so terrible for all of them," and I'm just like, fucking shut up. For
Yeah.
God's sakes, stop talking.
Yeah.
Please.
And
Mm.
I feel like that's like the number one bit of advice to Bono. Like, dude, maybe just stop talking for a while. But
There's a
he
there's
was
a
trying
I don't
he was trying to do good stuff. But
Yeah, no, absolutely. In one of his shows in Scotland, this is true, and I fucking love it. Halfway between the whole fucking show that they were doing, between two songs, he's walked up to the microphone and he's clapped, and he's waited a couple of seconds and clapped. And for those who don't know this story, I'll continue. And he's
keep
clapped,
going, yeah.
and and he goes, every time I clap my hands, another child dies of starvation. And somebody in
Yeah.
the crowd screamed out the top of their lungs, "Well, stop clapping your fucking hands!" Oh, fucking love that.
Yeah. And I think his heart's always been in the right place. Like, he grew up poor and Irish and marginalized and whatever. But it was like at a certain point, it's again, you become a celebrity, you become a star, you get disconnected from normal human experience, and you you become less able to understand that you are separated from normal human experience, and you end up saying stupid fucking shit. The worst one I heard, he was actually in Africa, because you two were doing a you two were doing a fundraising thing, and he's saying we want to do this, and there were people like actual African doctors, and they were saying like, maybe you should let us run it. Maybe you should let us do it because you don't understand, because you're not from here. And what he could have done at that point is said, you know what? I don't understand a single thing that's happening here. So I need to let you make the decisions, and I need to just raise money for you.
Yeah.
But
Like
but he
support
got
me,
lapped into, like, when someone said, "Yeah, dude, maybe you don't know what the fuck you were talking about." But he went off on this whole rant about being Irish, and he was again trying to tell African people that he knew what was good for them. And hi, Karen, you came back. And yes, this is literally 6 hours. 6 hours into this.
Hey, Renella,
Oh
how you doing?
fuck! It's 2:00 in the morning.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh,
It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
All right,
Maybe
okay.
maybe
I've got
us
it. I've got it.
Australians should all go to bed.
All right, no, hang on.
I
maybe.
agree.
It is.
Yeah.
It
You
is
probably
5 to
should.
2.
My
It
wife's
is 5 to 2.
probably
Let's do 5
telling me to go
minutes.
to bed.
Yeah, no, we should we
5
should do the
minutes.
next 5 minutes. We should
Yep,
do the
5
next
minutes,
5
and just
minutes.
call
5
it a two.
minutes.
Because
Yep.
I don't even feel tired.
Hit set. Let's
These
go.
conversations have been
Right.
really important. Karen's about to have lunch,
It's
which is
nearly time for
good.
lunch for me. Well, that's
Time
what you
for a
get for living
midnight
on the
snack for me.
That's
So
what you
again,
get
for
for
those who
living on the
don't
wrong
know,
side of the globe,
actually,
Ren.
I just want to throw this out. Karen is OG YouTube from the States. I think we've only met the once. I went to San Francisco for YouTube Live, and we got to meet. And she was a big YouTuber, and I was a little YouTuber, and she was super fucking nice to me. She's a wonderful person.
I
But
mean,
yeah,
you're
Karen's OG.
now you're
YouTube.
just now you're a big YouTuber.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
calling
I
you fat.
literally, I
Although-
literally gave up on trying to be a big YouTuber 10 years
I
ago.
Damn
And I've
near
just been
shat myself.
fucking around.
I damn
I've
near
just
shat
been
myself the
fucking
other day
around
when
for
I
10
sat down in
years.
front of my PC, though, Ozzy. You released a fucking video.
I did my first pre-recorded video in about 2 years.
Yeah. No, I was like, holy shit. Fuck. Cool. Awesome. Watch that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I did.
Okay, so Karen,
Wee
no,
Little
you might say
Babies.
"wee little babies." I'm not saying you're. I don't want to talk you up, but you are OG. You and me are like first wave YouTubers, which means we were on YouTube 16, 17 years ago, which is fucking ridiculous, quite honestly.
Yeah, no, I see photos of myself from 16, 17 years ago, and I'm just like, Jesus. I can only imagine if I was on YouTube back then. Oh, hi,
I love
you
that.
guys.
I love that username. I don't know how to say it. Saju.
Saju Thanatsuka.
Yeah, we are still here. Yes. Yeah, Karen. Yeah, we both started in about 2006. But yeah,
And are you still going on YouTube, Karen? Are you still active on your YouTube channel, or
that's
have
a good
you
question,
moved on to
Karen.
greener
When was the
pastures?
last time you put something on YouTube? Because I'm not sure. We interact on Facebook and shit.
I have 3 videos up on my YouTube channel, and they're all
if you
boring.
want to, yes, come back for sure. Yeah,
I am
okay.
coming back, baby.
If you last year was the last time you put something. Okay, if you go back on my YouTube channel, find out the stuff I did on YouTube Live, which I don't even remember how long ago. Okay, before we go to bed, I've already looked up weird shit on my channel.
All I remember is a Dalek watching Two Girls,
One Cup.
I remember him getting very not bent out of shape, but very colorful language about what was happening with alligators at the time.
Yeah, no, I did a few things.
Yeah, well, when I was big on
Okay,
YouTube,
2008. Holy shit! I just looked up stuff on my YouTube channel. YouTube Live was 2008, so 14 fucking years ago.
I feel
Karen,
fucking old
never
enough already.
apologize for F bombs.
I am old now and do not give a fuck, so why not?
So yeah, so I have a couple of videos from 14 fucking years ago. YouTube. I took I actually got an email. It's like they just went, "Hey, if you come to YouTube Live in San Fran, we will give you tickets to the show." And I went, "You know what? Fuck it." And I bought my own flights to San Fran, and I hung out with my friend Corey. We drove from San Fran back to LA. But I did get Karen is in one of my YouTube Live videos from.
But did you have a
4
good
years
time,
ago.
Angry?
I did. I had a really good time. It was super. But the funniest thing, like they said, you have tickets, and if there's like half a dozen videos of mine from this thing, and most of them me wandering around saying, "I don't even know what this is. I don't." They said I had a ticket. I don't know what it is. And then I went into the thing where they were giving out tickets, and they said, "Here's your ticket." And I go, "Okay, I've got a ticket, so apparently I can go in." And then there was the show in an auditorium with people who had tickets, and then there were other people who didn't have tickets who had to stay outside, but they could see it on screens. I had a ticket, and I went in, and I went, "Okay, here's my seat." And I went and found my seat. I was in the literal front row. I was in
Way
the
to
front
go.
row, and I'm sitting there going, "Jesus Christ!" They gave me a ticket in the front fucking row, and I met Chad, one of the YouTube founders. And he's in one of my videos, and I'm like, "Oh, dude, it's you!" And I went like, "Yeah, shake hands, whatnot." And he sat down, and he was cool. And I posted that, and this is the funniest. This is where I lose all my nerd cred, because I got him in, and I shook hands, and he's in my video, and he sat down, next to these other dudes, and they were like, "That's Sergey Brin. He's sitting next to the Google founders. Why the fuck did you not say hello to the Google founders?" And I'm like,
Indeed.
"Oh, I didn't know that's who they
Alphabet.
were." And
All right.
that's
Anyways,
where
it is now officially past 2 a.m. So I
It
am
is.
going to go to bed because I do need to be up in the morning. It's been great being able to jump back in because I don't get
Yeah,
to do
it's
it very
good to
often.
see you again.
It was good to see you.
I hope, fingers crossed, that things will continue to calm down. But with, sorry, Angry, you weren't here for it earlier. My brother recently got diagnosed with leukemia,
Oof.
and everything right now is 100% concentration on trying to get Simon's treatment up to date and
Absolutely.
go down the path, because he needs to get a stem cell transplant in order to cure this shit.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of like all concentration on that and nothing else right now.
Absolutely,
So,
as it should be. Yeah.
but hopefully things will be moving on that one. We won't. Unfortunately, it's a lot of hurry up and
I'm
wait,
off to Peace and
Yes.
Love.
which really sucks. But no, Lee, it was good to see you. Abigail, it was always
Good.
lovely to see you.
Do you
Angry,
need
love you
access
heaps.
to any babies? Because I
Do
can
I
get
need-
babies, newborn babies for
Oh,
stem cells.
you're actually going to steal
Yeah.
babies for their stem cells?
Or I can get aborted fetuses. I can get literal newborns. I can
We're
get.
going to hell. We're
Look,
going to hell.
as atheists, remember, we're supposed to be eating the babies. That's the way it's supposed to
Oh,
happen.
I forgot. Oh,
No.
see, I'm a
Again,
vegetarian.
As much as I
Vegetarian.
don't like to bring in South Park, that episode they had with Christopher Reeve cracking open fetuses and drinking.
fucking drinking the stem cells. All right. Anyways, it was
Oh,
lovely to see you all. Good night, everybody.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Good night.
Right. All right, I'm going to go to bed. So also, I just going to throw out, Karen, if you ever want to join one of the streams, I'd love to have you on. But it's lunchtime for you. We're here in Australia. It's 2 a.m. I'm not even tired, but I should go to sleep to have some
Me
sort of
too.
functioning for Saturday.
Yeah.
So we're going to go to bed. So
Good
I'm
night.
not going to do a Saturday stream, but I'll probably be on for some time on Sunday. We'll see what happens. Seljuk, 1800 in Berlin. So you're going to have some dinner, my friend. You have some dinner. We are going to attempt to sleep. I'm kind of hyped, so I don't know how long it'll take me to sleep,
All right.
but we
Good
will
night.
see.
Peace and love.
It's freaky that I'm this awake at 2 a.m., but see you
Yeah.
all another time. Going to defer
Wakashi's
to
up.